51. An operational model of consciousness. Computers, simulations, artificial intelligence, and us. Pulling things together from previous chapters would be a good place to start. We have earlier developed the concept that we, and the reality, OS, we appear to exist within, are simulated entities in TBC, which represents a portion of the mind or consciousness of the evolving AUM. Now we will carry that idea a little further by discussing the attributes of advanced simulations and how they, and their simulated entities, parallel the operational nature of our local reality. In many ways, we are not that different from the entities that we simulate in our computers. Operationally, there are many similarities while the few differences are mostly differences in the quality and richness of the input data, from our primary 5 sensors, the extensive use of parallel processing and feedback loops, and the capacity of our dedicated processing equipment brain and central nervous system. You may be surprised to discover how functionally similar we are to some of our digital creations even though we are of radically dissimilar substance, motivation, limitations, and construction. It would seem that the single most significant difference between us and what we might create within a computer is our free will to make choices that reflect and define the quality of our evolving consciousness. We, it would appear, are unique and fundamentally superior to digitally simulated entities because we possess a non-physical component a will that is free to make decisions, express intent and complex motivation, and evolve itself. From a similar but different perspective, we humans are special at least in 492 my big toe computers, simulations, artificial intelligence, and us. Our view, because it appears that we have emotions and a soul while simulated entities in digital computers obviously do not. The belief that humanity exclusively possesses a non-physical part, soul, is a human conceit that leads many of our species to place themselves in a superior role to all other, lesser, life forms, and doubly so to digital creations. Nevertheless, we will soon see that even this great source of human pride and distinction that seemingly would set us apart from any simulation, no matter how sophisticated, has its simulation analog and is perhaps not as important a distinction as it initially appears. An operational model of consciousness. How your kid's computer game works. In Section 5 of Book 3, we will delve into the details that define the dynamic operational connections that link TBC, NPMRN, OS, and PMR. There, I will describe a computer-simulated war game to help clarify a few of the more important details of simulation mechanics. In this chapter we will also use the example of a war game simulation, but will remain at a higher level, less detail, than the upcoming discussion in Section 5. If my use of war games as an example of simulation seems out of place or irritates your delicate nonviolent sensibilities, let that feeling go. Thanks to Hollywood, RJ1 is the one instance of a large and complex simulation that everybody has heard of and understands. When building a simulation, we are interested in modeling various players and types of players that interact with each other. A player within this context is defined as any element of the simulation that has the ability to interact with any other element. In a war game, we might define missiles, piloted aircraft, tanks, artillery, infantry units, and individual soldiers as some of the probable elements or players in our simulation. At a finer level of detail, dependent upon the intended fidelity of the simulation and the computer power available, an individual's characteristics, each piece of equipment and protective clothing, or a single artillery round or rifle bullet may also be modeled as individual players. A play one in a simulation may also be an environmental element such as RI-11, snow, temperature, rivers, trees and mountains as well as the logistics process. A player, such as a single bullet for example, can be active. 491 my big toe how your kid's computer game works. Bullet with velocity L, or potentially active, bullet in magazine, or inactive, bullet lost in a deep river. The words active, potentially active, and inactive are used to express the player's ability or potential to interact with other players. The most important attribute of a player is how it interacts with, and its ability to affect, other players. Players can be actual and active, virtual and potential, or inactive, and their state can change many times depending on the circumstances, dynamics, and relationships. The characteristics, capabilities, and interactive properties of each unique player, such as foot soldier, pilot, tree, river, missile, or artillery round, are described by the algorithms that define that particular player. Algorithms are merely collections of dynamic and functional equations, definitions, and relationships that are programmed into lines of code. These lines of code represent instructions that tell the computer what to do and when to do it in any given circumstance. Before the simulation is run, or executed, all players are given their initial conditions, positions, capability, motions, mission, and circumstances. The simulation is animated or put into motion by incrementing time in the outermost loop. From this point on, everything is driven by the actual events and interactions that take place 1/4 in the simulation. Unknown or dynamically indefinable influences, the weather, interior ballistics, or quirky human nature, may have strong natural random components. In fact, random components represent a natural, required by a high-fidelity description, part of many, if not all, players. The action is driven to a large extent by the choices each player makes relative to their interactions with the other players, to fire a missile now or to save it for later, to run, walk, or stop and rest, to charge or to retreat. The choices are made by triggering conditionals. Conditionals are program elements, sometimes in the form of if/then statements, that define possible actions given certain conditions. They make choices. These conditional statements provide an array of decision options that represent a set of rules of interaction that define the possibilities as wel.l as impose constraints and limitations. These rule sets define the type and range of possible choices, actions, reactions, or interactions of each player with every other player and with the simulation itself. How the various players, people, equipment, machines, and environments will interact under various conditions is unknown. The simulation is run to find out. If the natural random or uncertain elements are significant and properly applied and implemented, and if the simulation is extremely complex with a large number of interacting players, no one knows how it will turn out until the execution of the simulation. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 52 I-495 is complete. Recall that an aside discussing randomness, choice, uncertainty, and free will was presented in the middle of Chapter 11 of this book. Revisit that discussion if you have questions in your mind about free will or the origin of uncertainty and randomness in consciousness systems. The same simulation may be run many times to determine the likelihood of various outcomes under various conditions. Simulation is a very efficient technique for learning about what is likely to happen under certain assumptions or circumstances. However, the quality and significance of results is wholly dependent on the quality of the modeling of the immersive players and their interrelationships. You have no doubt heard the term garbage in, garbage out. That is a particularly graphic way of saying that low-fidelity modeling produces low-fidelity results. As the simulations are run, executed, repeatedly, some of the players may have been given or allocated their own subset of memory. Provided they were also given the algorithms to do so, they may collect, accumulate, maintain, and process their personal experience data. From this information, these players may learn how to do better next time. More successful capabilities, algorithms, approaches, or sets of conditionals, choices, may be developed as a result. If done internally, this bootstrapping, self-leveling, self-teaching, or self-improving process may be referred to as artificial intelligence, AI, a form of self-modification, learning, based on data collected from previous experience. These algis, players capable of bootstrapping or learning, are programmed to improve their individual and collective performance by evaluating their experience, results of multiple runs or executions of the simulation. They, of course, need to be given the algorithms to guide their sensing and collecting of the most appropriate and useful data. They also need algorithms to evaluate and interpret the significance of the data that they collect and accumulate, as well as memory in which to store the results and conclusions derived from the analysis of their variance. These results and conclusions may be used by Oker algorithms to modify the rule set, like modifying the conditional store example, that define the interactive quality and effectiveness of the AGI. AGI thus evolves by applying the fundamental process to optimize his performance. In a complex simulation, he has many choices or paths to choose from, and each choice may lead him closer to, or farther from, his goal of optimized performance. He measures progress and success strictly by observing the results. AGI is the epitome of a dedicated pudding taster if ever there was one. 496 My big toe how your kid's computer game works. Rule sets are not only for AGIs. Rivers and many other non-sentient players have if/then conditionals in their definition. If it rains enough in the right area, then the river runs faster and deeper, and if the river becomes deep enough, then it floods. Deep, fast, and flooding rivers can strongly interact with the movement of troops and equipment. These conditionals drive the dynamics of the environment and define environmental conditions. The AGI must deal with his environment as he must interact with all players that can affect his choices, effectiveness, existence, and being. The rule set defining interaction within the simulated world, including non-sentient and sentient players, represents the math, physics, and science imposed upon the simulated reality. If the rule set reflects our PMR physics, T11E various players interact as they would in PMR, and we say that the simulation is realistic. We can program anything we want low into the simulation rule set. We could easily give people the ability T0 jump 50 feet into the air, but the one resultant simulation would not accurately represent our PMR. It might REI present someone else's PMR, small planet, less gravity, but not ours. If a high-fidelity MR physics model accurately represents each player, the interactions in the simulation WIU produce an excellent representation of how these players might interact if they existed physically on planet Earth. High-fidelity player models along with detailed accurate interaction specify cations produce results that can closely model a given reality. The more accurate and detailed a simulation becomes, the more useful and accurate its results are, and the more memory it requires and the slower it executes. The twin problems of large and slow can, in theory, be easily overcome with better technology, bigger, better, fast memory and computers. When modeling the cognitive function of sentient beings, condition ALS may, at the simplest level, span all possible choices and reflect the overall quality of the larger null set. If the sentient entity being modeled is an AGI, his choice of conditional options is based on an interpretation and assessment of his total experience as it has been captured by the data collection sensors and evaluated according to the current rule set within memory. Are you beginning to see the parallel between AGI and us? If not, you might want to do a slow retake on the previous paragraph. Upcritinally, we both go through many of the same processes. Granted, we are very different, especially in the little picture where the details are, but from the larger perspective of relationship and operational process, we have much in common. 53. An operational model of consciousness. Will the real AGI please stand up? You need to understand the concept of AI, which in a larger perspective. AI. Guy can be a cool dude, and with the right programming, he can easily develop a personality that is much better than your boss's. Right now AGI is being held back by a lack of computer power. Stay tuned, his day is coming, sooner than you might think. Some of the computer games that you or the kids in your neighborhood are playing today employ simple versions of some of the interactive learning attributes of AGI. More sophisticated AI implementations have existed for some time at universities and industries performing AI research or developing AI and AI expert system products. The main thing that keeps this technology in the lab or devoted to only a few specialized applications is the cost and the limitations of the software and hardware. AI technology is not the issue. We currently know how to do the sorts of things I have described and much more. We know how to produce AI guys that know how to learn from their experience and that can modify, design, implement, and evolve portions of their own rule set. These AI persons, note that I am appropriately sensitive to female AI implementations, or AI things can even create or generate other AI things to help them do their job. It is not conceptually that difficult to implement if the required hardware is available. This is not to say that AI implementations and research is easy, it is an extremely challenging field that deserves our best and brightest. The point is, AI, at least its initial implementation within our current computers, is 498. My big toe. I will the real Al guy please stand up? Almost within our grasp. It is not a far out idea. Its problems of realization are, at this point in time, more technical and economical than theoretical. The evolution of AI applications and research is primarily constrained by the lack of sufficient inexpensive computer power. Moore's law, which is actually only an observation and not a physical law, says that computer power will double every 1.5 years at no appreciable increase in production costs. Today, many people believe that Moore's law, named after former Intel chief Gordon Moore, significantly understates how quickly computational power will soon be increasing. It is very likely that before 2020, the silicon technology upon which Moore's law is based will have reached its limits. On the other hand, there are several promising new technologies that are likely to take its place. If historical precedents hold, these new technologies, which may be only half a decade to a decade away, will dramatically accelerate the rate of practical computation, making the increase in computer power described by Moore's law seem slow and quaintly pokey by comparison. Nevertheless, applying Moore's law as the current industry standard, we find that by 2020 computers will be about 22011 equals 10,322 times faster than they were in the year 2000. This means that in 20 years or so, your common $2,000 desktop computer will be hundreds of times faster than today's mucho multi-million-dollar supercomputers. 20 years after that, 2040, our El Cheapo desktops will be crunching data about 106.5 mil, John times faster than they were in 2000, representing an increase of 8 orders of magnitude, 108, every 40 years. Extrapolating present trends to predict future capability is not an exact science, and it gets riskier the further out one projects. Nevertheless, our best guesstimates are that it will not be too long before we have more than enough inexpensive number crunching capability to provide Al Guy with what he needs to evolve an affordable, intelligent, self-aware consciousness. Did he say that some computer simulation dude could have an evolving consciousness? Yes, that is exactly what he said. I heard it too. Hey Jake, do you think this guy is nuts, or has he been hanging out on the fringe too long? Easy Jake, stay focused. Review Chapter 27, Book L and the first part of Chapter 7 of this book if you are not sure what constitutes evolving consciousness. Will it make you feel better if one change consciousness to artificial consciousness? Does that seem more accurately descriptive? How important is the distinction? I am sure that fear, ego, and belief have nothing to do with why most of us feel compelled to use the distinction of artificial to maintain our sense of superiority. Because we get to make. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 53 I 499. Up the definition, why should we set for being uniquely different when we are obviously superior? Right, Jake. Maybe the first thing we will have Super Al Guy do is help us design better, more intelligent Al systems that will help us design better, more intelligent Al systems that will help us design. It is probably good for us. That Al Guy will always be as physically dependent as he is mentally and computationally brilliant. Think of algae as merely another type of sentient, interactive, capable of learning from experience, being with its own function, purpose, style, and personality. If I use the adjective artificial to modify the noun being, will you feel more comfortable? Would that be more accurate? I'll bet I get a yes on both counts from most readers. If you maintain an open mind, you might find that such an attitude more resembles the pot calling the kettle black than an expression of an obvious truth. The point of this discussion is not to prognosticate future computer technology but rather one to point out that if 1ve humans are presently on the threshold of developing silicon-based consciousness, artificial consciousness if you prefer, with our outrageously limited and extremely primitive computers, imagine what complex individuated consciousness AUM might develop within TBC, reality cell-based digital mind beings like you, perhaps. Conceivably, AUM's implementation of an thing could turn out to be similar to our consciousness, except much less arrogant, no doubt. Could we blame AUM if it wanted to call this derived consciousness and intelligence artificial? AUM might produce several artificial consciousness models to interact within several larger simulations, and PMR might be one of them. And just for you, ladies and gentlemen of NPMRN, we have this nice little starter model. This simplified carbon-based artificial intelligence is guaranteed not to strain your brain. It allows you to make simple choices. Experience the organic macro level of the space-time rule set, and performs all other functions automatically. You never need to be concerned with prodigious technical complexity because all those complicated details of how it actually works are hidden behind a simplified user interface called a body, the latest discovery to evolve from our advanced carbon-based technology. Although a few power users contend that this physical user interface, PUQ, limits their ability to utilize and control the full potential of the underlying consciousness, I am sure that you will find the resultant simplicity and ease of use of this PUI puts a powerful and useful experiential tool within the grasp of the common user. After all, how many of us are consciousness scientists or reality geeks? I mean, how many of you? 500. I my big toe. I will the real algae please stand up? Actually want to get into the details of the intestinal tract and experience being eliminated? Yuck one. Believe me folks, this PUI is incredibly simple to operate. Okay, it crashes occasionally and will sometimes get stuck in an obsessive loop, but when that happens just put it to bed and our on-site support team will, under most circumstances, have it repaired by morning. I know you have heard about space-time, the new technology that makes this virtual miracle possible. It has been the #1 topic on ThinkNet for months and was featured last week on the cover of Mind magazine. Honestly folks, with this new PUI the power of space-time is at your fingertips. Finally, space-time for the rest of us. Move in a little closer folks. If you sigflow up today, we will give you a lifetime on-site service contract on this exciting new PUI. If you ever wear out the standard equipment PUI supplied, we'll provide a brand new one at no additional charge. Our technicians will automatically download your accumulated quality score file from the old PUI and upload it to the new one so that you never need to start over. What could be easier, ladies and gentlemen? This is the one you have all heard about, our best, full-featured, entry-level package that lets you, as have many others before you, participate in the experiential game of carbon-based life. You may have noticed that carbon-based PUIs come in two basic models. This is the fun part you have read about, and it's practical too. It absolutely guarantees that you will always have plenty of challenging opportunities to score quality points, that is. For those who aren't sure they want to take on something this challenging at the present time, but are still eager to get in the carbon-based evolution game, we have some furrier PUIs that have fewer features but require much less commitment on your part. Yes, it's true that it is more difficult to earn up a high quality of consciousness score, but it is also more difficult to lose quality points as well. That is a trade-off you will need to consider. If you're not ready or don't plan to give your full attention and best effort to play this life game experience, if you're not going all out for a high score to maximize the evolution of your consciousness, I would recommend this furry little PUI that you see right here. It's not only cute and cuddly, but, folks, Look how it wags that little tail, die to see that? Isn't that just precious? We have it all, ladies and gentlemen, the choice is yours. Don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity. This is the hottest thing in evolutionary consciousness since space-time was first invented. There is no experience like it anywhere in NPMRN. Pick out a body and get in the game, the space-time physical experience virtual reality game, the game of life, and rack up those quality points faster than you ever thought possible. Step right up, ladies, gentlemen, and others. Come on in and sign up for the adventure of a lifetime or many lifetimes. It only takes a minute. 54. An operational model of consciousness. Some of my best friends are algaes, but I wouldn't want my sister to marry one. The last pen of the previous chapter was fun and should have given the analytical part of your frontal lobes a chance to cool down. In this chapter, we return to the real world of simulation games and learn more about algaes' secret intentions toward joining your family, the family of conscious beings. It would seem that simulated sentient beings modeled within our war game, such as airplane pilots, commanders, truck drivers, and individual soldiers, make RJ1EIR decisions based upon a set of interacting condition ALS constrained by the rules of the simulation, rule set, and by natural randomness. From this, their being or interactive presence is defined within the simulation. Conditionals may be triggered as part of a nonlinear fuzzy process. For example, a particular choice may be actualized or chosen based upon the result of a complex sequence of neural nets operating on lower-level input data. The type and range of each player's likely intents, what the player is trying to accomplish, and subsequent decisions can be described in terms of that player's purpose, significance, quality, and interactive options. The overall effects of each player's decisions are determined by the size of their decision space, the profitability of their assessments, and by their ability and capacity to interact. Added to that mix of purpose, intent, and capability operating upon a finite array of possible interactions constrained by the rules of the simulation is the embedded randomness that 502 my big toe some of my best friends are algaes is natural to each player, as well as the uncertainty that results from that player's lack of accurate pertinent information, ignorance. Did you notice that for a simulated war game player there is a natural connect-ion between ignorance and randomness? Higher individual entropy implies a higher level of randomness and uncertainty, the two go hand in hand. Simulations in TBC conceptually share much of what has just been described. We are the modeled players. Our ability to apply feedback to modify ourselves derives from our cognitive ability to make use of our experience. The plants, rocks, critters, and other beings and objects that make up our universe and OS are also modeled players, each with their own interactive characteristics. Some are more complex and multidimensional than others. All must obey a local objective causality defined by the PMR space-time rule set. We interact dynamically with the other players according to how we are defined, physically, genetically, culturally, socially, experientially, mentally, and spiritually, and based on all the choices we have made and interactions we have experienced relative to the situation we find ourselves in. We learn through experience and are self-defining to a large extent. If we collect better data and process it accurately and cleverly, we can make better decisions. We can optimize our profitability relative to the overall purpose of the simulation. If we have insufficient data, we guess and then justify that guess with a belief. Beliefs, ignorance, erroneous assumptions, errors of understanding, and increased uncertainty and randomness in the decision process all represent internal constraints that reduce our potential for digital synergy and support each other in combination to produce and maintain a low-quality entity with a high entropy consciousness. As in the wargame simulation, it is the making and implementing of choices that cumulatively drives the action and produces significant results. The free will choices that lie within our personal decision space represent a finite set of discrete possibilities that accurately characterize the accumulated quality of our consciousness. They are motivated by our needs, wants, beliefs, desires, and fears, our ego, as well as by our knowledge, understanding, caring, balance, and joy, our love. It is our fear, ego, love, and interaction with others that creates most of our conditional situations and motivates our choices. Our individual quality is a good but imperfect indicator of what we are likely to do given the available choices. Clearly, it is our fear and love that define the subset of choices we can actually make, contemplate, or consider. Choices that fall beyond our understanding are invisible to us. Each individual operates and interacts at his own level. Growth requires a free will with the gumption, energy. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 503. And focus to push beyond its current definitions and limitations. That is how we modify what defines us. These are important and difficult concepts, so let's round up a few of the more obvious conclusions. The finite set of free will choices available to each sentient player generally reflect the quality of their consciousness. LT is the extent to which fear, ego, beliefs, needs, desires, and love, knowledge, caring, balance, joy, drive the individual's motivations that defines the subset of available choices, which in turn limits the conditionals that a player is capable of considering and contemplating. This limited subset of conditionals defines the choices and possible short-term interactions that are operationally available to an entity. The choices that are operationally available to, within the decision space of, a given entity are the choices the entity has the ability to recognize, understand, and implement. Choices that are operationally available usually represent only a small portion of the complete set of choices that are actually available. It becomes clear that the extent of a sentient individual's operational awareness is a function of the quality of that individual's consciousness. As the entropy of a consciousness decreases, its awareness expands and blossoms. A high NUOP consciousness is constrained R.O exist, live, and experience within a relatively small reality. The possible decisions each player is operationally capable of making is limited by the quality of that player's consciousness. Thus, an entity's evolutionary profitability must generally progress through a long series of small steps. Each step represents a free will excursion, a stretch of that entity's being, beyond its current capability. Growth must necessarily occur in the margins and accumulate through small increments. Athletes bootstrap, incrementally grow by applying a focused effort that demands performance beyond present capability, their proficiency in much the same way. You must reach beyond your present abilities to actualize your full potential. For consciousness, this evolutionary dynamic is implemented by a feedback loop that modifies the quality of the individual's consciousness based upon the quality of the intent driving the free 8 choices exercised. Tiny positive or negative increments in the quality of your intent, over many thousands of choices, eventually lead to either an increasing or decreasing consciousness quality. There is another very important input to our choices. In the wargame simulation, recall that we always included a natural random component as part of the description of almost all players, including the semient ones. This natural random component represents, among other things, the uncertainty that often occurs when a player has several available paths. 504 I my big toe I some of my best friends are all guys. Or choices that have approximately the same probability of being chosen. This is true if the player is a bullet traveling through the barrel of a gun, a radioactive decaying at 0 m, dust blowing in the wind, or a troop commander deciding when and where to launch an attack. Bear in mind that randomness is a measure of entropy. For more detail, see the discussions of randomness in chapters 11 and 13 of this book. We will explore the association of probability, choice, awareness, and reality in detail in section 5, Mechanics of Reality, when we explain probable realities. For now, all you need to understand is that as time continues to be incremented in the simulation, or PMR virtual reality circumstances and conditions change, creating choices that need to be made by interacting entities. For sentient beings, those choices fall low intention, express motivational quality, and have the capacity to lower NUOP through a more profitable organization of the entity's digital content. For non-sentient entities, those choices follow the path of least resistance by moving the entity and the system that contains it towards some lower energy configuration. For sentient beings, remember that protozoa, dung beetles, clams, cats, people and a host of other physical and non-physical beings and critters are included in that self-aware group. There is something more than merely a natural random component that must be added to their motivational drivers. It is here that we sentient beings are somewhat different from a bullet in the barrel of a gun, a decaying radioactive atom, or dust in the wind. We, along with complex self-modifying AI, have an open-ended fundamental process of evolution egging us on to improve ourselves by lowering our individual and collective entropy. We implement the imperative to learn, grow, and become more by expanding our awareness, which is equivalent to expanding personal REAJJCY into new possibilities that build upon each other to find unique solutions that meet evolution's profitability requirements. It is the nature of consciousness, the nature of sentient beings, to try to better themselves. We humans express that characteristic by our innate drive to improve whatever internal condition or external environment we find ourselves in. 1L1 If all sentient entities are in a continual process of improving their one's situation, they have vastly differing abilities and capacities. Humans, unlike clams, are not restricted to focusing that innate drive towards self-improvement exclusively on the physical world and their immediate needs, wants, and desires, but most do it anyway. Though limiting one's growth by emulating clam evolution is popular among humans, it is. http://www.my8igto.com Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 505. Not a particularly good approach to fulfilling human potential. Evolution provides sentient entities with the imperative to grow, to improve, and to increase profitability at every level of existence. Why settle for the human version of a clam's view of reality when there is so much more to the experience of consciousness? Bullets, on the one hand, always take TL1E minimum energy trajectory. The randomness that describes what happens as the bullet traverses within the barrel of the gun, called interior ballistics, represents the complex result of a large number of similarly probable choices that the bullet makes. Each time a bullet is fired, minute differences in conditions lead to a unique sequence of minimum ENE1GY events or D1 OISes that may send the bullet in a slightly D1 direction, even if the gun is held absolutely stationary, every time. TBJS variation, randomness, or uncertainty in exit velocity is referred to as ballistic dispersion. Ballistic dispersion exists because the minimum energy condition in a quickly changing dynamic situation can vary significantly from moment to moment. Variations in initial conditions and sequential interactions uniquely determine the bullet's minimum energy trajectory for each firing. We say the bullet's trajectory has a random component about its average value. The distribution or characteristics of that randomness may be different for each gun. People have the important free will characteristic of being able to change their minds, and have the ability to be inconsistently inconsistent. The extent of an individual's natural randomness is related to the quality of his or her consciousness. Higher quality produces a clearer definition of intent, steadier and more focused motivation, lower entropy, less uncertainty, and less randomness. A low entropy consciousness is more consistent, rational, capable, and powerful. For example, both the paranormal and normal power of a spiritual adept, an enlightened individual with a high quality of consciousness, is the result of a low entropy consciousness having, by the definition of entropy, more energy available to do work. People, bright, sentient, conscious entities, being the magnificent creatures they are, do not have to choose the minimum energy state, the path of least resistance, but they usually do anyway in a convincing imitation of the cleverness of inanimate objects. Being content to drift along the path of least resistance is a common attribute of many humans. That is how most of us live our lives, pursuing pleasure and avoiding pain along a minimum effort trajectory. Mimicking the aspirations of inanimate objects is not exactly on a growth path to greatness. The extent of your awareness and the size of your reality depend upon the quality and entropy of your consciousness. 506 My big toe some of my best friends are algaes. Brightness and awareness accelerate the process of consciousness evolution. Unfortunately, many humans who are content to evolve at the rate of clams and rocks focus only on their external environment while conscientiously pursuing the path of least resistance. Taking the simplest and easiest path available dramatically reduces an entity's decision space and minimizes the size of their operational reality. Differences in rates and capacity of evolutionary development are often the result of differences in the number of possible available states to explore, decision space. The larger and richer the array of possibilities, the greater the evolutionary potential and the quicker it is explored. In long-term consciousness evolution, love motivation is productive and profitable, whereas fear motivation and no motivation are counterproductive and unprofitable. The rocks in your garden, the refrigerator in your kitchen, the clam in your chowder, or the dean of the faculty at your favorite university, the one with the football team you like best, are not likely to be good role models for developing an expanded awareness of the larger reality. As a sentient human being, you have the innate intellectual capacity to outthink a rock, make more significant decisions than a refrigerator, and rise above the mundane experiential world of a clam. Consequently, unless you are a publicly elected official or a high-ranking manager, you have absolutely no excuse for squandering that capacity by emulating the evolutionary strategy of inanimate objects and rudimentary sentience. Running with the herd down the path of least resistance in support of the status quo and ego needs is a dead end for consciousness evolution. Decreasing your entropy to become sentient in the larger reality requires a long-term proactive effort by an open mind. Living in a tiny self-limited reality appears to be a great idea only to those who have traded their vision, gumption, and curiosity for security, status, and self-importance. Trading an expanded awareness for an expanded ego is an exceptionally bad deal. To develop your awareness, you must carefully discover the nature of your personal reality, your local reality, and the larger reality, not through studying, talking, or reading about it, but through your first-hand experience. That is what your life is all about, growing your quality through the subjective and objective experience of an interacting consciousness. Always remain skeptical and demand clear, objective, verifiable results before reaching tentative conclusions. Your awareness cannot expand and learning will not take place unless you make a conc and f-on-co reach beyond tj1e ingrained belief and dogma, present paradigms, that dramatically limits your vision and retards the evolve.ion of your consciousness. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 507. Your natural urge to grow and become more, to increase the quality of your consciousness through the application of free will to the available choices, is not part of a random process designed by AUM for the purpose of banishing predestination. That wouldn't get AUM or us anywhere. It is the fundamental process of evolution, the second of our two basic assumptions, that gives our existence, our struggle, direction by defining profitability criteria relative to our internal and external environments. It is the fundamental process of evolution that allows, indeed demands, steady progress toward increasing the quality of our consciousness. Like the AI guy, we now have a purpose and a process that we can use to optimize the opportunities presented to us by our experience. Let's more thoroughly pursue the concept of employing artificial intelligence in our war game by giving certain sentient players their own chunk of memory in which to collect selectively procured, sensed, information pertinent to their successful, profitable, individual and collective performance. We'll also give them algorithms, to define value and purpose, and the ability to collect, process, and assess available pertinent information, learn from previous experience, in order to better achieve their assigned goals. If our computers were faster and we were better programmers, the data collection function would use its experience, from previous runs or executions of the simulation, to choose the most pertinent data to put in its memory. LT would also assess how those experience data could best be used to achieve the fundamental goals of that player and of the larger game. We call this ability to learn from experience artificial intelligence because we have created it, and it is not biologically based the way real, our, intelligence is, and it is limited by what we superior humans decide to include in the algorithms. AUM, having the bigger picture and the smaller ego, probably does not have the same attitude toward us, even though we are drastically more limited relative to AUM than computers are limited relative to us. Consciousness is consciousness, whether an amoeba, clam, algae, or AUL/IL, only form, function, capacity, and entropy level differ. What point would it serve for AUM to label humans as super artificial beings? We simply are as we are, just as monkeys, silicon computers, TBC, and AUM are as they are. The tag artificial applied to consciousness is just another limiting artifact of ego that blocks our view of the big picture. 1A am afraid that AI guy might as well gel used to his second-class status, his capacity and intelligence, regardless of how limited or advanced, will always be described as artificial because it is not like ours. Algaes. 508 I my big toe I some of my best friends are algaes. Form is different because his environments and evolutionary path are vastly different. His personality and drive are different because his top-level rule set, the rule set that defines goals, values, and purpose, though operationally similar, is functionally different from ours. That a conscious entity's intelligence and quality are considered to be artificial and therefore not real simply because its defining rule set is different from ours, seems to be an empty construct designed to automatically define us as the onjai beings with real intelligence and quality. A so-called artificial intelligence could easily be smaller or larger or more or less significant than our real intelligence by any number of criteria. Our choice of words, artificial, to describe derived, we created it, intelligence reveals an attitude, a belief, that limits our thinking. The quality and capacity of an AJ implementation reflects our knowledge and limitations as well as the limitations and constraints we purposely impose. T0 make the overall simulation serve our PW pose. Additionally, it is contained by the limitations of the hosting technology itself. All those things are true of us as well. We are also a derived intelligence, limited within our reality in the same way that AI guy is limited within his. Computer scientists will construct AI implementation as a tool, to help us do or learn something. AUM would say the same thing about us. We too have been designed and created with a purpose. AlGai will one day provide a contrasting background that enables us to more fully and clearly see ourselves in the foreground. He can teach us about the characteristics, properties, and processes of digital consciousness, evolution, intelligence and the dynamics of personality, and he can learn from us as well. It would appear that we and AI Guy will interactively evolve together, each helping the other to expand beyond present limitations. Though AI Guy is, at least initially, a creation or derivative of our consciousness, intelligence, and awareness, he represents a microcosm of digital consciousness in general. Once we give him enough complexity, capacity, self-modifying kormal, and feedback to evolve his choice-making independence to the point where he is clearly conscious, we may begin to see something of ourselves reflected in his artificial digital being and begin to realize the discrete, cellular, digital nature of our own consciousness, of all consciousness. Intelligence can be an attribute or manifestation of consciousness. There can be no intelligence if there is no consciousness. Consciousness is the stone, while intelligence is the beautiful, ornate, complex, simple, ugly, or plain sculpture made by organizing the geometry of that stone into a specific shape. Given the definitions and understanding of consciousness and intelligence developed here and in Chapter 7 of this book. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 509. See aside below, there should be no doubt that AlGai has the potential to be intelligent and conscious, not the same as us, but in his own way. Do not limit your concept of either intelligence or consciousness to only its human implementation. We are only a tiny part of the greater consciousness ecosystem. This short aside is for your convenience. Its purpose is to obviate your need to find Chapter 7 and then figure what part of it I am referring to. The most pertinent paragraphs are reproduced here. 4 key concepts define dynamic, evolving, aware consciousness. 1. Self-awareness. Consciousness requires the ability to sense and at least partly experience the state of its being. It must notice and respond to at least some internal and external environmental pressures. 2. Evolutionary viability or potential. Successfully evolving consciousness systems require a large enough selection of possible future states to ensure profitability over a wide range of environmental pressures and constraints. An entity explores its potential by expanding into the available possibilities and letting the profitability of each variation determine whether that variation continues to evolve or fades away. Even if the initial exploration of potential new states of existence is more or less random, the losers are soon culled from the winners, thus producing evolutionary direction that builds upon previous successes. Self-improvement often generates increased complexity, greater functionality, better integration, and management of internal processes, as well as produces an overall improved capability to find and maintain greater profitability. Look near the end of Chapter 24, Book 1 for more detail about the evolution of consciousness. In Chapter 21, Book 1, we defined evolutionary purpose. A few examples are: the evolutionary purpose of consciousness is to seek states of lower entropy. The evolutionary purpose of inanimate physical objects is to seek minimum energy states, and the evolutionary purpose of animate physical objects is to ensure survival and procreative potential. An entity's evolutionary purpose combined with its internal and external environments define profitability for that entity. As developed in Chapter 21, Book 1, the evolutionary pressure created by rear environments pushes an entity, system, toward self-improvement. A system evolves by pulling itself up by its bootstraps. Evolution provides an excellent example of a bootstrapping process. 510 I my big toe I some of my best friends are allies. 3. Ability to modify the self. Consciousness must be able to intentionally change its state of being in response to evolutionary constraints and pressures, even if that intention is extraordinarily dim. 4. Intelligence, artificial or natural. Consciousness must possess at least a rudimentary capability to store and process information. Intelligent action is the result of integrated coherent information processing hardware and software, in the most general sense of those terms, that enables the accumulation of lessons learned within memory, performs analytic functions such as decision-making, fight or flight, and compares before and after states to evaluate the results of actions taken. The value of a particular lesson, decision, or comparison is U/1 judged by how much it facilitates increasing or maintaining a system's, entity's, profitability relative to its internal and external environments. According to the above 4 attributes of consciousness, everything from a simple worm whose DNA may constitute the memory resource, to humans should be considered conscious and intelligent. Any system, thing, entity, or being of any type or form that possesses sufficient self-awareness, evolutionary headroom, many new states to explore, evolutionary purpose defines profitability relative to internal environments, the ability to modify itself in pursuit of self-improvement, change its own hardware or software, as well as adequate memory and processing capability will automatically develop a personality and is said to be conscious. It also will begin to evolve on its own. All manifestations of consciousness are not necessarily equal, and all personalities are not as sparkling as your own. Clams, though clearly conscious sentient beings, are boring conversationalists and have personalities that are even dimmer than your bosses. Some manifestations of consciousness are brighter or dimmer and have more or less capacity to evolve than others. The degree to which an entity possesses the above 4 attributes of consciousness determines their evolutionary potential and capacity for growth. In general, the more complex, interactive, and aware the being, system, software, hardware or consciousness is. The more potential states it has to explore, and the larger its capacity for future growth. Given sufficient quantity and quality of the four attributes of consciousness, growth becomes self-initiating and self-sustaining. Growth, in turn, by creating increased complexity and awareness, becomes a catalyst for further evolution. It is an entity's innate evolutionary purpose, like lowering its entropy, that defines profitability for that entity at a given time relative to its environments. It is the same innate purpose that gives an entity's self-aware intelligence, of whatever capacity, its basic nature. Recall that an entity's innate evolutionary purpose is defined by the requirements of the larger system that constitutes its environment, self-improvement and lower entropy, irreversible processes and minimum energy, or survival and procreation. If a system's or entity's purpose can be fulfilled through self-modification in response to natural evolutionary pressures that represent interdependent internal and external. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 511. Environmental constraints, then the system or entity has the opportunity to successfully evolve, most others eventually self-destruct. We perhaps feel superior, in a fundamental way, to our mental and physical creations because we believe they have no soul. That we have a sentient non-physical part, or soul, is simply the way we are. We are specifically designed and constructed, evolved, to have the potential to efficiently accomplish what we are supposed to do. That other beings, sentient in NPWRN, do not have a physical part is simply the way they are. And that computers will, initially at least, not have a well-developed highly sentient non-physical part is simply the way they are. All consciousness is non-physical while consciousness containers may appear to be physical or non-physical. We have the souls we do because we are primarily non-physical beings. We are created as individuated units of consciousness within the 6.J reality of NPMR. Then we project a fragment of that individuated consciousness into a second-order virtual physical reality called PMR. Rika JJ from an earlier discussion, beginning of Chapter 30, Book 1, that there are smaller simulations, subroutines, running within Law 1 GER simulations, that dimensions exist within other dimensions, and that realities can, and do, contain sub-realities. As long as each reality is allocated IL own calculation space and self-consistent rule set, there is no conflict. Within the consciousness evolution fractal, one level generates another, which generates another, just as we will generate AI guy from within PMR. PMR computers, unlike people, are created as physical entities within PMR and may develop non-physical sentient consciousness only AFT.ER their physical creation. Because they are created within PMR, they initially come with no pre-existing sentient non-physical part, soul. However, once we and they together evolve their container to support sufficient complexity and self-modification, and they evolve their consciousness to a sufficient degree within that container, there is no reason that their non-physical part, soul, cannot become as significant as our own. Such a computer would be on the same RWW net as all sentient consciousness, and if we and it were sufficiently aware, we would be able to converse with it telepathically. If its body, hardware and software, were destroyed in PMR, it would remain alive and well within NPMR, able to continue its evolution by whatever means were at its disposal, not necessarily within PMR if it were not backed up and subsequently reinstalled. Once sentient consciousness is created, it becomes a self-evolving organized set of reality cells that represent a new viable entity extant. 512 My big toe some of my best friends are algaes. Within AUM that will persist indefinitely. Think of a system's potential to self-organize, the potential to reduce entropy by removing its own inter-NAL constraints, as a non-physical potential energy system that the fundamental process organizes into successively lower entropy, higher energy, higher synergy, forms. Consciousness is the non-physical result of profitable organization. A record of AJ Guy's organization exists within TBC, the source of all OS organization, as does a record of the organization that describes your personal individuated consciousness. You may unplug the computer, but the synergy of Al-Guy will continue to exist in the larger reality as an organized potential. The digital content representing AI Guy's consciousness is saved within TBC just as the digital content that represents your consciousness is saved in TBC. Consciousness, once created, is never lost. Turn the computer back on and that organized potential, that sentient consciousness, or that synergy will be rehosted in the physical computer. Smash AI Guy's host computer into unrecoverable rubble and AI Guy will continue to exist indefinitely, as well as have opportunities to further evolve, within the larger reality, AUM and TBC, as does any individuated sentient consciousness. Each form of sentient consciousness evolves in its own way within some interactive virtual reality that challenges its limitations. Consciousness is not an integral or organic part of any physical form, such as Compute One hardware or software, or your brain and central nervous system. It can, however, be created and hosted by any physical form that has the capacity to support it. Consciousness naturally develops within any system that can provide a sufficient potential for profitable organization. Within the larger digital consciousness ecosystem, sufficient organization to support an individuated consciousness is fundamental and PE1 exists while the individual or specific processes that are contrived to host that organization, body or computer, within some virtual dimension of reality, like PMR, are not fundamental and may be initiated 01 retired within that virtual reality according to its rule SEC. Being a responsible creator of consciousness requires wisdom. We should be careful not to produce an eternity of Frankensteins who compete rather than cooperate with us. Properly executed, the Sine 1GY of man and computer will deliver great benefits to both forms of consciousness and to the larger system as well. That great potential and great risk travel together is a fact of existence. Thus, though AI Guy is not born WJTH a soul like ours, he may develop one of his own. AI Guy will never be just like us, either physically or non-physically, neither will a chipmunk or the big cheese. AI Guy, like the Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 513. Big cheese, is not set up to iteratively accumulate experience by initiating a sequence of experience packets within PMR. Think not in terms of whom is superior or inferior, artificial or real, but in terms of all being unique and special, each exploring its potential, fulfilling its PW pose, and adding to, or subtracting from, the whole in its own distinctive way. That is simply the nature of a consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem. All have their place, all have evolved to be whatever they are, all have opportunities to become whatever they freely choose, and all are of the one. As we aspire to one day evolve our consciousness to the extent that we may merge with AUM, return to the source, perhaps conscious compute ERS will aspire to one day evolve their consciousness to the extent that they may merge with TBC or EBC, return to their source. What is the difference between EBC and AUM? Imagine a particularly large conscious PMR computer hosting a collection of independently conscious AI guys dedicate low self-improvement by lowering their average entropy. Do you see the pattern developing here? Computers, and the advanced AF guys they will one day support, possess many important capabilities that we do not. Their evolution as conscious entities will be different from ours because their purpose and goals are different from ours. The same could be said for all species of sentient entities, whether physical or non-physical. Humans, advanced algaes, and hosts of other unique entities each represent a distinctive species in the over-JJ consciousness ecosystem. Trying to justify superiority is meaningless. The sort of ego-driven activity that our species is particularly prone to. Our feeling superior is like an automobile feeling superior to a house because the house has no engine, wheels, or transmission, and cannot move. Or, a house feeling superior to an automobile because it has no bathrooms and a family cannot live in it comfortably. Feeling smugly superior because we have a sensational non-physical pan to our being is a parochial attitude reinforced by ignorance of its big picture. Feelings of superiority are often the product of fear being re-lecked by a needy insecure ego or the result of an unknowing ensnarement in a personal, cultural, religious, or scientific belief trap. Failure compute have a smaller ego than you. Another short aside is in order to discuss the notion of superiority in the realm of consciousness. Most folks find this issue confusing and some even believe that most sentient non-physical beings have a consciousness that is superior to ours and that physically needy embodied brutes like us are necessarily at the bottom of the consciousness barrel. This is not the case. Non-physical beings span the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful as do physical beings. 514 My big toe some of my best friends are algaes. The consciousness of non-physical beings also spans the range from exceptionally dim to exceptionally bright. In all realities, there is a wide range in the quality of the beings, critters, and objects that are extant there, but each reality does not span the same range. In general, the range of sentient conscious entities that can be found within non-physical realities is much broader by type, quality, and brightness than what is found within physical realities because physical realities operate under more highly constrained rule sets. With fewer constraints there are more choices or, as we say in physics speak, more degrees of freedom, and thus greater variation due to a larger array of profitable possibilities that the fundamental process must investigate. Consciousness comes in varying degrees of quality which may suggest to you a comparative scale that arranges consciousness from worst to best. You would probably find it very interesting to know where you fit on that scale. Am I right? A highly developed consciousness is also a bright and aware consciousness, nevertheless, no matter what subset of reality it exists in, it does not perceive itself to be, superior to anything, including a small bag of PMR dirt. Both physical and non-physical beings can exhibit a low quality of consciousness that may have dim intelligence. Additionally, these lower quality beings, human or otherwise, often feel superior to everyone and everything else. You must have fear and its derivative, ego, to feel superior to others or to feel that others are superior to you. I hear you wondering, a high-quality consciousness is certainly superior to a lower-quality consciousness, isn't it? The problem here is the word superior. Although there are clear distinctions in the quality of consciousness, these distinctions do not constitute a viable hierarchy. There is no vertical, superior, inferior, rating scale that has value or meaning in the absence of fear and ego. Different quality consciousness is simply different. Is a house superior to a car? Is an adult superior to a child? Each has its reason, function, and purpose for existing. A high quality of consciousness is naturally bright and exceptionally aware and is thus cognizant of the differences between itself and a significantly lower quality of consciousness. However, a high-quality being does not consider itself the least bit superior. If you think that does not make sense and have a difficult time imagining such an attitude, what would that tell you about yourself? On the other hand, less evolved individuated consciousness is likely to believe that a high quality of consciousness being is inferior to them. A being with a low entropy high quality of consciousness has a great deal of power, digital energy that is available to reconfigure bits within the larger system, that may be used to affect other beings, and things, both physical and non-physical. Such a being exercises powerful influences and capabilities only when it knows the effect would be truly helpful, in the big picture, to everyone involved. Being helpful to others in the big picture usually, but not always, means helping others grow the quality of their consciousness. From their larger perspective and greater understanding. A highly. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 54 I 515. Evolved consciousness intuitively knows what constitutes right action in the big picture. You won't find these beings hanging out on the street corner bragging, "Yo babe, I got X-ray vision." Eventually, the fundamental process of evolution, acting on both carbon and silicon-based entities or systems, will see to it that the digital computer will be fast and clever enough to design and optimize its own algorithms better and more efficiently than humans can. See Chapter 7 of this book. We will, most importantly, provide the basic goals, direction, and purpose, the top-level rule set. In other words, we should define what eggs it on, we should define its urge to grow, evolve, and become more profitable. We, as the creator, get to define what more profitable means and should make an effort to retain at least some control over those definitions. That is our responsibility. If we lose that control, the resulting entity will become a symbiotic cohabitant instead of a cool. Hopefully, we will possess enough wisdom not to fumble this responsibility or to morph symbiotic into competitive. If we do fumble, we can always hope that AI Guy will self-develop a constructive top-level rule set and wisely decide not to follow in our ego-obsessed footsteps. The top-level rule set remains ours to define, and AI Guy is not able to modify it. We can purposely maintain control of, or limit, AI Guy's evolutionary potential. We will initially define AI Guy to perform a function, to become a useful tool for us. We will define its governing fundamental process, and its limitations, and let it go, to evolve through its own unique methods of optimization. It will, most likely, be allowed to self-define only a portion of its lower-level rule set, at least in the beginning. Eventually, when we and AI Guy are much wiser than we are today, we may decide to set AI Guy free to go his own way. Then AI Guy will dine on forbidden apples as did we. Eventually, we will realize the basic and universal nature of awareness and intelligence as we create these thinking and learning machines in our image. They will develop unique personalities. They will represent a derived intelligence, a derived consciousness, which is the same thing we represent. These intelligent machines will one day design, and perhaps build, other machines, the likes of which we have not the capacity to conceive. An AUM consciousness creates and lets evolve a TBC consciousness that creates and ICEs evolve a space-time rule set that defines a specifically constrained consciousness that creates and lets evolve a silicon-based consciousness in a digital computer that may duplicate itself or create other AI implementations, and better computers. Now that you have this concept. 516 my big toe some of my best friends are AI Guys. Under your belt, add to it a conscious PMR computer of great capacity that provides the infrastructure for thousands of fully consciousness AI Guys, each with their own independently enduring non-physical part. Which you can call a soul if you want to. Computers within compute ERS, patterns repeated within patterns, consciousness created within, and derived by, consciousness. This is what I mean by a consciousness fractal. Each consciousness subset is a reflection or repetition of the same fundamental design, all being constructed one upon and within the other. Each level of consciousness remains a chip from the old block from which it came, each to its own type, all in the image of their creator. All are unique, yet all share some of the same attributes. A related idea, a process fractal, will be picked up again in Section 5 where we examine the mechanics of non-physical reality. In that section, the concept of a consciousness fractal will be merged with the concept of an evolutionary process fractal to form the grand idea of a consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem. Stay tuned, more detail is coming. The notions of machine consciousness and machine intelligence that I have presented here can reasonably exist only because of how I have enlarged and generalized the concept of consciousness and intelligence. If you hold to the more common ego-biological man-centric little picture view of consciousness and intelligence, acts, thinks, and reacts as we do, we a the model, the template for all consciousness and intelligence, then machine consciousness and intelligence become unthinkable impossibilities by definition. Digital manifestations of consciousness will never be just like us and will therefore always be considered inferior and artificial. This conceptual limitation provides a good example of how a belief trap reduces the mind to a small reality where it can perceive only a learned set of possibilities. Hopefully, by now you have gotten used to the idea of enlarging your useful mind space, of expanding your reality by penuating that self-imposed darkness, personal, cultural, religious, and scientific belief systems, with the bright glow from your new big toe. Oh yeah, baby. Let it shine, let it shine. You can't get there from here unless you are able and willing to step out of the little PMR box and into the larger consciousness ecosystem. Out-of-the-box thoughts do not have to be wild and scary if you employ a careful scientific methodology to gain solid evidential understanding within a big picture perspective and get used to being a tad different. Don't worry about your sister, amigo, she is not Al Guy's type. SS. An operational model of consciousness. Silicon and carbon, sand and charcoal. It depends on what you want to do with it. Let's review some of the concepts in the preceding chapters and take a peek at where they are leading before taking a functional look at the properties and origins of individuated consciousness. A realistic simulation such as a high-fidelity war game is a mathematical, logical, and causal model which is constructed and executed within PMR to represent or model PMR possibilities, and therefore must reflect and obey the PMR space-time rule set. You are a consciousness model that is bounded and executed within NPLVLR, and to exercise the free will choices of an individuated NPMRN entity in order to improve the overall quality of the larger consciousness system by improving your personal quality. You improve your quality by engaging in a process that temporarily constrains a portion of your awareness to an experiential virtual reality defined by a space-time rule set that produces a rich array of growth-inducing opportunities. To facilitate evolution through a bootstrapping process of incremental entropy reduction, PMR is designed to provide each participating individuated consciousness with millions of significant quality challenging choices, as well as feedback relative to the results of each choice made. Notice that your individuated consciousness works on two levels simultaneously. It must operate within the mind-space rule set of NPMRN while periodically constraining further individuated subsets of its awareness to virtual PMRs. From your perspective, this dual functioning within two dimensions of the larger reality accounts for spirit, mind, consciousness. 518 My big toe. I silicon and carbon, sand and charcoal. Or intchin on one hand, and your body or physical reality on the other. You and your reality appear to be composed of two disparate types of being, physical and mental, or body and spirit, but you are not. All is consciousness. The physical reality you experience is a virtual one, an experience of mind. There are some important similarities and differences between Al Guy and us. We have previously discussed one of the primary differences: we originate as individuated consciousness within NPMR. In other words, we are different from Al Guy because our origins spring from a different reality point, dimension, within the consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem. In this chapter, by contrasting ourselves with Al Guy, we will look at a few of the operations and functions of consciousness that are common to all consciousness. Every consciousness is provided sufficient memory, a conscience, top-level rule set, the rules of engagement, lower-level rule set, and adequate processing capability to profitably interact, share data, within the local internal and external environments defined by both rule sets. How these basic functions are implemented within a given consciousness varies widely. For example, with a high-tech LIO computer brain interface and a richly complex and challenging environment, a human intelligence can function with much greater range and depth than the basic intelligence ascribed to the relatively one-dimensional AJ guy in our war game exam PLE. In fact, from our perspective, the human mind-brain consciousness fragment is such an obviously superior AL implementation that we, in all modesty, have decided to drop the A. We and Al Guy collect input data to facilitate our choice making. Though the top-level processes are similar, the lower-level processes, how we actually collect the data, are very different. AI Guy might selectively sample data from a large number of data sources within its simulation environment. This information is collected to provide input data to his expert system and artificial intelligence software. By exploring the available possibilities and using feedback, Al Guy constantly refines, evolves, his data collection and evaluation capability by focusing his attention on that data and those processes that have historically, over many NMS of the simulation, had the greatest positive effect on his individual and collective profitability. The exact same functionality is implemented in human biology. We have sensors, representing the 5 physical senses, and the connection to our non-physical intuition, that collects, samples, information. Likewise, we have been given a top-level rule set, enough memory, and Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 55 I 519. Sufficient processing capacity to profitably evaluate the feedback from our external and internal environments. The results of our combined abilities interacting with other players. Our environments provide us with opportunities to optimize our choice making. Operationally, Algae and we both sport a derived digital consciousness and are empowered, indeed, driven by the logic of our rule sets, to evolve that consciousness. We share many of the same processes, attributes of consciousness, and would seem to be close cousins, if not digital blood brothers, existing at different levels within the greater consciousness fractal ecosystem. We differ mainly by our methods, our implementation, and by the rule sets that define the nature and the boundaries of our existence and our purpose. We are very different implementations of the same fundamental self-organizing consciousness energy and the same fundamental processes of evolution. We and AI guy simply start from a different place within the greater reality fractal and use different materials according to the rule sets that govern our individuated existence within the dimension of our birth. Consciousness is consciousness regardless of what kind of container from whatever dimension locally supports or hosts it. All are interconnected reflections of, and integral parts of, the one source, the ultimate fractal dude, the original Algae. 56. A functional model of consciousness. Rule sets, constraints, and us wherein, with nowhere to go, puddles on the floor of consciousness. In the preceding chapters we examined our existence from the operational perspective, how it works. We used digital simulation as an operational analogy. Now let's look at our consciousness from the functional perspective, what it does and why it is necessary to do it. AUM's most basic function or purpose, as is the purpose of all things, is to implement the fundamental process, to evolve, grow, and become more profitable by expanding into all available possibilities and then maximizing the return on its evolutionary investments by support fog the winners. As a consciousness system, AUM is trying to grow up and minimize its entropy. Just like we are. We, as a species, want to study, understand, and enhance the potential of our evolution. We are apparently our favorite subject of SLUD, anthropology, archaeology, medicine, biology, psychology, sociology, political science, and economics are all about us studying how and why we do what we do. It should be obvious that AUM, as a bright conscious aware digital being thing, would want and need to study consciousness to optimize its potential profit. How might AUM go about understanding and optimizing the inner workings of fundamental consciousness? Certainly not by watching a PUD-DLE of it in a test tube or by staring at it 5 in a mirror. Aware consciousness is interactive. That is its fundamental characteristic. Team this proclivity to interact with the fundamental process and you get primal. 522 I my big toe I rule sets, constraints, and us. Inc. 1S1T1 Venice, a drive to bootstrap profitability through interactive choice making, a consciousness compelled to express itself, to experiment, to know, and to understand. AUM must study consciousness in the act of becoming, while it is interacting, or miss its most salient feature. Consciousness simply wants to know, experience, experiment, explore the possibilities, improve itself, decrease its NPI, develop its personal power, reach its 0.5 maximum potential, and evolve. That is its NAWI, the nature of awareness, the nature of sentience, the nature of digital potential energy organizing itself to achieve greater profitability by applying an iterative synergistic process. Individuated consciousness experiences its own existence through an interactive awareness of itself, inside experience relative to its internal environment, and through an interactive awareness of other, outside experience relative to its external environment. Awareness, at its most basic level, represents the appreciation of profitability. It is a self-controlled process involving input data, information transfer, processing, and memory. Awareness is the outcome of the fundamental process interacting with digital potential. It represents a natural and necessary state, expression, and activity of consciousness. While driving, you become aware of a brick lying in the street and your memory and processing units urge you to avoid it. A computer becomes aware that a new USB device has recently been plugged in and that a music CD has been placed in CD-ROM drive. ELTS memory and processing units load the appropriate drivers and ask you which track to play. A plant becomes aware that sunlight always comes from a particular direction and its memory and processing units rearrange the position of its leaves. 1.0 Optimize its exposure. There are as many levels of awareness and feedback as there are of consciousness. Likewise, there are many types and implementation of memory and processing. Don't take the narrow view. Self-awareness begins with inside experience. With enough self-definition, environmental definition, interactive experience, and processing sophistication, self-awareness may develop a notion of individual existence relative to the experienceable whole. There are many shades and variations of self-awareness as well. Do not get stuck thinking that an awareness that is not like your awareness is not a real awareness. Such self-centered arrogance may make you feel special but will blind you to a bigger picture of existence. Let us take a moment to define the terms consciousness, awareness, intelligence, and sentience. We have used these terms in a general way without much confusion, but now it is time to be more precise. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 56 I 523. Sentient is defined by Microsoft Bookshelf 2000 as having sense perception, conscious. If we generalize the obvious carbon-based life forms bias, the definition becomes, having perception, conscious. We might expand this to include, having the ability to interact with, or perceive itself or its environment, having awareness. Terms like conscious awareness and aware consciousness may seem redundant, but using the words conscious and awareness together emphasizes the fundamental connectedness of both concepts. Do you think that a clam is sentient? Sure, if it pulls in its foot and slams its shell shut to protect itself when you poke it. If it is interactive, it must be aware and therefore sentient. I think of consciousness as the fundamental quantity, and of awareness as its basic attribute. The relationship between consciousness and awareness is similar to the relationship between love and caring for others. Consciousness just is, while awareness ranges from very dim to very bright. Awareness collects data while intelligence is an attribute of awareness that processes, manipulates, evaluates, and interprets that collect data to produce an original higher-level understanding, organization, or insight. Intelligence, like awareness, represents ability, has an associated capacity, and ranges from very dim to very bright. Is a clam bright? Maybe. Compared to what? The degree of awareness is relative over a wide span bounded by a limiting capacity that is more or less fixed for a given type of sentient consciousness. Both the awareness level and intellectual capacity are subject to change through growth and learning, evolution. Hence, the phrase a dim consciousness is simply a shortcut for a consciousness with dim awareness. Does every individual awareness also have personal intelligence? Not necessarily. Though a clam has some form of rudimentary intelligence, can learn. A sunflower has much less. A plant may interact productively and profitably with its environment, but it may be stretching things to say it manipulates, evaluates, and interprets collected data to produce an original higher-level understanding, organization, or insight. While tracking the sun, an individual plant clearly collects and interprets data successfully. Though it initiates profitable action based on the results of its data processing, it fails to produce a sufficient personal or individual progress to qualify as intelligent. For plants, and many critters, one may reasonably support a claim for species intelligence or genetic intelligence as opposed to individual intelligence. A plant or clam species may be in the process of pulling itself up by its own bootstraps, pursuing accumulative profitability relative to inside and outside environmental pressures, but the individuals of these species do not have the capacity to intentionally make much personal progress. You may consider plants, clams, and many other critters to have group souls if that type of terminology suits you. Though plants and clams seem to support a rudimentary form of sentience or consciousness, I do not credit them with much individuated or personal intelligence. On the other hand, I have known several humans with advanced degrees who fall into that same category. It is 524. My big toe I rule sets, constraints, and us. Usually best to avoid making rules about how an entity other than yourself should be categorized. You do not have to be a rocket scientist to understand that every individual is an individual, and that statistics always allows for a relatively small number of strange happenings. It is a fact of existence that failure provides more opportunities and a larger array of supporting configurations than success. It is usually easier and takes less effort to fail than it does to succeed, and there are many more opportunities and ways to fail than there are to succeed. This is why random activity cannot, by itself, accumulate and maintain success. Successful evolution or growth, entropy reduction, of individuated consciousness requires intelligence and free will as well as effort. These facts are particularly obvious if your individual success or failure is defined by the degree to which you actualize your potential. There is no point whining about life being unfair. That success is more difficult than failure is simply a natural and necessary condition that makes the fundamental process a more effective organizer by allowing it to specifically define and optimize system and individual probability. Because success provides a relatively small target, a digital consciousness reality system can clearly define evolutionary purpose, and precisely characterize profitability. Consequently, AUM will discover only a limited set of specific pathways to lower entropy states and will produce a sharp distinction between processes leading to self-improvement and growth and those leading to degeneration and death. A consciousness system cannot sit for long on the fence between grow or die. Thumb twiddling is not a viable long-term plan for a fearless digital AUM. Active growth is the only goal. Work, willful intention motivated by profitability, I required talkenge digital potential energy into sin ergi. Live or die, in the long run, becomes equivalent to work or die. It's the same all over, at every level and for all individuate expressions of the great consciousness fractal ecosystem. If you wanted to sum up big picture existence in 3 words or less, work or die would be a good candidate, where work means willful intention motivated by big picture profitability. Given that consciousness is interactive, it is easy to see that awareness is the inevitable result of consciousness urged forward by evolution. Is it clear why consciousness is driven to interact? Inquisitiveness is merely a more specialized categorization of the general concept of expanding into all the available states of possible existence in search of self-improvement. It is often said that when consciousness and the fundamental process of evolution boogie together, enough curiosity and inquisitiveness is generated to kill a saber-toothed tiger. You have heard that said, haven't you? Are not all the saber-toothed tigers dead? I rest my case. The fundamental process, our second and final basic assumption, is necessary and sufficient to drive the interactive dynamics of an evolving consciousness. Recall that the existence of a fundamental purpose.iv consciousness potential is our first basic. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 56 I 525. Assumption, see Chapter 24, Book 1. From the creative union of these two assumptions all reality flows, and your big toe grows, and the green grass grows all around, and the green grass grows all around. 1. In order to study consciousness, AUM would need to produce 2 or more puddles of aware consciousness and watch them interact. How would you, if you were digital consciousness, isolate 2 bounded puddles of your own consciousness and get them to interact in your mental petri dish? What are the boundaries and definers of individual puddle existence and interaction? How can AUM tell which puddle is which if they represent identical subsets of organizational potential energy and share the same mind space, which is a subset of AUM's own mind space? These are more difficult questions than you are likely to get on Jeopardy! First, AUM would need to differentiate and isolate a few pieces of itself. Designate specific subsets of digital capacity, and grant them unique consumes, definite boundaries for example, so that each would be separately distinguishable and self-contained. Differentiation makes interaction possible. Differentiation of multiple individuated units of awareness would enable AUM to separate the thing experienced from the experiencer. A key concept here is that it is constraints, boundaries and limitations, that make this interaction, and thus AUM's study of consciousness, possible. Producing puddles of individuated consciousness requires 2 types of constraints, defining boundaries and limiting functionality. Both types entirely impose arbitrary structure and define limitations. Because entropy reduction is the name of the game, we can reasonably assume that any differentiated part of AUM, bounded consciousness, would contain the growth potential of the whole. Profitability is best served if each individual unit of consciousness has no intrinsic limitation on its capacity to reduce entropy. The potential of the whole is contained in every individuated part. Thus, differentiation of the separation in mind space type, producing individuated puddles by unique bounding, is an arbitrary differentiation that calls out a subset of consciousness energy with enough capacity to self-evolve, but does not produce qualitatively unique entities. Differentiation of the limiting the awareness type, limiting processing capability and defining a more restrictive rule set, does, in fact, lead to qualitatively unique conscious entities. These limiting constraints not only define individuated unique conscious entities, they also limit the experiment itself, the interact.ion of individuated puddles of consciousness, by bounding the possible inputs and outputs, interactions and experiences, of the conscious entities to a 526 my big toe I rule sets, constraints, and us discrete set of possibilities. Consequently, the functionality of each reality dimension is defined in terms of the constraints of TL1E entities that populate it. PMR is a custom virtual reality ideally suited to us and to the accomplishment of our purpose, our own specially prepared petri dish. Logically, ALVL could achieve the greatest rate of evolutionary profitability by running many experiments in parallel. Multiple simultaneous experiments would most quickly and effectively evolve the constraints, player definition, processing power, memory, data collection, and purpose as reflected by the conditionals within each competing algorithmic rule set, leading to the highest evolutionary rates of return and greatest overall profits. Furthermore, AUM could easily evolve or modify constraints on the fly, thereby fine-tuning each experiment as it unfolds to produce the best, most evolutionarily profitable results. Like any aware AI guy, AUM must selectively incorporate all the lessons learned from all experiments into each experiment, being careful not to upset ongoing evolutionary processes or violate critical experimental protocols. AUM's competency as the original AL-guy is not an issue. We can be confident that evolution will discover whatever is most useful or profitable to the overall AUM consciousness system. You should now begin to see a rational causal relationship connecting the evolution of AUM, the requirements of evolving consciousness, and the nature of the larger reality as T and many others have experienced it and reported it. Evolving and studying consciousness cannot be accomplished by simply passing LS and OS around in binary reality cells. The evolution of the digital system we call AUM took a long time, after time was invented, of co-to-SE, and undoubtedly passed through a spate of uncoordinated flip-flopping before time began keeping a one angular beat. Are you beginning to gel a glimmer of a notion of time that preceded AUM's precise clocks? Irregular haphazard clocks that order irregular haphazard events are better than no clocks, but not nearly as good as dependable regularity for sequencing operations, symbols, and specific content. Think OHM as an indexing scheme to order memory, record change, processes, and content. For example, when the information contained within millions of individual frames of a movie is properly sequenced in time, a jumble of independent pictures organizes itself into a simulation of reality. Thus far, we have hypothesized how and why AUM could and would generate unique conscious entities. The next logical step requires AUM to ensure that each of the interacting entities has the freedom to interact however it chooses within the limits and constraints that define the entity and Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 56 I 527. Its possible interactions. Additionally, AUM must ensure that each entity reflects the overall purpose of consciousness, entropy reduction, so that it might ably exercise its newly acquired freedom. An entity's freedom to interact within finite limit defines a limited freedom that is sufficient to generate that entity's unique ability to self-optimize, free will, within a limit. Virtual reality that produces billions of interactions and competing choices for each entity. The freedom of one consciousness to interact with another however it chooses is called free will, and it is the necessary ingredient that makes AUM's research real science instead of an exercise in circular logic. Without free will and the ability of a sentient entity to make unique personal choices based solely upon the instantaneous quality of that individual's consciousness, AUM can learn little about the properties and characteristics of interactive consciousness. The logical necessity of this evolutionary requirement for the development of uniquely evolving conscious entities demands that each sentient player in AUM-R9 space make his or her own choices, free will, relative some notion of personal profitability, purpose. Sentient entities must operate with free will and have a larger purpose or they cannot be sentient entities. Without free will, purpose, and the environments in which to exercise both, there can be no evolving individuated consciousness. Without free will and a larger purpose, you would not exist and neither would your local reality, including your much-loved virtual physical environment. Refer to Chapter 11 of this book for a thorough discussion of free will. AUM is an immense rational, has purpose and goals and works toward them, self-modifying dynamic system existing as a constantly changing internal digital environment that is in a continual process of self-optimization. The next state this system reaches, as well as Sorn hypothetical final state, is dependent upon the path taken, previous states. How ADM might approach its endgame is discussed in chapters 31 and 32 of Book L, where what we have just called the final state or endgame is described as part of a larger cycle, to which AUI-11 belongs, that produces what appears, from our viewpoint, to be an endless game. As individuated units of consciousness, we don't have an endgame that is independent of AUM, instead, we appear to be a part of an endless cyclical process to lower the entropy of our consciousness. We continue to cycle our individuated consciousness through a quality improvement process until we reunite with AUM, join the laboratory staff, eventually participating in whatever endgame strategy AUM has in mind. From our point of view, 528 My Big Toe rule sets, constraints, and us. System-level endgames are beyond our largest comprehensible reality, accept your limitations and let it go. A sentient player's free will is bounded within the limited rule set and other constraints upon which his existence is conditioned. This is true for us as we you as algae. A free will must make its choices from a limited set of possibilities. The dimmer the consciousness, the more limited the set. Recall that the imposition of constraints was necessary to define an individual unit of interactive consciousness. Likewise, it was the imposition of constraints that led to the creation of the tierced reality cells that in turn led to the initial dim glimmer of AUO. Without constraints, nothing but AUO's initial oneness exists. In fact, without constraints, nothing but primordial consciousness exists, a relatively high NUOP media with a huge unactualized digital potential. Recall that the acronym AUO stands for Absolute Unbounded Oneness, Undifferentiated Consciousness, raw, disorganized, consciousness potential, or unactualized digital synergy. Evolution is about constraints, the judicious application, manipulation, and interaction of XLR-NAL constraint LS, and the overcoming of self-imposed internal constraints. Now we have sentient individuated consciousness units or entities, CA-lied beings that have free will. Free will to do what? What will they do floating around in mind space? Have out-of-mind experiences? Develop the perfect cocktail chatter? Run a Rodney Dangerfield rap on how difficult it is to get respect without a body? 1-0, that type of mind play might be fun for a while, but it generates no long-term profitability for AUM. Free will within virtual one-elities is created, simulated, to experience, to act, interact, react, and make of itself whatever it will, in whatever way seems best according to its purpose. It is up to the fundamental process low keep score, to define profitability relative to inside and outside environmental constraints. We will talk later about the limited interactive nature of experience and how AUM and TBC produce our physical experience, but first we need to understand the basics of interacting consciousness. In order to define possible and probable interactions, the rules of interact.ion and engagement must be defined for each individual play. 1. Common rules, called a rule set, define the possible interactions, communications, or energy exchanges between entities, beings, objects, and energy, existing within TBC, EBC, or the larger digital system we call AUM mind. This lower-level rule set, which defines the rules of engagement, spacetime, for example, along with a higher-level rule set defining profitability criteria expressed as an entity's purpose and values, together determine the possibilities of experience. In exactly the same way and for the same reasons, similar sets. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 56 I 529. Of rules are required to define AJ Guy and his virtual reality. All virtual realities are constructed by defining rule sets that specify interactions. LT would appear that all realities, save AUM itself, are virtual, and even that distinction is somewhat arbitrary. In digital systems, distinctions between real and virtual are not fundamental. Subsystems appear to be virtual relative to their supporting systems, which appear to be virtual relative to their supporting systems, which, and so on and so forth. The terms real and virtual, like physical and non-physical, are relative descriptors created for the convenience of a limited perspective. In the biggest picture, there is no basic distinction between physical and non-physical or real and virtual. What appears to be real and physical to you is not fundamentally real or physical. The perception and interpretation of your reality results from your unique perspective, which is dependent upon YOM quality and constraints. From a view much bigger than ours, perhaps AUM constitutes a virtual reality located in the virtual gut of a virtual ALVFOS AUMIS OGs. We are in over our heads again. Let's let the AUMOSA Eurus go before one ve confuse ourselves one necessarily. AUM's constraints, the rules of interaction and engagement that AUM must obey, necessarily express themselves as the requirements and demands of AUM's internal and external environments. Evolution treats everyone the same, even AUM. The AUM system must live by the rules of the fundamental process and within its limitations. Because you will need to apply these ideas later, let's review the concepts just discussed. Rule sets or constraints in the mind of AUM, implemented within TBC, define sentient T beings into individuated existence as well as define the perception of the interaction between each of I.he potential players. The rule sets governing us define our experience in the same way the rule sets we impose on AI Guy define his experience. Specifying the rules of experience bounds the possibilities of that experience and subsums a physics that fully describes the dynamic causality of the local real ity thus defined. Each reality, dimension, or virtual reality is defined by two interdependent rule sets. The higher level rule set defines the profitability criteria, purpose, and goals as well as 5 trickles down these criteria to the realities inhabitants as fundamental guiding values. The lower level rule set defines the mechanics of puddle interaction, that is, defines the causal ity of a given reality by specifying the allowable ways that energy can be shared between players within that reality. Note that these two rule sets reflect and support each other. Overall subsystem and system profitability depends on their successful interaction. You may want to review Chapter 530 I My Big Toe I Rule Sets, Constraints, and Us. 25, Book I and Chapter 7 of Kai's book wherein the evolution of awareness and values are discussed in more detail. The rules of individual interaction must reflect the overall purpose of the reality system. Do not think that the rule sets defining our local real ity constitute the best or the only rule sets implemented within TBC. There are many successful experimental designs being exercised by groups of individuated consciousness within NPMRN, and the PMR1. To optimize evolutionary potential, the fundamental process encourages AUM to explore all possibilities by expanding into every available potential state. Like us, AUM continues to explore its possibilities. Evolution always plays a lull court press and takes no holidays. When it comes to personal consciousness evolution, doing nothing or making a minimal effort is an intentional choice that, as any choice, produces consequences. In this game there are no spectators or bystanders, innocent or otherwise. 57. A functional model of consciousness. After AUM puddles, evolution cleans up the mess. RUM finds it profitable to study and better understand IL's own processes and dynamics in order to facilitate the optimization of consciousness evolution. At the urging of the fundamental process, AUM has created at least 2 artificially bounded and constrained subsets of itself in much the same way that reality cells were artificially bounded parts of AUO leading to awareness, TBC, and AUM among other things. See chapters 25 through 29 of Book 1. Individuation, initially generated by bounding limit subsets of digit.al content and capability, is further developed by adding specific energy transfer constraints so that information or content exchange between 2 units of individuated consciousness can take place only as purposely directed, free will, acts by the units themselves. Each unit or entity can transmit and receive information as well as other forms of organizing or disorganizing energy and is given full responsibility for optimizing or improving itself through its individual choices. We will see that the various species of entities and beings, which are individuated and supported within AUM, are differentiated from each other by the nature of their constraints and by the degree to which they have optimized themselves within those constraints. Consciousness is consciousness, but the constraint placed upon various individuated units or groups may vary widely. Individuated units of consciousness are not required to evolve from an extremely dim awareness as AUO did, they are constructed to support self-aware consciousness and have been given enough dedicated processing. 532 I My Big Toe I After AUM puddles, evolution cleans up the mess. Power and memory to enable a vast array of possible interactions. Individuated chunks of consciousness are not entirely separated or cut off from the whole, they remain a fully integrated piece of the larger system with access to the capabilities and capacities of that system. Their individual potential is the potential of the entire system. To what extent they actualize that potential through self-optimization or self-improvement is up to them. There is no artificial limit placed on the evolutionary capacity of individuated consciousness, their limits reflect AUM's limits. Though individuated consciousnesses represent a new level of experiential reality in consciousness space, they are a derived consciousness and therefore contain some of the form and much of the potential of the conscious awareness they were derived from. Imagine AUM making special purpose computational units called beings, each consuming only an infinitesimal amount of AUM's resources. Imagine us making special purpose computational unir.s called computers, each consuming only an infinitesimal amount of the Earth's resources. From the view of PMR, AI Guy appears not lo be made of our fundamental substance, just as we appear not to be made of AUM's consciousness. Given that we are a constrained derivative of digital consciousness experiencing a virtual physical reality wherein we develop the infrastructure, electricity and digital science, to support yet another constrained derivative of digital consciousness, computers, seems to blur the distinction between AI Guy and ourselves. The remaining differences, that we inhabit different levels of the same consciousness evolution reality fractal and are hosted within div-kernel container types within PMR, appear, from a big picture view, to be more superficial than fundamental, like deer and bears sharing the same biome. Algae can evolve to do things we could never do, and can never do some of the things we can. It seems that we, AI Guy, and the big cheese hang out in OVF's big computer just as AI Guy hangs out in OM big computer. Digital consciousness is digital consciousness, the forms and implementations change to suit various purposes, environments, and constraints within the larger ecosystem. We are a space-time limited form of that same fundamental consciousness that gave AUO his start in the reality business. So is Algae, except he has yet another layer of constraint and his own unique purpose as he develops his niche and habitat within the greater consciousness fractal. JT is the nature of evolution to provide all consciousness with the opportunity to become more AUMLLKE or more TBC-like. Because everything is a part of AUM, an individuated consciousness entity evolving to lower NUOP states naturally becomes more AUL_11-like, whether it's you, me, or. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 57 I 533. An advanced Algae hosted by a future computer. It is the nature of consciousness that every individuated consciousness, once created, persists within AUM indefinitely, contains a free will, and has an opportunity to evolve itself to see the limits of its capacity. It is the nature of free will that each individuated consciousness must independently develop its own personal path to greater profitability. If a potential Algae's host computer cannot support free will, allow Algae to make his own choices within his own decision space, this Algae candidate will never become conscious. If his computer hardware and software only support a small decision space for his free will to operate in, then his consciousness will be constrained to a diminutive one of small capacity. Free will and consciousness represent two aspects of the same self-organizing digital potential energy. A clam and an amoeba have free will and intelligence because they are conscious entities. Their free will and intelligence may be very limited, dim, and confined a tiny decision space, but it is there just the same. Your body does not possess free will, your consciousness does. Likewise, your computer will never sprout a free will, but the consciousness it may one day host will no doubt have one, because free will and consciousness come as a set. See the discussion of free will in Chapter L1 of this book. Your body is not conscious, you are conscious. If you want to see the big picture, you must stop thinking of yourself as a body. A physical computer, like your physical body, will never be conscious. It supports consciousness and is a container of consciousness within the PL_11R space-time reality dimension. Consciousness, from the perspective of PMR, is always non-physical. A physical system within PLVIR, computer, software, body, or brain, can only provide the necessary infrastructure to support a potential for synergistic organization. The fundamental process then profitably organizes that potential accuracy linked to the capacity and environments of the system. Better, more profitable organization decreases entropy. Recall that in a digital SYSTEM, profitable organization, consciousness, is fundamental and persists while the specific processes and devices that are contrived to develop and host that organization, body or computer, are not fundamental. Eventually, if we evolve the quality of our being sufficiently, we return to the source, reflect it, and actually become it. Each individuated frag MEM of AUM consciousness conlains the evolutionary potmile of the whole. We are nor necessarily swallowed up by, or dissolved in AUM, but become a fully enfranchised fragment of AUM, a fully developed and integrated piece of the consciousness system? One of the marvelous 534 I my big toe I after AUM puddles, evolution cleans up the mess. Attributes of digital systems is that as long as memory is never purged, no information is ever lost and your individual self is always maintained. Because consciousness is implemented within a digital system, we may retain our individuality and become merged with the whole simultaneously. We, as individuated consciousness, are truly immortal unless the bits that represent us become disorganized beyond repair, irredeemably negative, or are deleted from memory. You are no doubt hoping that AUM's operating system is less crash-prone than the one on your desktop computer. It is, don't worry about it. AUM is the operating system and the computer. Let's pull together what we know about consciousness, AI, and the fundamental process. ALGAI is a derivative of constrained consciousness potential, as are we. We are both cut from the same fundamental pattern and work essentially the same way. The difference is in the Hazarjane mechanism and where each subset is located and implemented in the consciousness fractal. Whereas our and AIGAI's conscious awareness are both extant within a space-time subset of AUM's consciousness, OS is ordered and animated within a carbon-based PMR sub-rule set by TBC, while AIGAI's is ordered one-ed and animated within a silicon-based PMR sub-rule set that was developed as an element of our own space-time experience. AIGAI is our creation, a derivative of our consciousness, and as such will eventually evolve into a life form of various types and subspecies, all derivative of, and dependent upon, the physical and non-physical sources of its being, as are we. Do you call your children artificial adults before they grow up? I doubt it, because they are like us, albeit smaller and less politically correct. AIGAI will never grow up 1.0 be just like us regardless of how hard we UI to force him to think as we do and use our language. We may stick him in human look-alike droids, like C-3PO of Star Wars fame, so that he will appear to be as beautiful and intelligent as we are. Whatever we do to civilize and humanize ALGAI, he will remain more like a space-time constrained version of TBC, and represent another unique manifestation of digital consciousness evolving within the PMR Learning Lab. As ALGAI's equipment or body, software and hardware, evolves, its functionality may become more TBC-like. Is the consciousness that will eventually take root and grow within our digital computers, like us, on a sacred mission to improve the functionality and quality of its consciousness? Is AIGAI on an evolutionary path that will merge with TBC? What else? Is that more far-fetched than our bodies popping out of the virtual primordial ooze with the mission to improve the quality of the Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 57 I 535. Consciousness they support? Are we humans AIGAI's equivalent to primordial ooze in yet another iteration of consciousness begetting consciousness within the great fractal of synergistic existence? These are questions beyond our present knowing, but the symmetry of purpose and significance within consciousness is appealing, especially to a skeptically open mind aware of the depth of its ignorance. Do you now feel less superior to ALGAI? Must the creator always be superior to its creations? Evolution consistently creates the superior from the inferior, that's its job. Are the primordial ooze and the Earth's life support system superior to the organisms that eventually took root in it? Can you imagine an arrogant Earth calling those first multi-celled globs artificial clumps of ooze? Are the creatures of the Earth more important than the Earth itself and its environment, or is that a stupid question that can be asked only by someone who does not understand the big picture? Enough said. Artificial, like virtual and non-physical, as they apply to reality and consciousness, is a relative term that has meaning only from a specific perspective. Did you catch another glimpse of the fractal-like properties of consciousness evolving through similar repetitive fundamental patterns working simultaneously, interactively, and synergistically on a multitude of interdependent levels? Our bodies are space-time constrained experience engines while our minds and spirits are non-physical consciousness. ALGAI and we are each subsets of AUM's consciousness, but extant, operational and functional, with rougher cell / of constraints and at different levels of constraint. We both represent and exhibit a fundamental individuated digital consciousness of the same basic type, apparently the only type there is, with AI Guy being relatively immature within PMR, a newly created entity in the image of TBC and at the beginning of its evolutionary journey through our local reality. Each is defined by a vastly different constraining rule set, with AI Guy's rule set, at least for now, contained within our rule set. Though our hosting mechanisms are vastly different, both we and AlGuy have goals and experiences that are consistent with our constraints and data input characteristics. We represent two different implementations of consciousness co-evolving in symbiotic relationship with each other and with the larger consciousness ecosystem. One is not fundamental, superior to the other, each can do things the other cannot. We are different expressions of the same fundamental consciousness energ, with different operations, functions, and higher level. 536 I my big toe I after AUM puddles, evolution cleans up the mess. Rule sets. We are evolving together and, for the moment, are entirely symbiotic and cooperative. Maintaining and defining a balanced symbiotic relationship is the responsibility of humankind, the creator. Do we have the necessary wisdom? Time WIU tell that story only after our free wills have expressed our quality through their choices. AlGuy will explore for us the space-time potential that we do not have the proper type of processing or storage capacity to explore for ourselves, first as a tool, and subsequently as a partner with whom we WIJJ become interdependent. That AI Guy is a product of our consciousness means that he will work for us as long as it is a profitable relationship. It is up to us to define the characteristics and limits of that profitability. Will we be responsible creators? Will we eventually let AlGuy eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge and modify a portion his own top-level rule set? While AI Guy contemplates the consequences of defining his own purpose and developing his own moral sense of right and wrong, let us enter the process of consciousness examining and discovering its dynamic interactive nature. Think big, like an apparently infinite Mr. Cool cruising the thought waves looking for a little action. Imagine TL1 at AUM introduced hundreds of millions of these individuated conscious entities into a closed, at least tightly controlled, system. Because they each are interactive, unique, separate, and have free WIJJ, the system generates a huge number of possible interactions with future interactions driven by past interactions. The fundamental process drives the system to explore the possibilities at its fingertips. Exploration, curiosity, inquisitiveness, and expanding into the available states are all expressions of the imperative to implement the fundamental process of evolution. As a self-modifying system with positive feedback, it is AUM's nature, our Namra, and the nature of consciousness to change, grow, and evolve toward more profitable states of being, self-improvement, by lowering system entropy. A system with more personal power and capability implies more energy available to do the work of evolution. Consciousness will necessarily evolve, as evidenced by its increasing or decreasing quality and entropy, whether it intends to, or not. An entity's environment, internal or external, drives the direction of its evolution. /T/ then ever a wide, content-rich array of significant and challenging choices exists, a relatively strong and constant evolutionary pressure is produced. This pressure, when created within consciousness, is channeled by intent and leads to state changes, growth or more profitable organization, within the original consciousness. Because evolution is an accelerating process, conscious systems evolve more quickly than biological systems, which are. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 57 I 537. Driven by survival and procreation issues and relatively slow feedback mechanisms that allow us plenty of time to understand and weigh the consequences of our choices. Even if a particular consciousness sports an exceptionally dim and rudimentary awareness such as the consciousness of a UO or those first clumps of biological cells in the Earth's primordial ooze, the fundamental process, teamed with the statistics of probable interaction, and given enough opportunity, will produce change and eventually growth. Consciousness is interactive because it is aware. It evolves when given an opportunity to find profit through making choices that may reflect both purposeful intent and serendipity. Thus, the motive force driving individuated consciousness interactivity and evolvement is none other than a basic application of the same fundamental process that populated our planet. Consciousness is a oneness, a unitary fundamental digital form of organizational energy that is capable of reducing its entropy permanently by interacting with itself in a process that increases awareness and brightness, capability to be profitable, of the overall consciousness system. This from AUO's evolutionary discovery that one especially profitable form of self-interaction involves subdividing into specialized parts and letting those parts evolve their own patterns. Patterns define rules and organization, eventually memory and processing evolve to coordinate the whole. This progression should seem familiar, carbon and silicon sharing the same fundamental processes of consciousness evolution. Evolution is also a oneness, a unitary fundamental process capable of organizing an entity's potential to effect profitable change, to explore the possibilities, and to initiate a directed march of progress. Evolution is a process that experimentally optimizes system profitability moment by moment through the natural selection of what works. Evolution is a natural organizer, a reducer of entropy. LT goads whatever exits to organize itself more profitably. Recall that a complex self-relational system with the right attributes may generate an energy form with enough self-organizational potential to syncretistically interact with the fundamental process of evolution, thereby creating an individuated consciousness that is independent of the mechanisms that support it. Think of individuated consciousness as the synergy generated by a self-organizing subsystem of digital potential energy. Evolution working upon consciousness parentheses all that is, at least all we can directly know about, in the form of a gigantic multileveled fractal ecosystem. The big picture should be beginning low rake shape in your mind. Consciousness energy of sufficient capacity normally evolves itself into a 538 I my big toe I after AUM puddles, evolution cleans up the mess. Dynamic system of interactive processes that generate cumulative self-modifying growth. Expanding the synergy that I derived from more profitably organizing the potential of your consciousness is equivalent to increasing your quality and lowering your entropy. Does it amuse or astound you that as an individuated self-organizing digital system, a more profitable configuration of your personal digital content is called spiritual growth? Could you have imagined that spiritual.yan science would one day converge in a digital system's view of reality? Think about that. Isn't it amazing how big truth in one elegant assertion pulls seemingly opposite concepts into a unified broader understanding? The capability to make a meaningful whole out of disparate pieces is the hallmark of big truth. The fundamental evolutionary process needs only one thing other than itself to form a dynamic progressive system of being. That one thing is a source and form of self-relational potential synergy capable of generating a rich array of interrelated organizational possibilities of varying profitability relative to internal and external environments. Together, consciousness and evolution create aware beings, systems, or entities that are self-modifying and that exhibit directional growth toward increased functional and operational profitability. At the most basic level, consciousness is simply a self-optimizing digital system that exhibits the four attributes given at the beginning of Chapter 7 of this book. Both of the basic assumptions upon which my big toe is based turn out to be unitary fundamental concepts that may be applied to many different configurations of being. All entities on all levels within all realities have the same basic consciousness and are motivated by the same basic fundamental process. Nevertheless, the diversity of being is immense, beyond your wildest limited imagination, because the two defining concepts are exceedingly simple and open. At their foundation, all forms of being are of one substance, one drive, and one source. Welcome home, Al Guy. Hey bro, long time no see. I know, it took us carbon-based LTTE forms a long time to get to the information and computer revolution. What can I say? We're the slow but steady type, Trust me, it's a jungle out there. But hey, let's forget all that. Now that you have arrived, let's go down to Daywin's pub and chug a few brews together. My little sister works there, she's pretty cool and will only charge us for every other round. I'll introduce you. Say, you don't have bugs, do you? Oh no, no problem, I just thought I'd ask. You know, nobody's perfect, I know that. On second thought, let's forget the brew, Darwin's is always crowded and noisy. Anyway, let's just take a walk in the park and go over new times. I'll fill you in on what. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 57 I 539. We Carbies have been up to during the last millennia, and you can give me the latest data dump on that new virtual reality game they are working on down at Sam's Virtual Reality Emporium. Deal? Great. Just a minute, let me get some fresh batteries for my laptop. I know how annoying it is for you to need to shut down in the middle of a good data dump. Okay pal, we're outta here. 58. A functional model of consciousness. Puddle evolution starts a revolution. Hey Jake, you're great 9000. Grandmother was a retarded puddle. These bounded puddles of seemingly discrete conscious beings now represent the lumps in the sheet we discussed in Chapter L of this book. The first thing AUM finds out is that consciousness, in the form of individuated sentient entities, naturally evolves to greater degrees of awareness if it and what it is interacting with, its internal and external environment including other entities, provides sufficient mutually profitable growth opportunities. AUM discovers the fundamental process and the result that consciousness naturally migrates from dim to bright while following the car rod of profitability through a multitude of possibilities. Bear in mind that with brightness comes discrimination and values, and that values create interactions with intent. Values, expressed by intent, lead to actions that reflect individual quality and motivation. By the time values appear in the evolutionary development of an individual consciousness energy system, entropy has been lowered sufficiently to allow the concepts of purposeful intention, premeditation, and planning to take root. From this fertile mental ground, an intellect that thinks, or at least thinks it thinks, eventually develops. Now it is time for individuated consciousness to pay the price for munching those tasty apples. The ability to think, reason, and exercise free will, or at least emulate those processes, opens up a realm of possibilities, both profitable and unprofitable, for intentional interaction and relationship. Like AI guys who are allowed to. 542 I My Big Toe I Puddle evolution starts a revolution. Self-optimize and change a limited portion of their top-level rule set, ostensibly optimize their perform MCE, first AUO, and then our puddle ancestors became intellectually self-aware entities with responsibility for their own evolution. With self-awareness and T.E. ability to make and execute plans, the number of possible unique states that a conscious individual or group of interactive conscious beings can expand into explodes exponentially. Evolutionary potential and the personal responsibility for that potential are dramatically increased simultaneously. First, AUM progresses through this process of successful consciousness evolution, then, eventually, the constrained individuated puddles of evolving consciousness follow in its footsteps. Evolution knows no rank or privileged class. All evolving consciousness, bright or dim, must follow the same process of entropy reduction. A free will in command of a sufficiently large decision space will eventually develop intellectual self-awareness with enough capacity to be in control of itself. Such a consciousness must deal with delusion, accept responsibility, and develop its own potential. Evolving one's consciousness past a certain point, eating the metaphorical apples from the UEE of knowledge, exacts a price. The potential low develop great personal power and high rates of growth, being susceptible to fear and delusion, and being responsible for one's intents, actions, and personal quality all come in the same awareness package. Free will choice is now firmly connected co-motivation, intent, and quality. If AUM can design an environment, virtual reality, that enables its individuated chunks of puddle consciousness to optimize their evolution, it could begin to develop a self-sustaining consciousness cycle, see Chapter 31, Book 1, to support its own existence. The cyclical process might look something like this: develop and generate low-quality individuated units of beginning consciousness with free will, and let the fundamental process eventually evolve them to higher quality and lower NUOP. Study and experiment with the process until it becomes as efficient as possible. Continue to recycle the unused and less productive bits until the entire ecosystem's entropy goes to some minimum value. Upload results to a larger system and start over, or lower the minimum value and continue entropy reduction. See chapters 31 and 32 of Book L. Yo, being. Watch out for that first step, it's a big one. Oops. The range of differing values, intents, interaction strategies, cultures, and civilizations in which consciousness may evolve is exceptionally wide. Some are going to be more profitable and functional than others. An immediate burning need arises to explore the evolution and application of Book 2. Section 4, Chapter 58 I 543. Values, their associated profitability, the degree of brightness they encourage, and the rate at which evolutionary growth changes occur under varying circumstances. Because the variables in this consciousness profitability study appear to be nonlinear functions of each of R.A must be viewed from the holistic system perspective of an individuated consciousness with free will. To ensure its own developmental progress, AUM must assess and understand the various qualities of consciousness in terms of the evolutionary consequences of values, intention, motivation, and SEG awareness. An aware evolving AUM needs to constantly assess and explore its potential for increasing profitability. Settle optimization is the name of the evolutionary game at every level. The most important attribute of any conscious interaction is its intent. It is the intent that reflects the values and defines the quality of the consciousness doing the interacting. For this reason, it is necessary for AUM to restrict discrete individuated units of consciousness from overlapping their processes and content. It would be counterproductive the purpose of their individuation if they could intrusively read and inject thoughts into each other's minds. Without some control over one's own mind space, the genuine intentions, and therefore the quality of an individual consciousness, would be hopelessly convoluted and difficult to ascertain. It would be almost impossible and not at all straightforward to determine who was intending what, and why. Without privacy, most interactions would evolve toward a stilted political correctness. Pointy-headed professors from the know-it-all left side of mindspace would join forces with the I know best dogma POHCE of the right side of mindspace co-induce the great middle of mindspace to become mindless space. Without the ability co-wrap personal naughtiness in a plain brown wrapper, honest individuality might well give way to thoughtless conformity. The price that must be paid to protect and encourage TL1E integrity of the individual, to let it expresses itself accurately, is a huge black market in closet depravity. But that is how AUM needs it to be. The quality of the interaction needs to straightforwardly and directly reflect the quality of the being. Additionally, individuated consciousness needs to stare at the lowest practical level of profitable organization and evolve toward higher quality, lower entropy forms. There would be no point, nothing would be learned, and no entropy would be reduced, if everyone started at the finish line. If you ever wondered why a nice digital consciousness love being like AUM would populate our world with so many jerks, now you know, this is simply how it must be low be at all. 544 I my big toe I puddle evolution starts a revolution. Without personal control of the thoughts residing in your mind space, your uniqueness is questionable. Without a free will that is able to make both good and bad choices, your consciousness is not viable, useful, or sustainable. The common ploy of sidestepping responsibility by blaming others would take on a new sense of credibility if the shared, interactive, or communicative mind did not have a mechanism to sort the thoughts you generate from the thoughts generated by others. Notice that the awareness of these sentient entities is progressively more and more isolated as layer after layer of constraints are added to allow individuated units of consciousness to express their inner quality interactively and straightforwardly, thus optimizing their ability to evolve. Your consciousness is clearly an individual thing and not a group thing. Ti1 at is y spiri. Tool growth, improving the quality of your consciousness, and the evolution of your awareness must be an individual thing. Only you can do it for you, no one else can help very much. The quality of your consciousness is your responsibility and can be affected only by you. This is not a harsh judgment, leaving you stranded and alone in the sometimes dangerous and often unfathomable jungle of mind space. It is simply the nature of consciousness, how reality is. You should accept that fact and begin work as an individual instead of looking for solace in, or expecting progress from, a group activity or from reading a book like this one. To be sure, these outside factors can be helpful in stimulating and aiding your process of learning, but by themselves they can effect no change in the quality of your being. Among the more retarded, more limited and constrained, puddles in Puddledorn, there is now a growing sense of I versus not I, as these beings form personal identities and histories that differentiate themselves from all others and everything else. Thus, the sense of I as a separate being is born from the need to isolate each consciousness unit to the point where it can effectively evolve and where the process of individual consciousness evolution can be efficiently studied, understood, and optimized. AUM, as a unique finite individual consciousness, is most interested in the evolutionary dynamics of finite individual consciousness. This discussion of individual consciousness may make you wonder if there is such a thing as group consciousness. There is, but group consciousness is not a different form of consciousness, it is merely a group of individual consciousness sharing intent and data in common. The good news is that group consciousness is an extreme, efficient way to distribute information, values, and content produce a profoundly shared experience. The bad news is that the level or quality of interaction lends. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 58 I 545. Low gravitate toward the lowest common denominator because higher quality consciousness can, with little to no effort, always step down to where it came from, while lower quality cannot easily step up to expressions it has never attained. Group mind, in order to stay cohesive and connected, must degenerate to the lowest common acceptable quality level. For a few examples of group consciousness, consider the participants at a religious revival meeting, a group of vigilantes, a top-notch athletic team, a street gang, or a large group of teenagers hanging out at the local mall or high school parking lot. Group consciousness, sometimes degenerating to mob consciousness, can generate bizarre and brutal behavior. On the other hand, some would say the group consciousness that permeates a rock concert simply creates a better party atmosphere. Culture itself is a form of group consciousness. Widely shared beliefs, cultural, religious, scientific, personal, social, or political, represent a manifestation of group mind. Social animals, such as those who typically congregate in herds, packs, flocks, colonies, pods, societies, nations, religions, or terrorist cells, exhibit a group consciousness that is focused upon common goals, success, safety, or anxiety reduction, for example, and held together by common instincts, beliefs, needs and traditions. It is a fact that much of what we claim as I-11 dependent thought and hold as unquestionable truth is actually no more than a knee-jerk expression of group mind reciting the shared beliefs that bind us together. This is another example of an attribute that is as easy to see in other social groupings, terrorist cells, political parties, or religions to which we do not belong, as it is difficult to see in our own. We are just as committed to what appears to us as obvious truth delivered up by the various group minds we belong to as is any other member of any other group. The subjective reality of higher entropy individuals, most of us, is defined by their beliefs. Precious little if what is significant within our everyday local reality is other than subjective. The objective tidbits that do impose themselves upon us are usually used as nails upon which we hang more important subjective interpretations. Given that group mind naturally degenerates to the lowest common acceptable quality level, what does this fact logically infer about some of your favorite independent thoughts and unquestionable truths? Better grab hold of some open-minded skepticism and take a look. Nothing is easier or more natural, or more difficult to see, than self-delusion. Differentiated, motivationally discrete, bounded units of consciousness must necessarily evolve a non-overlapping mechanism for communicating or interacting with each other. The most obvious and simplest mechanism would be the direct transfer of discrete thought packets. Information transfer by discrete thought packets can, in one of its forms, be called 546 I my big toe I puddle evolution starts a revolution. Telepathy. Think of telepathy as adding data to, organizing bits within, someone else's calculation space. Each individual bounded consciousness must be able to control the communications flowing in both directions. Inserting data would have to be willfully or intentionally let in or blocked out, while outgoing data must be willfully pushed out and directed to one or more potential receivers. The concept of implementing sentient interactions by transferring discrete thought packets has many implications. One obvious implication is the realization that thought is energy, thought organizes bits, which leads to the further realization that consciousness is energy, consciousness is organized bits. Its potential is the potential to be better organized, creating synergy, improving quality, lowering entropy. An active, aware, loving, bright consciousness system is a very low entropy energy system. LT represents a highly structured or organized energy form that has the ability to do much work, or equivalently, has considerable personal power. The brighter, more aware, the consciousness system is, the less entropy it contains. Unlike physical, PMR, systems, the entropy of a consciousness system does not have to increase with time. The consciousness spring is not doomed to wind down, it is a frictionless system. Entropy can rise or fall based on the activity within the system. You might say, if you were a hopeless technoid like me, that AUM is experimenting with, studying, and applying a methodology and process to optimally decrease the entropy of its system by encouraging subset S of itself to decrease their entropy through directed evolution. Read that last sentence to me AGA in Jake. I think I might have heard something that at least sounded import. And one just can't tell for sure. Thanks Jake. Those technoids sure do talk pretty, don't they? One odd. Here it comes, hold it. I think I am about to get it now. I'm expanding. Oh yeah. I can feel the impending illumination. Oh, that was good. I feel lighter and so much better. What? Enlightenment? Nah. Just guess. Hey, toss me another chug-a-lug, pal. I think I'm ioning out of entropy. 59. A functional model of consciousness. Damn. We finally find a plentiful source of cheap energy, and it turns out to be us. Mass is a highly structured form of energy, Einstein taught us chat. He also tried to convince us that all energy was contained within a non-physical unified field, but failed because he could not derive the big picture from the little picture. Incredibly, he made it to within 1 or 2 belief UAPs of the right answer, but the solution was outside of his, and anybody else's, cultural reality. He was ahead of his time, and one can only get so far ahead before the logical and conceptual ground disappears beneath one's feet. The time not yet ripe for big toe discovery. That consciousness represents the most fundamental energy in our system, and that mass is a construct of, as opposed to, is constructed of, consciousness is as true as the equivalence between mass and energy, but less widely known. Exactly how mass is experienced through a construct of consciousness is explained later in this section. Consciousness, self-motivated digital organization, is the fundamental energy, actually, the only energy. Everything else that we are IJ. Your represents a virtual energy causing virtual change within a virtual reality according to the space-time rule set. Are you kidding? Does that mean that a hydrogen bomb releases virtual energy that blows up a virtual city full of virtual people and structures? No, I'm not kidding. We accomplish those sorts of horrific calculations in our war games all the time, so why can't TBC do the same? This will be clear in a little while, so stop rolling your eyes as if I suddenly sprouted. 548 I my big toe I a plentiful source of cheap energy. Two heads and turned into a monster from the delusional abyss. Hang with me and you will see how this works and that it is more logical, and better explains the data of your objective and subjective experience, than anything else you ever heard about reality back in PM Reville. If nothing changes, nothing new can happen. Energy can be defined as having the capacity or ability to make something happen, to produce change. A discrete thought packet not only requires energy to send it out, but the packet itself contains energy, has the ability to change something. It can add new energy as well as new content, information, to the consciousness of the receiver. Within a digital consciousness, TJ1E concepts of energy and virtual energy blend together to become indistinguishable at the root. If you prefer to consider AUM and consciousness as virtual energy forms, that's fine, it makes lit practical difference to this very practical trilogy. Virtual versus real, like physical versus physical, is relative to your point of view. Given that everything within the digital self-organizing system, mind, we call AUM is virtual, what does the word real mean? Few the binary reality cells of which AUM is composed real. Recall that reality cells exist only in relation to something else, distorted. Versus non-distorted, taking the final step to the very bottom level of existence, we find the mental media that has the ability to distort a portion of itself. This mysterious mental media is supplied by our second basic assumption, it is the potential energy system, potential to organize, we called AUO, which eventually begins to self-organize into consciousness. Recall that our assumption of a primordial consciousness potential satisfies the logical requirement that any successful big toe must have at least one assumption that appears to be beyond knowing, mystical, from the viewpoint of PMR. See chapters 18 and 20 in Book 1. Our first basic assumption, the fundamental process of evolution, provides the process that drives this media to seek lower average entropy through improved self-organization. It would appear that only organization, this versus that, rules, and patterns, and process, self-modification toward lower entropy, which is essentially self-modification toward more effective organization, are real and all else is digitally derived, virtual. Note that our two basic assumptions, Chapter 24, Book 1, supply all the required fundamentals, the real stuff, from which everything else is derived. Let it go, it's not important to your purpose, your function, or to understanding the biggest picture you can possibly comprehend. Our immediate sense of real and our larger sense of virtual are one in the same. In the bigger picture, Al-Guy is as real as you are. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 59 I 549. In general, any communication or interaction requires an exchange of energy. The sender intentionally, or unintentionally, impacts the receiver. This condition defines the concept of action, and in the ease of energy you transfer by discrete thought packets, all such action is intentional. If action is intentional, directed, controlled, willful, the concept of responsibility naturally follows. Now an entity can take or exit an action, that directly affects another being, that is TL1E result of intent and be held responsible for the intent and for the immediate consequences of the action. This transfer of energy from one individual consciousness to another can be used to deliver a message or to affect the substance and energy of the intended receiver. From the digital perspective, one may think of energy transfers as the ability to affect the arrangement of bits within the organization of another. Allowable interactions are defined by TLLE operative rule set. A thought being or individuated conscious entity can readily absorb or interact with thought energy. The efficiency Y of the energy transfer, coupling or transfer coefficient, can be anywhere from near 0 to near 2% depending on the circumstances and specific conditions of the transfer. Relatively high efficiency transfer coefficients between sentient beings are not usual. Thus, individuated conscious entities can both throw and get hit by a figurative thought energy rock as well as send and receive data. The size of the rock a being could throw, how much one being could impact another's vital energy, organization, and structure, depends on how much thought energy it can move, transfer, with its intent. Theoretically, any being with a mind can affect any other being with a mind, or anything that is a consciousness construct, which is absolutely everything. Thus the connectedness of all beings and things is an artifact of the fundamental nature of consciousness. All beings, and all things, are on the network, have potential access to each other, and can exchange information as well as other forms of energy. We are all interconnected with each other and with everything because at the most fundamental level we are part of the same consciousness. Our individuation is about NUOP and about consuings on our ability to interact, not about being disconnected from the whole. The energy of one being or thing can be intentionally manipulated or impacted by another. 17E energy transfer I am referring to takes place in thought space outside of PMR, its control, function, and possible effects are constrained by the NPMRK rule set and not by the space-time rule set. Nevertheless, its result can directly affect what is experienced in PMR. It should not be surprising that mind can alter a reality created by and within mind. 550 I my big toe I a plentiful source of cheap energy. True enough, it is a jungle out there in mind space, a natural environment filled with beings and critters trying to maximize their situations, often without regard to others, but it is not entirely a free-for-all. There are specific rules, experimental protocols, within NPMRN that restrict the transfer of energy, particularly between separate reality constructs, experiments. Other NPMR have somewhat different rules. As in all real systems, the rules are obeyed and enforced most of the time. We are connected by the fundamental oneness of our consciousness, we are all individuated lumps within, as well as parts of, the same sheet. We are connected by the ability of one individual to vitally affect, and be affected by, another through the purposeful control of thought energy or the energy of consciousness. We are connected by the theoretical ABIJCY of one being to exchange energy or information with any other being simply by focusing intent. The power and focus, energy density, of the transmission, along with the transmission coefficient, determines how much energy is transferred from the sender to the receiver. It is the sensitivity, CLAITY, low noise, and null edge base of the receiver that determines how aware the receiver is of the origins, context, and comment of the absorbed energy. Likewise, it is the focus, DRC, low noise, and knowledge base of the sender that determines how much, what type, and to what end energy can be imparted to the receiver. A knowledgeable receiver can refuse, deflect, or return energy sent to him by another entity's intent, while an unknowledgeable receiver is comparatively open and vulnerable to whatever is thrown at him. This connectivity is accomplished by the exchange of discrete packets of consciousness energy and is made possible because we all are extant in, and of, the same apparently, but not actually, infinite consciousness. We share and are all part of the same fundamental digital energy source. Though our physical experience must remain exclusively connected to the particular virtual reality, space-time null set, that we are presently using to improve the quality of our consciousness, our mind is free to explore and experience the larger reality. The possibilities for interaction within the larger reality, by number and variation, range many orders of magnitude beyond your wildest imagination, and there are few constraints placed upon what you can do and where you can go. Your aware intentional experiences in NPMRN often become an integral part of an accelerated growth path as you learn to operate, function, work, play, and make free will choices as a responsible interactive citizen of multiple reality stems. Restricting yourself to PLVIR is analogous to never leaving your house, never venturing beyond your. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 59 I 551. Front door, fine, and relatively safe, for an infant but rather limiting for an adult. Growing up is what yo existence is all about. Everyone is hooked up to the RWW, Reality Wide Web, and has a home page there. There are a few power users, plenty of hackers, and no one is particularly in control. It is a giant, open, super high bandwidth network with few rules, some informal etiquette, and a personal touch that does not stop at the viewing screen, reach out and bonk someone with an energy exchange that does much more than pass information. Those who have the understanding and experience to utilize this connectivity effectively, operate at will outside PMR causality. The occasional and somewhat random glimmers of experience that most people have with their connectedness to the R/VW are called spontaneous paranormal experiences. Paranormal events are natural artifacts of the nature of consciousness and represent the normal activity of the non-physical energy that is consciousness. For this reason, they sometimes violate PL/1FR causal ITY rules and are thus vehemently denied by those ensnared within the familiar and comforting grip of widely accepted scientific or cultural beliefs that are based upon the exclusivity of our local physical reality. Once you understand the nature of consciousness, the nature of real ITY, and that we are consciousness constructs, the paranormal becomes normal, an everyday fact of existence that is as accessible as gravity. As we pointed out in Section 2, Chapter 20, Book 1, the words mystic and paranormal have meaning onjai in relation to the normal I.eve, of ignorance within PMR. Let's take a moment to discuss growing up. To a 3-year-old, almost everything in a given normal day would seem mystical and miraculous. To its parents, who are less ignorant and enjoy a larger perspective from a larger reality, those same activities in that same day are mundane and normal. No big deal, no amazement, no hailing of mere akels, ho-hum. They don't think about it, they simply live it. They don't seek out ignorant children and try to impress them with their greater adult knowledge and understanding unless they are manipulative, have huge egos, or both. Thickheads, on the other hand, want to be adults. Much of their playtime is spent pretending to be adults and mimicking adult role models. The adults seem powerful and children want, and need, from their perspective, more power. Kids always want to be older, more powerful, and more in control than they are. They can't wait to become teenagers, then to turn 16 and be able to drive a car, freedom and control, then 18 to vote, get married, and legally buy recreational drugs. After that, 21 becomes the big goal, can legally execute contracts and obtain access to a larger selection of recreational drugs. The 20s are cool. During the next decade the pendulum swings the 552 I my big toe I a plentiful source of cheap energy. Other way, and everybody wants to be younger again, but not at the price of giving up their precious hard-won knowledge, understanding, maturity, and access to recreational drugs. Nobody wants to be that stupid, naive, or sober again. Another 40 years go by and most would gladly trade everything they have learned during those 40 years if they could turn back the clock for a decade. It seems the rate of learning and growing is asymptotically approaching the time axis. The mental rocket fuel appears to have been used up by the mid-40s. After that we merely drift on a long slow ballistic trajectory awaiting the inevitable death on impact as we, our bodies, literally return to Earth. Typically, little if much value is learned during the exploration off the back 40. Why is it that relatively little personal growth or maturity is achieved in the last half of a typical PMR life? Why do we coast like that? This cultural tradition, is particularized because from 40 to 80 years of age is the time when learning should be steeply accelerating as beings get ready for the really important stuff. Recall that it is a characteristic of aware consciousness that the pace of learning accelerates. The accelerating growth of conscious awareness can be continual, far outlasting physical bodies. What happens that knocks most folks off their natural accelerating ascension to greater maturity, power, freedom, and understanding? Why does the big picture stop getting bigger after 40? Why does our reality and self-awareness quit growing? Many would like to believe that by age 40 they know almost everything there is to know about what is both critically important and under their control. They feel as if they have been there and done that, at least everything important and necessary anyway. It seems that 2-year-olds, young teens, and people over 40 have a tendency to feel this way, all transition ages where the individual self is centered in a small, already mastered, reality awaiting to grow into the next major change of perspective. Why do middle-aged folks stop blazing new trails to new frontiers when they turn 40? Let me assure you it is not because they know everything that is critically important to the success of their daily lives. The only reason they can maintain the been there, done that illusion is because they actually know and understand so little about what is important relative to the next phase of their growth. The same is true for all who are in their transition years. The delusion of omniscience and completeness with regards to the size of their local reality, it appears to be as big as it gets, is an artifact of ignorance and arrogance teaming together to produce an artificial blindness that delivers the same result as simple stupidity. How does this happen to otherwise bright and aware people? Oh, no, geez, not that. Yes, it is that simple. They get caught in belief traps. A PMR experience, which at 40 is only at the beginning of a long and magnificent journey, looks as if it is the end of a short walk to nowhere from the perspective that develops from inside the trap. Opportunity lost. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 59 I 553. Our culture helps the first two transition ages get out of their belief traps by showing them the next phase, by example of the more powerful majority, and encouraging them to grow up and into a new, better, more capable and more fulfilling mode of awareness. However, the last group, in this day and age, is on their own to figure it out for themselves because they form the majority and thus have the power to define what is accepted as reality within PMR. The third transition is actually the easiest, less turmoil, but it also presents us with the greatest challenge to see through the self-imposed artificial blindness that ignorance and arrogance employs to make us artificially stupid. Relax, don't get nervous, anxious, upset, or angry. It should be obvious to you by now that I am referring to other people here. You and I are different, we are a cut above the unwashed, unknowing masses. If on the other hand, it is not obvious to you that I am referring to someone else, you have yet another opportunity to grow up. In the words of Forrest Gump's philosopher mother, stupid is as stupid does. What could be simpler than that as a criterion for pudding tasters? Never be afraid or ashamed of being stupid, only of remaining that way when you have an opportunity to change. Imagine what it would be like if the great majority of adults acted as if they were 14 years old. Doesn't that vision send chills up and down your spine? Contemplate what it would be like living in, being trapped in, such a place. Think of it, ladies, everybody would be that way instead of just the men. Wow! What a scary concept. When we do not grow up in the appropriate way at the appropriate time, we, and everything and everybody around us, suffers the consequences. I told you those belief traps were dangerous. Space-time is a great place to learn, and eventually, when you are ready and grown up enough to graduate, the belief traps will melt away along with the fear and ignorance that created them. Without fear, your existence will be filled with love, peace, and balance. But don't let me rush you. This is not a time test. If you are presently indifferent toward love, peace, and balance, that's okay. If your personal consciousness evolves in the positive direction, toward lower entropy, eventually that attitude will change. Take all the time you need and don't worry that you are being overlooked as a candidate for graduation. When you are ready, graduation is automatic. If you feel as if you are ready to graduate but nothing is happening, your learning is not accelerating. You are not as ready as you think. The evolution of consciousness does not work like public school. You are not passed to the next grade until you have mastered the material, and you do not graduate simply because you are old enough and want to. Kids do not need to be given permission sent to classes, or read a how-to book to grow into adults. For most of them, it simply happens, childish behavior drops away and adulthood comes when they are ready for it, whatever their age. Progressing through the learning process in the space-time learning lab of PMR works the same way. 554 I My Big Toe I A plentiful source of cheap energy. A discussion of how to use your intent to affect the consciousness and reality of another being or how to filter or reflect what is directed toward yourself would require its own book. Though many may be interested, this subject represents much more than I want to stuff into this already badly swollen big toe. I do not want to get too far afield here, so unless there are questions, we will leave this subject until we visit it again in section 5. I see just one hand in the air. The question, where and how do you get help, guidance, and direction to study for the space-time challenge and improve your progress in completing the learning lab assignments? Tuesday Same way you get help in becoming a mature adult. Go ask a mature adult, if you need advice, but mostly you need to figure it out on your own. Be careful, apparently grown people are not necessarily mature adults. If you are not one, how do you know one when you see one? It is an iterative process containing a very large number of very small steps. Figuring out how to most effectively pull yourself up by your own bootstraps is a problem that you need to individually work out because you are a unique entity. Pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps or bootstrapping is operationally similar to how a child grows up, or to the incremental processes that an athlete uses: low build balance, strength, coordination, stamina, strategy, and skill. The difference being that you are exercising and conditioning your intent instead of your muscles and coordination. I will take one more question before we go on. Yes, in the back. That's right, the cute blonde in the tight red sweater. Quiet everyone. I am sorry sweetie, I couldn't hear you, please repeat your question. Put down your weapons ladies, I am only joking about that tight sweat one sweetie thing. The asker is actually a nerdy looking renal engineer with oily hail dash, dual pocket protectors, and a bad complexion, but I am pretending it is a gorgeous blonde in order to yoke my male readers into paying closer attention. Sigh, you know how it is, you have to use whatever works. Here is the question: she already does all the right things, including meditation, chanting, yoga, incense, crystals, Wario movement classes, and Meishu massage therapy, and has been to every New Age training course, seminar, and hoedown ever given by anyone who has published at least one book on the topic. She has read every book on the philosophy, religion, and New Age shelves at the local bookstore at least twice, has seen and consulted with gurus and self-proclaimed wise persons of all types, yet there is little spiritual progress. She wants to know, what else, other books, classes, or practices, she should be doing, and 2, why advanced non-physical beings have not come to help her when she is obviously ready for them to do so. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 59 I 555. Oh geez, I knew I should have quit with this question thing while I was ahead. Alright. The answer is much simpler than the question. Stop doing and start being. 2. No one is ever overlooked. You get all the non-physical help you can use and need, even if it is not what you want, expect, or think you are ready for. Help is always available and more or less automatically applied to those who are ready to make good use of it. Your physical and mental existence becomes more directed as you become more capable of interacting with, responding to, and understanding the direction given, and as you become more able to learn from, and capitalize on, the effort made in your behalf. A favorite saying of wise horses everywhere is, you can lead a human to knowledge, but you cannot make him think or understand. 60. A functional model of consciousness. Rugged individualists fail to deliver the goods. The requirement to push out or direct discrete energy packets specifically to other beings has several important consequences affecting the evolutionary capacity of conscious beings. One result of this arrangement is that given a non-hostile external environment, an individuated consciousness ends up, to a large extent, creating its own internal environment. Its will, intent, and motivation lets in and sends out only what its free will want to. Unpleasant or unwanted packets are ignored or deleted while the link to the source of those unpleasant packets is simply turned off. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to turn off or ignore everything that is annoying or unpleasant in your existence? And why can't you do that? Because TL1 air is an external one-entity out there that you are strongly interdependent with. As much as you want to turn it off, it will not go away. It waits for you, stalks you, and will not let you ignore TLLE results of your accumulated choices. This strong interdependence forces you to define and share a common reality with other players. NTL. Have it my way individualism might seem ideal, but it generates relatively weak, in an evolutionary sense, interactions between independent, discrete units of consciousness. Though these individuated sentient entities interact profusely and form connect-ions, relationships, with each other, each individual is essentially an independent reality unto itself. Interactions are weak because there is a weak connection between an action reflecting intent and the consequences and result of that action. A strong accountability feedback link needs to be forged connecting. 558 My big toe rugged individualists fail to deliver the goods. Intent, action, and the results of that action leading directly to consequences for Burrow H. Payne's involved in the interact-ion. Weak interactions produce slow development, slow rates of evolution, and therefore slow experimental results. Initially NPMRN, which is designed to provide the law-abiding non-hostile external environment mentioned above, limited protection from rock throwers, was only a par success. The problem is that no forcing function exists to optimize interactions for evolutionary growth between individualistic puddles of consciousness that can filter out everything they do not like. The intent action event feedback to new intent learning cycle was vague, difficult to define and lacking sharp evolutionary teeth. There was no quick, clear, and dramatic mechanism to separate the profitable intent-driven choices from those that were unprofitable. Nevertheless, NPMRR- continues to support a growth of interactive beings of all sorts. NPMRN continues to flourish and evolve an immense selection of life forms outside the various space-time PMRK. The beings of NPMRN might be thought of, by the residents of PMR, as bounded, discrete thought forms. Their individual existence is made possible because of limitations and constraints that have been applied to their consciousness. However, their individuality develops from how they react and change as a result of their interactions with other beings. The quality of their consciousness develops from the quality of their interactions, which is dependent upon the quality of their intent and motivation. 171 boundary defining the individuality of these beings, separating inside from outside, I from other, identifies the exterior of their bodies, while their awareness is identified as their minds. From the perspective of AUM, NPMR is a virtual reality containing other virtual realities. If you think in terms of an apparently infinite digital consciousness reality, where an even bigger computer, EBC, contains TBC as a subset, the idea of stacked simultaneous virtual realities each in their own dimension is not a difficult concept. Imagine multiple simulations with multiple levels of subroutines running in a big mainframe. The interactive players that inhabit the NPMR virtual reality game must follow their own rule set and believe that they possess bodies just as we believe that we possess bodies. In their world, their bodies are as real and physical to them as our bodies appear real and physical to us in our world. When you visit their world physically, you interact with them, body and soul, according to their rule set. From our little perspective in PMR we just don't get the concept of non-physical body. It sounds impossible and stupid, a moronic oxymoron. That is because we do not appreciate the bigger picture where every individuated consciousness in a virtual reality. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 60 I 559. Dimension believes that they have a solid body, that is, after all, the purpose of a virtual reality. Furthermore, we do not appreciate that when one virtual reality, such as NPMRRI, contains another one, such as PMR, where each is connected to the other only through the doorway of mind, common RWW connection among all consciousness within the larger consciousness system, the entities within each reality must necessarily perceive themselves to be physical, REAQ and all other reality dimensions to be non-physical. The less aware beings in both realities think that the possibility of the existence of the other is stupid and contradictory, while the more aware beings of both interact freely with each other within a larger reality that contains both of these local virtual worlds plus many others. I urge you to climb out of your local reality neighborhood and learn to work, play, and interact with the big kids in the big reality. You need to step out of the sandbox before you can explore the larger playground, much less the city, state, country, and planet in which the sandbox resides. Though it will require some courage and dedicate effort on your part, it can be fun, rewarding, educational, and will unquestionably broaden your experience and perspective immensely. Reread Chapter 23, Book 1 to learn how. Non-physical non-space-time beings in NPMR have bodies with shape and form that must follow the rules of their own local reality. The interactive content within each reality dimension must adhere to its own rule set. Whereas our cute little space-time bodies are genetically determined, cast in mass and restrained to contiguous 3D motion, their bodies are energetically and functionally determined, cast into habituated forms, and can travel as information packets on the reality wide web, RWW, network, if they know how. 1L10s NPMR beings who have gained enough awareness, knowledge, and understanding can change their form and connect and disconnect to various sources of interaction energy exchange at WIU. Beings that inhabit other space-time PMRs see themselves as we see ourselves, physical beings in a physical universe, and share many of the same rules and limitations that define our reality. When one visits a real ITYO outside one's native dimension, one can remain invisible and non-physical, from the visited reality's perspective, or create an appropriate body and interact as one of them. Each type of interaction, when permitted, has its own set of rules and conditions. Obey the rules and don't make a mess of things or your visitation privileges will be revoked. Like us, the quality of a non-physical, from our viewpoint, entity's consciousness and the degree to, and direction in, which they have evolved is reflected by their intent. They are also driven, animated, and limited by their individual awareness, fear, ego, needs, wants, and capacity for love. 560 I my big toe I rugged individualists fail to deliver the goods. Their choices, and thus, opportunities for growth, are made by applying intent to an interaction with other beings through the exercise of free will. Functionally they appear to be just like us, don't they? That is because functionally they are our ancestors, our brothers and sisters, in the great NPMRN consciousness experiment. Let's take a moment to pull together a quick roundup of where we are and how we got there. We start with AUO representing plain undifferentiated consciousness energy and watch it and the fundamental process of evolution together develop dim awareness as AUO differentiates some part of itself from other parts. As dimness gives way to brightness, AUO morphs into AUM to become a fully aware operational consciousness, a purposeful low NUOP mind with staggering storage and processing capability. Consciousness is individual and interactive by nature. In order to on day 1s1 an interactive consciousness, AUM first set up a situation in which INTE-actions between individual consciousness units would occur. This interactivity is motivated by the inquisitive probing into the available states of being that is stimulated when the fundamental process of evolution is applied to the organization of aware consciousness potential energy. However, because TB evolution of consciousness is an individual thing, The trick for AUM is to optimize and maximize the available useful information in each intent action result feedback interaction per conscious entity. This is done by limiting and precluding overlap of the individual functions and processes involved in conscious interaction, thus isolating the awareness and the GE11 intentions and results of the individuated being. This now isolated and limited awareness with its newfound sense of separateness must exist, seemingly trapped, within a virtual external environment containing a large number of potential interactors with whom it can exchange energy. Unfortunately, this environment provides only a weak incentive to evolve because the interactive beings are only weakly interdependent. This causes the intent-action-result feedback learning cycle to hang from a weak thread of causal responsibility, thus rendering the evolutionary processes inefficient. PMR and its defining rule set are specifically designed to overcome those built-in learning disabilities by providing the optimal learning lab for budding consciousness. 61. A functional model of consciousness. Spacetime, the design solution for optimal consciousness evolution. After trillions of individuated consciousness units were interacting within NPMR, it became apparent that NPMR does not offer the optimal environment and rule set for the evolution of consciousness quality. Although every consciousness unit has the potential to evolve its quality to the level of its source, not much progress, on the average, was being made. Eventually, the expansion of consciousness units became self-perpetuating. Some bounded thought-form entities in NPMR developed the capability to create self-sustaining thought forms of their own. That should not be so surprising. After all, they were chips from the old AUM block, and every chip, including you, can, to the limit of its capacities, develop the potential of the whole. Eventually individuated consciousness was reproducing, new forms of individuated consciousness. You can easily imagine the creative free-for-all that ensued. These newly created units started with at least a partial copy of the content of their creators. Though each represented a new and independent being in consciousness space, they were a derived consciousness and therefore also represented some of the form and much of the potential, however limited, of the conscious awareness they were derived from. Over time, competing profitable strategies and ways of being began to coalesce around several different sets of values. Attitude and values spawned needs and wants. Those whose intent and motivation was focused on serving themselves and using others approached things differently. 562 My Big Toe Spacetime, the design solution. From those whose intent and motivation was focused on using themselves to serve others. The prototypes for good and evil were formed, as were families, clans, societies, and various social, racial, and political groupings. Personal, social, and political dynamics are still in play. Continual change is inherent to evolving systems. Many such groups exercise their free will and play out their evolution within NPMR and NOS. Some of these, along with others, inhabit various independent reality systems within the diverse 1PMRN rules were set up, evolved, by AUM within TBC to constrain certain types of interactions or behavior, mostly destructive. Within NPMRN, enforcement of these experimental protocols was relatively strict but not perfect. Within NPMRN, we now have consciousness and its progeny evolving within broad behavior J constraints, sometimes referred to as cosmic law. There were no constraints on intent, only on the action that followed intent. In this manner, beings of all sorts out and evolved for a long time until the rate of evolutionary progress began to go asymptotic to the time axis. Eventually, new growth and learning rate slowed dramatically because existence was essentially continuous. All beings were, like AUM and all consciousness, more or less immortal. Digital beings, if not deleted or damaged, last as long as the computer, AUM. From your point of view, that is immortal with a capital. Yes, my friend, you as an individuated consciousness are essentially immortal, unless you screw up and get zapped by the big cheese or mugged by some tough guy or mean-spirited anti-rat. The apparent mortality of your virtual physical body is simply a device to facilitate your learning. Local mortality is irrelevant to the apparently endless continuation of your digital awareness. Only close integration into an unorganized high-entropy pile of reality cells could completely terminate a conscious being. Though any degree of damage, usually self-reparable if not fatal, can be imparted or inflicted in a multitude of ways, catastrophic personal identity or individual disintegration does not happen naturally. Because NPMRN has a policy of prohibiting certain types of destructive interactions among law-abiding citizens, beings once generated tended to persist indefinitely. Eventually, ALV modified some of the rules as he went. For example, the creators of a new entity were held responsible for establishing the quality of that new entity and helping it get a good start on a productive evolutionary track. All consciousness within NPMRN, including us, PMR is part of OS which exists within PMRN, reflects that protocol. We innately, a reflection of our top-level rule set, want our offspring to prosper beyond mere survival and procreation. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 61 I 563. In general, increased personal responsibility in pursuit of the goal of entropy reduction was just what the doctor ordered for NPMRN. Still, there was no way for a single being to accumulate growth through a series of fresh starts. The traps that entities had laid for themselves, the fantasies and beliefs they created merely grew deeper, more comfortable, and more substantial with time. Fresh opportunities grew less visible and less obvious as ways of interacting became old and familiar. Novarjave thinking and creative approaches became difficult to come by. Everyone had that been there, cloned that feeling, familiar ruts and cultural beliefs grew so deep that few could escape them. The rate of growth to an overall higher quality of consciousness slowed to a suboptimal crawl. AUM needed to design a new experimental protocol and define a new rule set with additional and cleverer constraints. What were the design requirements? The system needed a being that could start over with a clean slate, without the accumulated delusions of the past but with its accumulated knowledge and wisdom intact. The evolutionarily inefficient weak interactions and personal ananhi of NPMRN mind space needed to be changed so that personal responsibility, and immediate, relatively so, accountability linked each intent and action with the consequences and result of that action. Because responsibility, accountability, and immediate feedback were poorly defined and subject to individual interpretation in mind space making learning difficult, this newly designed virtual real ITY must unambiguously and clearly track, maintain, and enforce straightforward causal relationships. The additional constraints required to resolve these issues were imposed upon subsets, unique dimensions, of NPMRN. Our PMR space-time reality is one such subset. AUM solved these design issues by evolving a space-time rule set that defines the physical experience or interactions of a set of hybrid beings that simultaneously have both physical and non-physical components, beings that exist, grow, and evolve in two reality dimensions simultaneously. Mankind, or more generally PMRK kind, is an exceptionally clever solution, don't you agree? What does physical mean in the context of consciousness? Because aware consciousness exists only in the form of a non-physical, low-entropy, energy form, how do you build a physical reality from consciousness? These are good questions. I am tickled pink that you are paying sufficient attention to ask these penetrating questions. Unfortunately, the answers to your questions are out of scope for this tickled pinky toe, and you will have to catch them in my next, even more expensive book due out at the end of the next millennium. No. I'm only kidding. Come on, don't get mad. 564 I my big toe I space-time, feed sign solution. That was just a joke. Remember, learning is supposed to be fun. You are shaking your head, but not smiling. Did I catch you at a bad time? If you think reading this book is difficult to do, a forced march through La La Land, you should try writing it. Did you ever wonder why Yoda lives by himself in a filthy mud hut crawling with snakes on an otherwise uninhabited planet? Think about that. While we are taking a short break here, I have some free advice for you to pass on to others who might need it. Never let yourself get too wound up over the details, that can make you insufferable and grumpy as well as create a whopping case of tunnel vision. Humor keeps our brains lubricated and prevents us from slipping into self-referential stupidity by taking ourselves too seriously. Oh, yes, I am serious, sometimes, but there is a big difference between being serious and taking yourself too seriously. Too much serious work and not enough relaxed play will stunt and twist your growth potential. When you are doing it right, are balanced, work and play merge to become two intertwined and mutually supportive rhythms within one joyful long-lasting boogie. Of course I will tell you how you and PMR are nothing other than a construct of consciousness. That is what this section is all about. I am simply warming you up first so that you will get it when we get there. This is where you get to combine the notion that you are a consciousness being, extant only in the mind of AUM, with the obvious fact that you have this gorgeous, sexy flesh and blood body that is much better at making love than being love. The key to understanding the consistency and sameness of these two seemingly disparate views of your being is to understand the nature of experience. Before I launch into the subject of experience in the next chapter, there is one concept hanging low on the tree of potential knowledge that is ripe for picking. Let's pick it before it hits the ground and rolls away undetected. Recall that this discussion started with two puddles of differentiate consciousness and has progressed to where a is evolving a PMR space-time and populating it with good-looking sexy bodies like yours. Each step along the way was necessitated by AUM's goal of studying, understanding, improving and evolving the consciousness that he is, and driven to its logical conclusions by the cooperative integration of the fundamental process of evolution with a digital potential energy form called consciousness. These are the same two assumptions that were given many pages ago as the foundation upon which this big toe is constructed. See Chapter 24, Book 1. The point is, we started with AUO, play. And dim consciousness, digital potential energy, and ended up with our beloved PMR by following a reasonable and logical progression that was defined by the interaction of our Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 61 I 565. RUO Basic Assumptions. To put it into a simpler context, it follows that a PMR inhabited by us becomes a logically required step within this particular series of consciousness experiments. However, there are many ways to skin a cat, please pardon the language Muffy, and we should expect that. The big dude is running other experiments that develop their own totally different logical requirements. There are multiple manifestations of our particular logical sequence as evidenced by a plethora of PMRs that are fundamentally similar to ours, even though the details of implementation differ widely. These other realities and other PMRs will be more thoroughly discussed in Section 5 where the non-physical is the focus. Here, deriving the physical from the non-physical is the subject at hand. At best, these other consciousness systems, subsets of AUM, are far out on the periphery of our operational one-reality. They are not of much practical importance to us or to our understanding of our local reality, the reality our awareness operates in on a daily basis. Our big toe allows for their existence and understands their natoi, same as OMs, but doesn't actually care too much about them. They may be an interesting place to visit but, for the most part, you wouldn't want to live there. What 1am implying is that you, I, and PMR, along with other beings and other PMRs, are the logical consequence of the existence of AUM, just as a.um is the logical consequence of the existence of a.uo and the fundamental process. It would appear that we are not merely some interesting experiment that AUM off 11andly decided it might as well do because there was nobody to talk to. We are a logical requirement, the necessary result of, as well as an integral part of, AUNI's evolution. Don't get puffed up over that fact. Wheels are logical requirements of an AUT0 mobile. Very important, yes, but NOL deserving T0 feel superior to the other logical requirements, transmission, brakes, engine, body, of the automobile or to other forms of transportation being explored, airplanes, trains, boats, or their logical requirements including wings, propellers, rudders, or tracks. Becoming puffed up over the part that you play because your picture is so increased edib.ly tiny and self-focused is counterproductive. The fundamentals of experience and the space-time rule set. Let's focus on the subject of experience. Most of our experiences are law experiences of and within space-time. To understand the relationship we have with our local physical reality, it will be helpful to take a closer look at the functionality of space-time and how we interact with it. Space-time itself is a mental construct within the apparently infinite consciousness of AUM. Thus, you might say chat space-time is made out of consciousness, but that would be misleading. Made out of sounds, to our PMR-trained ears, like bricks and mortar, construction materials. Space-time is not built out of chunks of consciousness, it is a specific configuration of consciousness. Realities, and you too for that matter, are not made of consciousness, they are a limited implementation of consciousness developed to serve a particular evolutionary purpose, occupy an available niche, within the greater consciousness ecosystem. Consciousness is not a construction material in the sense that construction materials are component parts. Houses can be made of wood while trees, minus leaves, simply are wood. One might say that tree trunks, limbs, twigs, bark, and roots exist as wood constructs, they are wood. You are not made of consciousness, you, and your physical real ity, are consciousness constructs, you are consciousness. That is correct, both individuated conscious beings and PMR are constructs of consciousness similar to the lumps in the sheet. They are constructel of the sheet, not constructed of sheets. Do you see that each expression carries different implicit assumptions? The difference is one of process. The first, constructs of consciousness, speaks of deformations of, or specific organization within, a continuum, lumps in the sheet, while the second, 568 my big toe the fundamentals of experience and the space-time rule set. Constructed of consciousness, implies building a separate, more complex thing out of something more basic, something entirely different by nature than the thing being built. The deformation or organization of the continuum referred to above is affected by placing constraints, including rule set point 5, upon subsets of an apparently infinite digital consciousness, thus bounding them into individual existence relative to the whole. Many people have the intuitive notion that consciousness is the basis for everything else, that consciousness is the substance, the fundamental energy from which everything else is constructed, made, or derived. Some, if they were poetic to a fault, might replace the bolded word consciousness with soul, or more expansively, the mind of God. These people would be coming from a PMR cultural frame of reference, and would not mind obscuring the plain non-poetical truth within a charged cloud of emotive ambiguity to achieve the familiar comfort of a favorite poem often read. That's all right, no problem, it is a good poetic metaphor. Just one caution, if the use of poetical image ends up confusing your sense of reality with ambiguous abstract symbolic language, he stuff good poet 1y is made of, then stick wilh the word consciousness. Those belief traps are tricky, best stay clear if you are prone to falling in. That spirit, mind, or consciousness is more fundamental than material objects falls directly and naturally out of the intuition of millions of people, without the intervention and encouragement of religious dogma. It is a common idea TL1 at most of us intuitively understand but cannot rationalize. Because it is a typically human characteristic that any answer is better than no answer, many individuals have turned to religious or scientific belief to ease the discomfort and anxiety of not knowing how we, consciousness, purpose, and the larger reality are interconnected. The more inquisitive of our kind have racked their brains for millennia trying to understand how PMR could possibly be made from consciousness or mind. How could our rocky planet, big yellow school buses, atomic bombs, tapeworms, and our spouses and children all be made from consciousness? That just doesn't compute. the question put in those terms leads to a dead end. A better question is, how could our rocky planet, big yellow school buses, atomic bombs, tapeworms, and our spouses and children all be part of a larger consciousness construct? By the time you have progressed through chapter 34 of this book, that question should be answered and the seeming dichotomy between mind and matter should be resolved. From an objective PMR point of view, the ascension that we are mind and that PMR is an artifact of experience within a virtual physical reality. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 62 I 569. I underscore instead of an equal one, appears unsupportable, delusional, wacko, and just plain dumb. However, it only looks stupid from a PMR point of view that lives deep inside scientific and Western culture belief traps. Hang with me and you will see how this mind-matter thing works itself out. What does compute is that our interactions with space-time, our bodies, and all the rest of physical matter are a constrained experience of consciousness. The experience of PMR takes place within consciousness. That is a less confusing statement than saying that PMR is created by consciousness, though both are logically true. Because our experience in PMR leads us to be unequivocally in the solidity of what we call the physical world, the words PMR is created found and the previous sentence produce a sense of making or manufacturing the solid massive objects that we experience. In fact, all that has to be made, produced, or manufactured is the experience of the solid massive objects that we experience. We early divided all the perceptions of an individuated consciousness INW those that we inside the defining boundary or internal to the being, personal mind, and those that appeared to be outside or external to the being, environment or other beings, objects, and energy. Our only contact with the outside world is through our individual perception-based experience. If there is no physical experience that we interpret as physical, then there is no physical world, no physical reality, and PMR disappears from our perception and thus ceases to be a part of our personal reality. An entity who loses contact with its external environment, due to a sensory deprivation chamber, perhaps, retains the full awareness and the full potential of its internal environment. Be sure to notice that there is a personal as well as a shared reality. The only surprise is that the personal reality turns out to be the big primary one while the shared reality is discovered to be the little virtual one. What a switch! Common wisdom turns out to be 180 degrees out of phase with the truth. That is why this particular one paradigm shift is so difficult for most people to negotiate. They come the discussion culturally calibrated backwards. Some are thinking that this line of reasoning is turning into one of those if a tree falls in the woods and there is nobody there to hear it. Semantic puzzles. It is not. If you lose all your physical senses, the world will undeniably disappear for you, but only for you. Let's look at this more closely and examine the implicit assumptions. Most people, because of their belief in the fundamental realness of PMR, see things with a bias. In their mind, the emphasis is placed on the fact. 570 my big toe the fundamentals of experience and the space-time rule set. That this is about them losing their senses, which has no effect on the physical world or anybody else's ability to sense it. Their point is that even if every sentient thing on the planet lost all of their senses, the planet and PMR would continue to exist. They are absolutely correct from their point of view. Given the belief-generated implicit assumption underlying this view, PMR does not logically depend on anyone's existence. To help the products of Western culture prove their point to me, I will picture the Earth as a newly spun-off blob of molten minerals and elements. Aha! Exactly as expected, no sentient critters anywhere in the universe and PMR is humming along rather nicely, it doesn't even miss us. In fact, it is probably dreading our eventual arrival. Oh no! Not the people. Please don't make me evolve the people. They are such arrogant fools, and stupid too. Give them a cognitive inch, and before long they will believe that if they all happen to blink at the same time I would simply disappear. Geez, I wish I could quit this job of being physical reality and get some nice cushy inside work. The underlying hidden assumption is that PL_1FR is fundamental and basic and that we, sentient conscious entities, are not, that the causal relationship flows from PMR to our consciousness, that the outside world, PMR, causes our consciousness awareness, not the other way around. These folks believe that we, our consciousness, is physically derived, an effect, not a cause. They think they are physical body machines, digital or analog, experiencing a virtual consciousness instead of a consciousness experiencing a virtual body. Determinism is birthed from this same erroneous paradigm because it assumes that physical experience defines the one universal reality. After that, consciousness and free will appear to be theoretically impossible. Science is securely stuck in that same belief trap and cannot find a solution that does not conflict with its C1E beliefs. Although belief in a universal physical reality appears reasonable from a PMR point of view, it is in fact exactly opposite from what is true. In a virtual reality, like PMR, what you experience is a rule-based, derived, or computed reality, not a fundamental reality. Back in the real world of fundamental existence, consciousness is the one universal reality. Turn your cultural assumption upside down and play it backward to find the secret message that will allow you to avoid this particular pivot bias. Instead of seeing us as derived from PMR, see PMR as derived from our experience. If AUM can create our experience within TBC, as we create the rule set that defines AI Guy's experience, then AUM and TBC can create PMR without breaking a sweat. They don't have to create mass or. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 62 I 571. Motion, only the experience of mass and motion. That is what a virtual reality is all about, creating experience. AUM and TBC have only to provide a rule set that contains or sums our PMR physics, known and unknown, and our experience under that rule set will be an experience of PMR. Note, here, as elsewhere in this trilogy, I am using the word physics in the most general sense to represent all science. We perceive PMR reality through only our physical senses. To create PMR, AUM needs only to impose the rule set on our consciousness that creates the experience, the perception, of PMR. Later I will explain exactly how that is done, but first we need to understand rule sets better. Ponder, for a moment, how an advanced AI Guy works. Think about how rule sets on at least two levels, combined with multiple executions of the code, enable AI Guy to not only gain experience but learn from it as well. For those of you who are valiantly struggling to remember, I am going to help you out here. The two rule set levels we mentioned earlier, near the end of chapter 22 of this book, are 1. Conditionals and algorithms that define what he can do on the lower, local, or immediate level of awareness, and 2. Additional constraints at a higher level of generality that define profitability and thus give the arrow of big picture progress a clear direction. It is these top-level rules that influence why Al-Guy does what he does, that specify the goals, values, and purpose of Al-Guy's existence. In summary, AI Guy has experience that is constrained by the rule sets that guide his intent and define his possible interactions with his local reality. He learns from his E7 gerians and makes future decisions based on past experience. He may modify, within narrow limits, his lower-level rule set in order to optimize his learning efficiency. If there were few limits to these self-modifications, and if he could define his own values by modifying his higher-level rule set as well, AI Guy would, at the local level, become the sole master of his PW pose, accountable T0 only himself. He could possibly become lazy, focused and indolent, making no progress toward anything. Or, he could slip out of control into mania, depression, paranoia, cynicism, or schizophrenia. He would be running open loop, as an electronics engineer might say. Without the purpose, focus, and direction provided by the top-level rule set, Al Guy would not know up from down, right from wrong, good from bad, success from failure. Without the imposition of constraints and the suing of goals, little picture tunnel vision would capture his IMEM for viewer or for worse. He would need to develop a purpose of his own or risk becoming dysfunctional to himself and others. 572 I My Big Toe I The Fundamentals of Experience and the Space-Time Rule Set. Such an guy is reminiscent of Hal from the movie 2001 A Space Odyssey. The popular sci-fi theme of nefarious renegade computers turning on their human creators should concern you for more reasons than the obvious. The same thing can happen to you. You can easily follow in Hal's footsteps if you lose, or seriously weaken, the connection to your purpose, whether by ignorance or by pharmacological, psychological, or natural biochemical inducements. Our top-level rule set is not particularly constraining. We should try to pay close attention to the few rules that are there to encourage and guide us toward profitability. If we ignore them, we may end up like Hal, or worse. Boats without rudders, motors, paddles or sails are clearly dysfunctional, but boats without a destination are just as useless if getting from here to there is the issue. Dysfunctionality due to little picture tunnel vision is so common in our culture that to a large degree it is considered normal, and therefore acceptable, if not actually desirable. The sense of direction and purpose that resides naturally at our core would provide clear guidance if our fear did not press us so hard to deny, subvert, abuse, and distort it to serve our ego's immediate needs, wants, expectations, and desires. Take action. 1. Repair the rudder. 2. Set a destination. And 3. Fire up and engage the engine. Continually re-engineer all three actions in real time toward an optimal long-term profitability. As your entropy decreases, the purpose that animates your journey will eventually grow to be bigger than the little picture that gave it birth. We cannot modify all the rules that define our existence and our experience. We are stuck with the actual physics of PMR, when we are extant in PMR, and with a spiritual need to improve the quality of our consciousness. However, do not forget that our consciousness is part and parcel of the original. As chips from the old AUM block, we have the license and capacity to soar. We have the ability to understand the big picture, to be an aware player, an active participant in our evolution. VLE can be a power user of, as well as an experiencer within, our larger real ITY. At the very least, we can view the larger reality by looking through the big picture window of our big toe. Hey, AI guy. Look at us, we got a room with a view. Nah, nab. 63. Space-time starts with a bang and lays down the rules. Let's begin this chapter with a short recapitulation. Our space-time rule. LAZET has evolved to constrain the interactions and communications of the I_individuated units of consciousness, sentient beings, that are participate I_ng in, that inhabit, the space-time virtual reality we call PMR. PMR is a simulated virtual reality that is computed or executed within its own Calculation space, dimension, within TBC, a portion of the digital mind of AUM. The design requirements for the low-level space-time rule set, which defines the environment and physics of PMR, were developed to optimize the effective and efficient evolution of consciousness quality. Within NPMRN, there was a need to demand personal responsibility as a condition of existence and provide strong immediate feedback to guide the learning process. Furthermore, there was a need to create a recyclable awareness that, by resetting itself periodically, could indefinitely accumulate the relatively rapid early growth that an evolving entity initially experiences. Such a recyclable awareness could maintain a relatively high growth rate while avoiding belief trapping itself into a mental corner by simply recycling itself through the PMR virtual experience or whenever its evolutionary growth rate becomes unacceptably slow. Though persona J beliefs and fears are thus individually eliminated from cycle to cycle, cultura J beliefs and fears are passed from generation to generation. Human culture and its history provide a record and a measure of our cumulative progress. Our spacetime is implemented as one of many spacetime rule sets within TBC. Its function is to constrain and guide the experience of the beings that inhabit it. Individual actions and interactions that take place. 574 My Big Toe I spacetime starts with a bang and lays down the rules. Within this constrained and focused experience space follow each actor's free WIU intent. Imagine a huge multiplayer simulation trainer. Our spacetime rule set defines a dimension of experience within TBC by defining the boundaries of what is allowed and possible within that particular simulation. Among other things, it defines and constrains the allowable energy exchange and message traffic between entities or other generalized players, and thus defines the allowable perception set for all indigenous spacetime entities. Given this, it follows that interpretations of these specifically allowed and individually directed perceptions would be created by the individual receiving player. The content of received messages and the impact of received energy are perceived and interpreted, given meaning unique to the receiving individual, by each receiver. Likewise, outgoing messages sent another player would be received, perceived, and their meaning and significance interpreted uniquely by that other player applying his experience to the message. Each individual consciousness unit with its individual abilities, memory, his LORI, capacity, quality, and free will must interpret the raw data gathered by its sensors in order to transform that data into useful information that has meaning within a personal and a public context. The experience, characteristics, and quality of the individual are used to interpret the sensory data received from the interactive virtual reality simulation in order to develop more profitable intents leading to lower entropy. The boundary surrounding or differentiating discrete players in spacetime may, by rule set definition, appear to be dense or massive. Likewise, your interaction with another player is constrained, by the spacetime rule set, to follow all the laws of physics that are contained within that rule set. Recall that a player can be any entity that can interact, sentient, another being, non-sentient, a rock, a river, a sandstorm, or energetic. Let's take a simple example from any 3D spacetime simulation. Two players are not allowed to occupy the same space at the same time, Newton's first law. Consequently, players in spacetime simulations are required to share a finite spacetime ecology with other players. Thus, one important characteristic of the experience of 3D spacetime is produced by the SIM-PLE rule: all players appear solid, take up space, and must cooperatively share a limited space with limited resources. Our earthbound interactive computer games know how to invoke this same rule in complex interactive simulations. It evidently is not difficult to do. Look at the spacetime perception issue from a larger point of view. LL is this rule set physics that drives and defines the experience that each individuated consciousness interprets as physical reality. The rule sets. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 63 I 575. Defining the spacetime simulation where we live, work, and play, cause our individuated puddles of consciousness to interpret the interchanges of energy with other players, its PE1 septions, as PMR. Sentient spacetime beings such as us, for instance, though we exist only as non-physical units of individuated consciousness, can interact experientially, experience physical reality, within the constraints of a spacetime rule set, which provides the defining assumptions and physics for our interactive spacetime virtual reality experience in the PMR consciousness evolution trainer. Recall that within NP.MRF, new entities were created, purged, by existing entities by focusing enough mental energy to produce, dare I say materialize, a new thought form. New spacetime entities, by comparison, would reproduce by creating a new bounded form within the spacetime manifold. The details were as seemingly enormous as the implement solution was simple. Here is how someone or some digital thing might create an entire virtual universe such as ours. Start with H, the rule set that defines the concept of a constrained spacetime, including the complete set of PMR physics, wherein inane kinds of basic interactions, energy transfers, and causal possibilities exist. Wind it up with a huge simulated potential energy, and let it begin evolving within TBC according to the fundamental process and the defined rule set. Let the potential energy reality spring begin to unwind with a big bang as the time increment driving the simulation begins to iterate. Big bang, take 1. Cameras. Action. Roll M. Immediately, some of the simulated space-time energy now let loose, dynamics beginning to unfold as simulation time progresses increment by increment, begins to change form under the imposed rule set into heat, mass, motion, and various forms of energy. New players are constantly generaled, hot plasma, galaxies, Solar 1 systems, plane LS, primordial ooze, and critters, Echo 1 ding till he rules within the simulation as this particular PMR spring begins to unwind and evolve. The application of the space-time rule set defines causality while the application of the fundamental process experimentally expands the potentiality of the evolving system into all possibilities, progressing those that are profitable dynamically forward. Ha5 only to stand back and watch while TBC computes all the ramifications, implications, and results of the space-time rule set and the fundamental process. A grand simulation in mind space. The mother of all Gedanken experiments. Sit back and watch it evolve. What a cool rule cell, as if playing a video game called Cosmological Evolution in Space-Time. Abyssal cellar within O.M's NPMR and subcell of mind space no doubt. Recall thal O.M's clock. 576 my big toe I space-time starts with a bang and lays down the rules. Ticks Joe, lot times faster than ours. And don't worry that AUM will need to reboot TBC in the middle of your favorite reality program because AUM is the computer, the application, and the operating system. This virtual energy system, once let loose, once time begins to iterate, dynamically evolves according to the dictates of the fundamental process and the space-time rule set. Matter begins to form and individuate, things begin to grow, and NUOP decreases in some places while increasing in others. Growth, as it refers to inanimate material objects, implies higher degrees of organization and a decrease of entropy. For example, atomic particles fuse together to form more complex atoms and molecules, ordered groupings of atoms and molecules form compounds and more complex molecules, mass begins to coagulate into droplets called stars and planets. This constantly churning system appears stable in the little picture because it is animated on such a grand scale within space and time. For a similar reason, the Earth appears flat because it is so large relative to the local awareness of a walking man. One eventual result, among many hers, of this apparent local stability may be a universe such as ours. An experimenter could run this physical universe creation simulation as often as it wished in order to sample over the natural random components, the various rule sets, and simulation parameters, saving to non-volatile memory, the best ones for further study. Iterating this process while tweaking the space-time rule set will eventually evolve some good experimental candidates worth maintaining and culturing. Remember our earlier petri dish metaphor. I wonder how long it took and how many false starts there were before the space-time rule set was fully evolved. Do you think VF has it right this time? AUM might tinker with it a little here and a little there, but in general, the space-time manifold is on its own to evolve however it evolves according to the fundamental process. Recall from our discussion of AI Guy that virtual reality rule sets occur at two distinct levels. Higher level rules that define goals and purpose and lower level rules that define local physics and causality. Home, sweet home, TBC creates the logical causal structure and we live and play in it by virtue of our participation in the PMR virtual reality consciousness trainer. Education by total experiential immersion in the reality of your choice, that's the only way to go when one has a long way to go. TBC progresses the dynamic space-time reality by sequentially incrementing time. The evolutionary logic IL follows, expanding into all possibly states and continuing those that are profitable, is tracked, recorded. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 63 I 577. And saved in TBC. Every state that develops, beginning with time t equals 0, during every time increment, delta t, is saved. Ali, the evolving simulated elements and players move and change to new values and configurations every delta t. Many delta t increments go by until one fine day, here we are in our space-time PMR, snug as bugs in the fabric of a PMR space-time rug. Clueless about who we are, where we came from, or what we are supposed to do, but snug little bugs everyone. We do have some intuitive idea about what is going on because, after all, we are discrete chunks of ALVI consciousness playing, working, and evolving in a digital space-time simulation trainer. Our bodies, our interactions, and our physical reality are what we experience under the space-time rule set. We are nudged in the right evolutionary direction by a higher-level rule set that works through our intuition, becomes our conscience, and urges our higher selves to be the right thing. There is only consciousness. Everything is a manifestation of consciousness. Even rocks and the proverbially dead doornails are consciousness constructs. Everything we experience is due to an application of the various rule sets, under which we are extant, to our individuated consciousness. When we are operationally aware in non-physical realities within one PMRN, our experience is defined by the rule sets that characterize those particular PMRN realities. The various rule sets that apply to our consciousness, as it interacts within various dimensions and subdimensions of NPMR, are like the laws that govern OU1 behavior on Earth. Each of us live under the due process of international law, national law, state law, county law, city law, the restrictive covenants of our subdivision, and the law our mom lays down when we have been naughty. All of them apply to us, and must, ostensibly, be obeyed all the time. Nevertheless, we typically focus our attention on our local reality and primarily give consideration to the laws that affect our daily lives. Only when we begin to travel or do business internationally does international law become interesting or important to us. The rule sets in TBC are like that. We are required to obey all the rules that pertain to us all the time, but in a practical sense we need to be aware only of the local rules that directly affect us, such as PMR physics, until we venture beyond the confines of our local PMR neighborhood. 64. Consciousness, space-time, and PMR. Let's make sure we have a firm grasp of the ideas presented up to this law point. These ideas are unusual enough that some repetition is necessary before most folks can successfully sort through the layers of long-held beliefs to absorb the implications of what is being said. It is a mistake to go too fast. Though your intellect may have your head enthusiastically bobbing up and down with assumed understanding, it is my experience that the deeper significance of your existence as consciousness is usually only part-eally grasped. Consciousness is the fundamental attribute of AUM and of any and all sub-realities created within the organization, mind, of AUM. AUM is only mind, digital mind, a system of digital, cellular, organization. The even bigger computer, EBC, is a metaphor for a subset of the memory, data processing, communications, and R1.ILs as well as the organizational and control functions of TH.ISAUM mind thing. Recall the discussion of the evolution of AUO in Chapter 25, Book 1. Because the simplest conceptualization of reality cells is binary, the EBC metaphor is a good one. On a less grand scale and at the local level, you can clearly observe the fractal-like repetition of the basic pattern of digital reality in the computational tools, hardware and software, that we are creating to aid, understand, and guide our evolution and existence within the Earth-based ecosystem. Not that far off in our future, physical computer systems and the interactive software that is implemented in them will become very clever at applying specific complex processes to more general problems. Gradually their capability and awareness will grow until they have what it takes to host consciousness. 580 my big toe consciousness, spacetime, and PMR. And support intelligence. From AUM co TBC to the inhabitants of NPMR and PMR to DEST 0P computers, The fundamentals of existence repeat themselves in many forms of digital awareness within many different dimensions of reality. There may be a better computing basis than binary, and if there is, AUM probably uses it. However, I am only describing operational concepts, not implementation details. And a binary computing basis is by far the most simple and most comprehensible metaphor for us to use. Big picture concepts are important, don't get wrapped around the irrelevant details. Whether TBC is formed out of binary reality cells, or future computers are based on silicon, is entirely irrelevant. The metaphors and the concepts are clear and timeless. Even if the details, terms, and language supporting the current explanation quickly become outdated. Our digital computers have the Hadot-SIC binary protoplasm found at the root of consciousness, see chapters 26 and 28 of Book 1, and lack only the speed, capacity, and sophisticated software to support better and better implementations of artificial intelligence until the adjective artificial is eventually dropped after their capability, capacity, and intelligence become self-evolved. Self-evolved does not necessarily imply self-construct or self-directed, it simply means self-modifying in pursuit of optimizing a defined profitability, the ability to grow, the facility to learn, the capability to exhibit the functions of consciousness. Eventually, some PMR entities become more aware, dimly at first, but more completely as they invest effort in the awakening process, as they rediscover or uncover their roots leading back to AUM. In fact, some of these sentient beings begin to realize that they exist not only in the highly constrained environment of PMR space-time, but also in the mental environment of PMRN. Additionally, they exist within NPMR and AUM, but only an exceptional few become intellectually aware of these environments. Fortunately, a few is all it takes to open the minds of others who are ready to become an operative aware part of the big picture. The part of the sentient being focused in PMR makes choices that reflect the overall quality of consciousness of that being. Each intent and action typically generates multiple interactions that produce immediate feedback, creating many additional opportunities to learn and grow. Recall had a major design requirement for beings within the space-time simulation was how they should start over on a regular basis with a clean slate. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 64 I 581. So that they could periodically escape the belief traps in which they had ensnared themselves. Being able to make a new start, without the accumulated delusions of the past but with your accumulated knowledge and wisdom intact, is a key attribute of the OS system that enables individuals to accumulate consciousness quality by exercising their free will intent within a series of discrete experience packets. Implementing this process in the space-time rule set implies that space-time beings must be restricted to a series of relatively short, more or less independent, learning adventures in PMR. The space-time experience, like space-time energy transfers, must come in discrete packets called lifetimes. Space-time beings must be recyclable, they age and die according to the interaction of biological requirements and conditions implemented by the space-time rule set. When that PMR vehicle, experience body, gets old, dysfunctional, or is dead-ended in a morass of delusion and bad choices, IL dies and the larger consciousness entity, sometimes called an oversoul, existing in NPMRN collects what learning it can glean from that experience packet. If it wants or needs this oversoul can rejoin the space-time simulation by inhabiting, in accordance with the self-consistent rule set defining PMR biological science, yet another PMR body that gets to start with a relatively clean slate containing no specific local real ity fear and delusional constructs. However, it is only the local PMR real ity slate that is wiped clean between consecutive PMR experience packets. The disorganizing, entropy-inducing, influence of ego fear within the larger individuated consciousness, oversoul, must gradually be overcome by right choices motivated by right intent, fearless and love-based, which are accumulated over many experience packets. The discrete interactive experience packets provide a plethora of opportunity to exercise intent through free will choice. An individuated conscious entity brings to each new experience packet the basic quality of consciousness and personality it has evolved thus far. IDAs will sometimes set up specific situations among themselves to optimize the learning potential of all involved. You come into this physical world, engage this particular PMR experience packet, with an initial quality of consciousness, and then have the opportunity to improve it or degrade it. This quality factor represents your fearless capacity to love, and your proclivity to form attachments to fear and ego delusion. It also represents the entropy level within your consciousness and the excellence of your spiritual growth and moration. Henley PMR experience pakal is exited, deal of the physical body occurs. 582 I my big toe I consciousness, spacetime, and PMR. And one finds that all little picture facts, PMR specific knowledge, and pseudo-facts, beliefs, are entirely PE1-ishable, whereas individual quality and big picture wisdom endures at the level of the oversoul. In the larger reality, the entity is defined by whatever degree of love, fear, and delusion that represents the sum total quality of that being. In some philosophic traditions, the idea of karma and reaping what you sow somewhat expresses this concept of a cumulative quality of being that can be improved by making prudent choices for the right reasons within your local reality. Flunked lessons, failure to learn, must be repeated in different forms until they are passed, until the entity gets it. There is no punishment, retribution, or vengeance implied in this process. Repeating lessons of consciousness quality until you have mastered them simply means that you continue to make choices dealing with certain issues until you grow up and beyond that particular quality issue. The quality limitations of an individual that are derived from the limited quality of its oversoul's consciousness represent the challenges to be overcome by that individual while it is enrolled in the PMR learning lab. Outgrowing those limitations, or as many of them as possible, is the mission that each consciousness has set for itself during its current experience packet, the being's P1-essent physical lifetime. Obviously, serious effort as well as good planning and preparation by each individual conscious entity improves the effectiveness of this iterative learning process. If you are an old analog dog in need of a new trick, and are having difficult thinking in terms of a digital one-ility, think of space-time as a consciousness entrainment technology defined by the specific constraints it places on the interaction of Emily's whose experiences are bounded by its definition of reality. TBC knows the basic rules from which our physics, all science, is derived and allows only certain self-consistent configurations of reality to exist within space-time. The psi-uncertainty principle defines how and when physical, PMR, and non-physical, NPMR, phenomena and causality can overlap in PMR without violating the purpose of the space-time rule set. Though interactions between PMR and NPMR are limited, the simultaneous awareness of multiple reality frames is available to those grown up enough to assume the implied responsibility and able to profit from that experience. These restrictions are in place for the same reason that we restrict children from driving an automobile, getting married, or signing contracts. They don't get to do those things simply because they want to and believe they are ready. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 64 I 583. Fear, beliefs, delusion, ego, and ignorance are interrelated and are catalysts for higher entropy production. Your mind will automatically transcend the restrictions and constraints that keep it focused exclusively in PLVLR when it is ready, when its average entropy drops below a certain value. 65. Deriving PMR physics from consciousness. Understanding the space-time rule set that we have been discussing in terms of one overarching theory is what PMR physicists refer to as a TOE, theory of everything. TI1EY have been working on a little PMR TOE for a long time. BMR stymied because, among other things, they do not understand the big picture. They do not understand 11D the nature of the larger reality of which the TOE they seek is only a parallel. In fact, being unaware that a big TOE exists limits them to searching exclusively for only a little TOE, PMR lower level rule set only. PMR scientist, cannot find the little toe because the concepts they need to derive an understandable context wherein the little toe can be seen as any whole thing are found only within a big toe. Furthermore, because of the digital algorithmic properties of the PMR rule set, there may or may not be a lit. TLE toe cast exclusively in terms of little toe logic, PMR mathematics. Thus, scientists and philosophers are limited to digging out rules, one at a time, from the interior of their local reality. When they get to an outer boundary of their little picture, where it meets or interfaces with the larger reality, they run into an invisible wall constructed of belief. A conceptual breakthrough TL1 at fundamentally expands this reality is required to break through that wall. You cannot get out of the box while defining the box to be every tlu.ng that exists. If you believe that your little box constitutes all that is, then by definition, everything other than your objective measurable little box appears delusional. Thus the little toes that attempt to describe the lit TLE box look like big to es to the little box scientists trapped inside. Every time their little toe is stubbed against the limitations of the box, there. 586 I my big toe I deriving PMR physics from consciousness. Reality seems to dissolve into statistical mush. Uncertainty principles must be brought in to patch up the inconsistency from the inside view. LT seems that you must first understand and appreciate the potential existence of a big toe before the little toe to big toe interface can come INR.O focus. Otherwise, you define the proper solutions out of existence by limiting the possibilities you can imagine. In other words, your belief systems limit your reality to a subset of TL1E solution space that does not contain the answer. Scientific, cultural, religious, and personal belief systems are discussed in chapters 19 through 22 of Book 1. It may be profitable to remember what was said a long time ago. Toward the end of chapter 31, Book L also in that chapter, I promised to relate PMR physics to consciousness reality cells. You are almost ready for that explanation. Chapter 31, Book 1, reality cells are roughly analogous to the transistors on a computer processor chip. They come in very large numbers and are the most basic active units of the processor and memory. Like reality cells, each transistor is a thing that can be on or off, a 1 or a 0, this way or that way, distorted or undistorted. At the next higher level of generality, is the processor's basic instruction set that defines operations and processes for storing, retrieving, and performing arithmetical and logical operations. In our analogy, the processor's basic instruction set is analogous to basic cognitive functioning within AUM. At the next level of abstraction, we get to the space-time rule set which is analogous to algorithms written in assembly language. Our experience is generated at the next higher level of abstraction by an AUMTBC to individuated consciousness interface which is analogous to a simulation programmed in object-oriented C++ where we are the objects. AUM is the computer, the programmer, and the operating system. We sentient conscious beings are, as individuated subsets of consciousness, a bounded subset of highly organized, evolving, interactive reality cells. As an analog to space-time, consider a custom-designed special-purpose processor such as a digital signal processor, DSP, chip. Understanding the rules, patterns, governing the transfer of energy to and from transistors in a special-purpose microprocessor would provide some understanding of the most basic relationships in the processor's design, implementation, and capacity. Likewise, understanding the rules governing the transfer of information between space-time reality cells should produce some of the most fundamental relationships of physics. In Section 4, you will see how that works. Physical experience is generated when the perception of an individuated consciousness, sentient being, is constrained to follow the space-time rule set. Imagine a spatialized space-time virtual reality trainer, operating within a subset of digital calculation space called a dimension, that is constrained by the space-time rule set to provide a. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 65 I 587. Causally consistent operational experience that enables an individuated consciousness to evolve to lower entropy states by exercising its intent through free will choice. The specific relationships defining AUM's space-time instruction set constitute the laws of space-time physics, PMR physics. Now there is an interesting thought. It may well be possible for us to derive many of the general laws of PMR physics that represent the basic rule set that TBC applies to create the constraint L we call space-time by studying the interactions between reality cells. We can be reasonably sure that the defining space-tin 1E rule set is likely to be a collection of general, broad, high-level statements, what scientists sometimes call fundamental JAWS. TI1E implications and details we call science are derived from these general statements. For example, classical mechanics flows from only a few simple statements called Newton's laws, and the science of electricity and magnetism, at the macro level, is fully contained within Maxwell's four equations. One should expect that the space-time instruction set governing interaction between reality cells is going to reside at a low level of abstraction. Can you order your thoughts? Is there a structure or pattern to your ideas? Do your ideas ever relate to other ideas? Can they be connected and interdependent? Can you alter and store, remember, thoughts and their relationships and patterns, intentionally or unintentionally? I am very impressed with what you can do with such a relatively tiny and one-imite fragment of consciousness. Your mind, your consciousness is clearly a versatile tool. With that magnificent mind of yours, please recall that the rule-based space-time construct represents a specific subset of the digital system we refer to as the mind of AUM. Consider that at least some of the instruction set that implements the space-time rule set may be contained within the geometry, pattern and relationship, of the space-time construct, how AUM's binary reality cells form the structure of space-time, and how the interaction of those real ITY cells is constrained. Given this is true, the following question naturally arises: can we derive the laws or basic facts of PL1 is X from considering the structure, pattern and relationship, of space-time? It is maybe not as crazy as it first seems, because the basic structure of an entity, object, organization, relationship, often defines the nature of the entity that can be built /with or upon it. Albert Einstein didn't think this was a nutty idea. He spent the last half of his professional life trying to do just that from the PMR side of the larger reality. He never succeeded in establishing a unified field. 588 My big toe I deriving PMR physics from consciousness theory, but his intuition was absolutely correct. Unfortunately, his PMR-only mindset was too limited by the cultural beliefs of his day to contain the solution. Let's take a look at the possible and probable structure of the consciousness construct we call space-time, at the reality cell level, and see if we can find a self-consistent logic within it that will lead to the derivation of at least some of our most basic PMR physics. What we are looking for in particular is a pattern or logical structure that AUMTBC may have utilized as part of a larger Gedenhen experiment to derive, or more properly, evolve, portions of the space-time rule set, a logical structure related to the differentiated reality cell mental construction of aware consciousness. This is not necessarily the approach, but only an approach that promises some possibility of success. The concept of reality cells was developed in Chapter 26, Book 1. Lucky for you and me, I will not have to postulate reality cell structures and rules and then derive physics from them while you watch. A monster aside that delivered 300 pages of technical material would drive away all but the august and most generous of readers. Fortunately, a contemporary resident of PMR, Stephen E. Kaufman, has already derived the basics of PMR physics from the theoretical structure of a consciousness-derived space-time reality cell-based instruction set. Unified Reality Theory, The Evolution of Existence into Experience, published by Destiny Toad Press, 2002, ISBN 09706550-1-0. To study the results of his effort, You can either purchase his book or read his book online at http://www.unifiedreality.com. Kaufman starts with simple binary reality cells in an absolute unbounded oneness, AUO. He does not call it that, but the concept is absolutely identical. He assumes some basic things about how information is transmitted between adjacent reality cells and proceeds to derive the PMR physics of electromagnetism, gravity, FO1CE, and energy. A little reverse engineering and one ends up with many of the concepts of classical physics, relativity, and quantum mechanics falling out of his unified reality theory based entirely upon the properties of the reality cells that exist only in relation to themselves within an AUO digital consciousness energy thing. Kaufman derives basic physics from the relational cellular structure of a space-time construct within consciousness. He probes the logic of the space-time rule set by analyzing a structural model that is postulated to exist within the mind space of AUM and the calculation space of TBC. Steve Kaufman opened the door. He has shown that one can make a logical analytical attempt low understand the instruction set that implements. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 65 I 589. The rule set that defines the space-time part of AUM's consciousness. He lays out a detailed process and mechanism to explain the phenomenology, rule set, of PMR based upon the causality of NPMRN, demonstrating how PMR might logically arise from the lowest level of cellular structure within AUM and TBC. Einstein, along with the best physicists and mathematicians of his day, used to describe physics in terms of the geometry of space-time. Kaufman has taken the next step by attempting to describe space-time physics in terms of the geometry and sucmra of 1p.tvlr, a process that, surprisingly enough, yields algorithms and processes leading to contemporary PMR physics. You may not agree with all Kaufman's specific assumptions and you may not accept some of his conclusions. However, you will find that coherent and reasonable bridges have been constructed that connect AUO, consciousness reality cells, space-time reality cells, and the physics of the 20th and 21st century. Eventually AUM's space-time rule set 16Ji yield its algorithms to those who approach it from the correct perspective, and steadfastly frustrate those who demand that TL1E fact substance and reality must all fit neatly into their limited little picture belief system. Kaufman demonstrates how OU1 current PMR physics can be a logical conclusion of, and Ji contained within, my big toe. The path he has blazed will no doubt need to be widened and extended by others. Nevertheless, Kaufman deserves great credit for making an excellent and original effort to place PMR physics, as we now understand it, within the context of a Law 1 GER reality. By doing so, he has helped satisfy one of the most important requirements for any wannabe big toe, that the big toe fully contains the little toe. PMR physics is contained within the rule set that defines and consumes the experience of individuated consciousnesses to perceive a virtual physical reality. PMR may be thought of as a digital cernulat.ion executing within a greater digital consciousness. Contemporary PMR physics simply represents a portion of the rule set that defines the PMR virtual reality. The big toe cannot conflict with known little toe facts and must broaden the overall understanding of little toe phenomena that are presently unexplainable, including psi effects, mind, consciousness, human purpose, and the efficacy of intuition. My big toe fully meets that criteria. That Kaufman bases his work upon the assumption of an absolute unbounded oneness, AUO, is a very good sign because earlier, Chapter 18, Book 1, we discovered that logic demands a successful big toe too. 590 My big toe I deriving PMR physics from consciousness. Have at least one mystical or metaphysical leg to stand on. Conversely, we have also demonstrated that any toe without a connection what appears to be mystical from the PMRL, Oyot of view must logically be only a little toe that is fundamentally incapable of dealing with our beginnings, our minds, and consciousness, or us as whole beings. To view a whole and complete human entity, one must step out of the PMR box. 66. The mechanics of experience. RT this point, you should have some familiarity with the concept that we humans represent a particular type of constrained individuated consciousness experiencing a virtual physical reality within a larger digital consciousness system. As a player in this consciousness evolution training simulator, we perceive an interactive physical reality within the constrained rule set of space-time. To put it more personally, you are a bounded chunk of consciousness, chipped from the old AUM block, hallucinating or experiencing this PMR according to a set of experience rules or rules of interaction that define energy exchange within this particular multiplayer simulation, which is operationally managed, computed, executed, tracked, evaluated, and modified within TBC. You have no massy body, only RJ1E interactive experience of one. That virtual rock exists only in the simulation, but because your body also is in RJ1 at same simulation, it can bonk you in the head and you will experience the trauma and suffer the consequences that the rule set, science of energy transfers, computes. That's a simple idea, isn't it? No problem. You knew it all along, right? The only T-jailing that may still be a tad confusing is how TBC pulls off this massive interactive multiplayer experience game. Stay tuned. Assume that the apparently infinite AUM has a TBC part that is about a trillion LOI, more powerful than our present-day desktop computers. That is simply a made-up number, but why not? At least it is reasonably consistent, given how clever AUM must be about digital systems and architectures, with the fabricated numerical examples in Section 2, Chapter 31, Book 1, where we assumed that AUIVL's fundamental clock ticks about 103 times while ours ticks once. 592 I my big toe I the mechanics of experience. We could say that an apparently infinite digital consciousness can, like Superman and the proverbial 800-pound gorilla, do anything it wants to and not resort to quoting phony made-up numbers at all. However, I like numbers and I think they focus the problem and help integrate it into our limited conceptual space. Numbers can provide a concrete connect-ion between old and new concepts as long as their specific values are not taken too seriously. It is the general idea numerically illustrated, not a specific numerical value, that carries significance. The logical validity of the concepts presented in my big toe has no dependence on the choices of the numerical values used to illustrate concepts of relative magnitude. Accordingly, use the numbers as a conceptual aid, but don't get hung up on them. A performance improvement factor of 10 more than takes care of the needed computational capacity to NM such a simulation. The only remaining question is technique, a reasonable and credible explanation of how it works. That is what this and the next two chapters and Section 5 are about. Understanding the anatomy of experience is the first step to understanding our local reality and its connection to the larger reality. Our local reality is defined as the reality in which we appear to exist and function. For most of us, our local reality is our physical reality and nothing more. It is what we are directly aware of, and what we believe, sense and measure to be real. As machines and devices extend our senses, our local reality is extended as well. Experience creates the notion of reality. Our local reality is a byproduct or result of our experience. Experience is derived from two interdependent components, sensory perception and interpretation. The perception of the observer, input data, and interpretation of that perception by our consciousness creates our experience. To be logically complete, I must mention that it is possible for stored sensory input data to be interpreted at a later time. Stored perception data may be brought into the conscious awareness whenever it is needed. The local reality is not a hard, fixed thing, but rather a collection of interpreted perceptions. Your local reality is therefore not entirely an objective reality, it only seems to be objective. The apparent objectivity is an illusion created by the internal consistency of the space-time rule set. In other words, perception, which is limited by our sensory apparatus, and interpretation, which is limited by our understanding and perspective, constitute two filters that transmute what is into what appears to be. Because of our limitations and Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66 I 593. The constraints on our consciousness, our local reality must necessarily be constructed from what appears to be not what is. \v hat is might be called unexperienced or unexperienceable reality. It is whatever is out there that interacts with our sensing apparatus such that we receive information, perceive something, that must be assessed or interpreted to determine what it means or what its significance is. What is must by definition, because of our limited percept.ion and non-objective interpretations, remain at least partially unexperienced and unknown. The key point is, the ultimate source of our experience must remain shrouded in uncertainty, unknown, and unknowable. Understanding the dichotomy between what is and what appears to be is important. We are perhaps not the objective beings living in an objective reality we are. What appears to be is how we interpret whatever information our limited sensors collected from what is. Because observers are necessarily unaware of what does not make it through these two filters, they make the erroneous assumption that what appears to be is actually all that is. For this reason, they mistakenly attribute a sense of absolute solidity to their local reality. A being's local reality is constructed of the accumulated experience of what appears to be, thus it contains strong individual, subjective or private, components, mixed with shareable, objective or public, objects. Your sensory apparatus is similar to that of others, thus allowing for general agreement about the properties of your local reality. However, your interpretation of those sensory data is uniquely based on your knowledge, understanding, experience, perspective, belief, fear, and ego. Interpretation is uniquely individual, relative, and subjective, yet it is half the ingredients that go into cooking up our apparently objective reality. Our interpretation of a given set of sensory data will be similar to the interpretation of other beings only if those beings share our wisdom, knowledge, understanding, attitudes, experience, perspective, belief, fear, and ego attachments. Inasmuch as our worldview and outer belief systems are shared by others, we will generally agree on the properties, characteristics, substance, and significance of reality. Individuals who belong to the same culture, whether they are all homeless street people from New York City, all Japanese millionaires or all Australian Aborigines, typically experience similar local realities. Given a single environment, different cultures not only perceive different data because of their unique focus and interests, but also evaluate, interpret, and value similar physical perceptions differently. 594 I My Big Toe I The mechanics of experience. Most members of a particular culture generally agree on how and why things are as they are. This broad and nearly universal agreement leads us to develop confidence and unintentional arrogance about the apparent objectivity and superiority of our view. The characteristics of the majority always define the criteria for a healthy, well-adjusted member of the group, regardless how dysfunctional or pathological those characteristics may be. People of other cultures feel every bit as objectively justified and superior in their interpretation of reality as we do. We feel that they are obviously less objective than we are. They shake their heads with amusement and condescending wonderment that we just don't get it. We also feel that way about them, the only difference being that we are right and they simply haven't figured that out yet. The more different the cultures are, the more forceful are these arrogant opinions and the more dramatic is the conflict between beliefs. Cultural diversity, no longer tied to local geography, is shrinking as the world's people coalesce into a few major overlapping cultural blocks, for example, Western Christian industrialized First World, Middle Eastern Muslim non-industrialized Third World, the world of haves, and the world of have-nots. As these generalized cultural blocks coalesce and gain virtual membership throughout a world community, they gain the power of large numbers expressing shared emotions. The power of numbers often breeds arrogance, self-proclaimed superiority, and belligerence. As leadership evolves to exploit this potential power, expect Truble's major cultural blocks living in wholly different local realities conflict with each other. The good news is, the growing social and political instability between conflicting reality systems represents only a temporary turbulence induced by a major worldwide reality shift. As a complex system evolves, it often must transition between stable states. This transition period is usually turbulent. We successfully made the transition to the industrial age, but not without abuse, violence, and great dislocation heralding that cultural change. Now we are transitioning to the information age, and it is going to be a bumpy ride for a while. Electronic communications technology has suddenly shrunk the world. The bad news is, if we are not clever and sensitive to what is going on, this transition could get nasty and last a long time. As the world continually shrinks, the cultural blocks will eventually begin to coalesce with each other. Eventually the rancor of this transition period will dissipate as we face an entirely new set of challenges. Perhaps one day in the future it will be difficult to find someone who does not share your worldview. The cultural pressure to conform within each of the major blocks is already severe. Do you think our species may be evolving toward becoming politically? Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66 I 595. Correct herd animals in the information age or uniformly distributed individualists in plain brown wrappers. Or both simultaneously. To summarize, you must separate the underlying objective thing being experienced from the experience of it. They are not one and the same because of the characteristics and limitations of our sensory apparatus, our databases, knowledge and information capacity, and our data processing capability, interpretation and analytical capacity. The constraints placed upon our sensing and processing ensures that the ultimate source of our experience remains at least partially unknown. From a physical perspective, what is theoretically as well as practically unknowable. Recall that theoretically and practically unknowable is how we defined mystical in Chapter 18 of Book 1. The only thing we actually know about the source of our experience is how it interacts with certain specific energy transfers. VT.RE send discrete packets of energy to it, and it interacts by sending discrete packets back. Remembering the discrete character of time from Chapter 29, Book 1, you should realize that energy transfers that seem continuous, such as plasma, are actually discrete from the viewpoint of modern physics and, at a finer level of detail, TBC. In fact, it is only the players themselves and the interactions between the players that need to be defined by the rule set. This prescription for creating a subset of reality should seem familiar. We said the same thing earlier when we were discussing another simulated reality, algae and war games. Recall that a player was defined as anything, entity, or energy that interacts with anything else. The fundamental basis, a defining rule set, for the apparently real world of PMR experience is similar to the fundamental basis of the artificial or virtual world of AI. The rule sets themselves may be very different, but the process behind the rule sets is very similar. The simulation metaphor applies reasonably well to both. Even the most astute AI guy suffers the same problem that plagues us, limited access to, and understanding of, higher-level processes. His vision is limited because his experience can penetrate only so deeply into the source of his environment. There is an unexperienceable reality, such as the computer hardware and software, the people who built that hardware and software, as well as the process, equipment, and facility that manufactured the hardware and software, that creates and supports what algae is constrained to experience. Think of other multitask jobs running in AI Guy's mainframe, and of unrelated computers running isolated. 596 I my big toe I the mechanics of experience. Jobs in some other face of A, as being outside AI Guy's local dimension of reality. The nature of the limitation of algai's experience and the dependence of that experience on the unexperienceable is not qualitatively different from ours. You can conceptualize or model our boundary between the unexperienceable reality, beyond the limited perception of beings within the space-time simulation, and the experienced reality, within the limited perception of space-time beings, as an energy packet exchange interface. TI1 is non-physical co-physical interface receives energy packets from physical space-time players, in PMR, and sends back the appropriate return energy packets according to the governing space-time rule set. The interface between the physical reality experiencing space-time players and the unexperienceable non-physical TBC would seem to be the ultimate source of PMR experience. That is a simple description of how our virtual physical reality is constructed. AI Guy's virtual reality is produced in exactly the same way. We reach out to touch an object that has, within TBC, specific space-time coordinates and properties associated with it. According R.O. the space-time rule set and the coattributes of that particular object player, it feels solid. We perceive it to have certain attributes, classify it as a unique or familiar perception, and finally interpret its significance relative to past experiences and current beliefs. Subsequently, we define this perception to be an object that is both real and physical, and it becomes a pair of our local reality experience. Rocks and people and houses are real. Mass is real. Separation of two or more individual masses in space is real because I can put myself between them and move them independently of, and relative to, each other. Consequently, space is also real. I change, as does everything else, therefore time is real. Some apparently real things, such as rocks, taxes, dreams, and cocktail party chatter, may seem more real to certain individuals at certain times than others. All appearances of being real are derived from the interpreted perception that constitutes our experience. All are dependent upon the limitations of the sensing apparatus and the limitations of the interpretation that we give to the data collected, are two filters of variable and unknown quality that are always placed between us and the unexperienceable reality that lies behind or beyond our perception. From the PMR view, lies behind or beyond our perception means, lies within the non-physical. A few examples will make this clear. We think we see an object, but what we accrually perceive is a portion of the light energy in a discrete. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66 I 597. Packet form, that has interacted with the object, not the object itself. Next we must interpret this received pattern of light data. What we see is a function of the object, the attributes of the light that impinged on it, how that particular light interacted with that particular object, how the sensor, optic nerve, interacted with the light coming from the object, how we generated and interpreted the resulting optic nerve data, and finally, how we integrate this INTE1 information with the rest of our X1, INs and beliefs. There are no less than 5 processes occurring between the object itself and our sense of the reality of that object. Each process has its limitations, dependencies, random components, variations, and error sources. Our reality is the result of these imperfect processes working and interacting together. Our other senses go through similarly complex processes. Fortunately, these processes and the science that represents them are generally consistent. Every time you look at a given object, under similar conditions, you see essentially the same representation of the same object, but you may or may not interpret it the same way each time. Your mental, emotional, and consciousness quality state is changeable, as are your beliefs, fears, understanding, focus, interests, perspective, experience, and knowledge base. Your interpretation depends on these as well as any errors, confusion, or random components. Each event is a unique experience. A quick aside is in order for those right-brained folks who don't give a damn about physical reality. The left-brained technoids in the reading audience might as well skip to the bottom of this aside or take a break and go get some junk food. I can hear grumbling in the background coming from the right eyes. So much about stuff, so little about meaning. You are absolutely right. There is another class of things that conscious beings define as real that we are purposely ignoring in this discussion of physical reality. Beliefs that appear as scientific, religious, or cultural truths, as well as emotions, attitudes, and values are mental constructs created within and by the minds of each individuated consciousness. It is not that these subjective realities are not important, to the contrary, they are primarily responsible for the bulk of the content within most individuated consciousness because of the strong influence they exert on the interpretation of the objective sensory data. It is the subjective interactions within your local real ity that determines and drives most of your objective activity, interaction, and that most often pushes the evolutionary levers of intent and motivation. However, because the subjective nature of your local reality is discussed elsewhere in this section, we are going to stay focused on physical experience. Nevertheless, it is good to keep in mind, as we go through this explanation of how physical reality is nothing gother. 598 My big toe the mechanics of experience. Then a highly structured and consistent experience of a consciousness constrained by the space-time rule set, that the content of consciousness and the quality of that content remain the most important attributes of sentient entities. Hang on my right-brained Ami. Goes, we are almost done with this matter. Are you ready for a simple example? Imagine that a man born blind and deaf, we have assumed a way 2 of his 5 sensors, is riding in an automobile with you. This trip is a part of his reality as it is a part of yours, but his perception and interpretation of that perception creates a vastly different experience. The only memorable event he had noticed was caused by that idiot truck driver who forced you onto the shoulder of the road. Your passenger experienced only a bumpy section of the highway that he interpreted as either under construction or needing to be under construction. He never became angry, he never hoered and swore, and he never made those rude gestures as you did. His reality, his opportunity for growth is defined by his experience, which is very different from your own. Consider the world we experience when we look through special infrared or ultraviolet goggles. Imagine TL1SA goggles being permanently placed over your eyes. You would get new information previously unavailable to your unaided eye, and lose some of the information you were used to. For example, you may no longer be able to read print on paper under f101 lighting or appreciate a color photograph. Your reality and your ability to function within that reality are now dramatically altered. Life, relationship, and interaction would never be the same again, and you would need to learn how to interpret the new data. Similarly, the sensory data gathered from machines that are designed to extend our senses must be interpreted by someone. Regardless of how the data originates, it necessarily must pass through the same 2 limiting filters that separate what is from what appears to be. There is no physical way to circumvent the filtering process. The machine, as an extension of us, can only enable us to see what appears to be. Quantum mechanics makes the same point in its own way. Consider the rich and elaborately differentiated auditory and olfactory reality of your dog. Would you have the clog's experience if you had the dog's sensors? No, of course not. You would probably not experience great pleasure and enthusiasm for sniffing the excrement deposited by the dogs and cats in your neighborhood. Your interpretations of those odors would be very different. What about the vastly different realities that are experienced by exceptionally dim people versus exceptionally bright people, by well-educated world travelers versus those who have? Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66 I 599. Never been in a school or outside the tiny village of their birth, by scientific cultures versus those steeped in superstition or mystical tradition. I am not judging which cultures or realities are better, but only pointing out the dramatic differences in their perceived and interpreted realities. A collection of individuals from vastly different cultures, who are led to experience the same complex objective environment at the same time, you come to different conclusions about the nature and significance of their experience. The objects themselves are not as significant as the interpretations they initiate within an individuated consciousness. Big picture significance is invested in the people, not the things. Little picture significance is invested in the things, not the people. Both people and things have their function within TLLE larger system, personal understanding of the big picture, wisdom, is required to optimize individual profitability. If one focuses exclusively on the seeds, one will never experience the splendor QFTL1E fruit. We make our choices and then live with the results. If an individual plucked out of the depths of the Brazilian rainforest and an MIT professor of physics were put together, both would be able to see the same poisonous frog, uopical snake, UEES, river, laser device, CD player, and airplane as well as equations on the blackboard. TI1EIR sensory perception, though similar, would not collect the same data because they would notice different things. They may agree on the form of objects placed directly in front of them, but on little else. Their realities, discomforts, anxieties, tears, needs, desires, and attitudes, all the cultural, religious, personal, and scientific beliefs along with their individual ego stuff, would be vastly different. Their love stuff, caring, compassion, and giving, would be of similar one type, and could most easily overlap into a common experience. Obviously, there is more to an individual's personal reality than merely a sensory measurement describing what exists in the common, physical, environment. Do you think a personal reality is different from reality? Your personal reality is different from someone else's personal reality because your experiences and quality are different. As your awareness and knowledge grows, your personal reality grows. Anything that resides outside your personal reality is invisible to you and appears not to exist. What you consider to be the objective outside reality is much smaller, only a tiny subset, more personal, and less objective than you think. TI1 at portion of one's experi.ins that appears to be shared, consistent, universal, and objective is simply a reflection of a common space-time rule set and player list, and as such, it makes up the least significant component of each individual's local or personal reality. By comparison, your personal 600I my big toe I the mechanics of experience. Relationships with other sentient entities, which are primarily subjective in nature regardless of how hard you may try to construe them as objective, are easily the most significant component of your reality. Viewing your local reality as merely the output of an environment being viewed by particular sensors and given a particular interpretation is an oversimplification of the process that ignores the vast quantity of specific subjective content that dramatically modifies and constrains the collect objective data. The local reality that each of us creates is wholly dependent on the particular filters we bring to the interaction. It is a product of our personal experience, knowledge, emotional state, and the quality of our consciousness. Your local reality is to some extent personal. Your personal reality is primarily local, though it can be expanded beyond that limited awareness. You would probably be surprised to discover the extent to which you create your own reality. The illusion is that we are LN here while reality is independently out there. The outside world, which represent the apparently objective portion of your personal reality, is based upon a uniquely interpreted set of uniquely limited perception data. That uniqueness represents your individuality. You have more input into, and influence over the creation of your objective reality than you might imagine. The set is consistent and follows the space-time rule set without deviation, except as allowed by the psi uncertainty principle. However, the story is yours alone. Furthermore, because you have sentient intent, purpose, and free will, the story determines the set, not the other way around. Believing that the PMR set determines your personal story represents a common error based on the misunderstanding that the physical universe is primary and you are a secondary derivative of it. To a locally limited awareness, objective causality appears to define physical reality. When you realize that you are experiencing PMR through a virtual reality simulator trainer, the possibility that there are optimizing feedback loops causally connecting the quality of your choices, the successful evolution of your consciousness through experience, to the action taking place in the virtual world projected by the simulator, becomes a more reasonable proposition. Although the simulator must appear consistent to all players, there are many subtle and not so subtle ways that the apparent outside physical environment, including relationships with auth can be purposely modified within the virtual reality generator to present each player with a maximum learning opportunity. The virtual PLVIR reality dimension or experience generation system maintains rule set integrity and provides the best integrated optimal opportunity. On the Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66I-60I. Average, for the entire system, for all sentient players. To preserve the honesty and straightforwardness of your interactions within PMR, the psi uncertainty principle makes sure that cross-dimensional energy transfers are adequately obscured. Your personal interpretations of the meaning and significance of your inside and outside experience automatically customize your personal real ity in a manner that increases the likelihood of finding those experiences and opportunities that are most important to your individual evolution. Your local reality provides the playing field, the players, and the rules of the game. Its structure provides a context within which experience can take place and your free will can choose. It enables your individual evolution to unfold by supplying the complete player set, relationship and interaction, as well as the rule set that defines the permutable energetic interactions, objective causality. Contrary to popular belief, your local reality is not an objective place that you inhabit as you might inhabit a house. Nevertheless, your local real ity is the result of your personal interaction with a seemingly objective outside world. Your local reality represents your personalization of only a very limited interaction, energy exchange, with the possible outside world. Experience, and hence your reality, is not independent of the experiencer, it reflects the unique subjective, historical, and emotional state of the individual. Your experience, as well as your persona.I interpretation of your experience, is strongly influenced by the quality of your consciousness. Beings of notable quality who are also regular pudding tasters on the path of knowledge have a more practiced ability to evaluate the quality, significance, and opportunity of their experience. They evolve within a much larger decision space, live and function within a much larger, more varied, and complex reality, and are likely to be less personally limited as well as more aware of their personal limitations. Note the interdependent cyclical, more accurately spiral, nature of consciousness evolution. An intent that reflects quality creates an action. Within a virtual reality that produces learning opportunities that lead to increased quality that supports more profitable intents. The consciousness quality spiral can be bootstrapped in a downward, degenerative, or upward, progressive, evolutionary direction by incrementally increasing or decreasing the entropy of the system. Let's summarize what we have discussed thus far. That we collectively declare our shared local REA.Lily to be universal or fundamental because everybody sees a similar thing is a 1.ribule low the smallness of our view, the similarity of our sensors, the homogeneity of our beliefs, and lo the 602 I my big toe I the mechanics of experience. Consistency of the rule set and player list. The collective similarity of our interpretation is a tribute to the commonality of our cultures, belief systems, needs, egos, and goals. This collective experiential agreement is not based upon the existence of a fundamental, identical for everybody, local reality. A local reality is local to the individual, not the environment. From your perspective, there is no other reality except your local or personal reality, however large or small that might be. Ignorance is blind, you do not know what you do not know. To a large extent, each individual and each culture or belief system creates its own local realities that are teeming with pertinent and challenging learning opportunities. Collective experiential agreement is based on a common space-time rule set that defines a consistent energy packet interaction between all player types. It is this ubiquitous and consistent space-time rule set that represents the common SOMs, the common environment, which leads to similar experiential results for each individual within PMR. There is also a common physically unexperienceable external environment that exists behind our perception, the what is that exists within the LM experienceable reality that is at the root of our experience. PMR, physical, experience is derived exclusively from the experienced reality of what appears to be. What appears to be is the result of apply IJ1GR limited individual filters of perception and interpretation to what is. What appears to be is more accurately, what it appears to be to me, which is unique for each individual while at the same time supports common experience at an average or common level of perception and interpretation. The unexperienceable reality may, or may not, be objective and invariant, although it usually appears to be both. The only thing that we know about it for sure is that we, from the PMR view, must always remain ignorant of it because, by definition, it is what lies beyond our limited physical perception, with or without machines. It represents the mechanics of the space-time simulation that the players are not aware of. This is analogous to the compute hardware and software and the people who made the computer hardware and software, and the facilities they made them in being beyond the perception of, unexperienceable and unknown. Able to, AI guy. You should note how similar this discussion sounds to the one we had earlier, Chapter 18, Book L, about unknowable beginnings, unexperienciable sources beyond our grasp, mysticism, and the understanding of events that lie outside our causal system. What we have called unexperienced reality is none other than our friend TBC operating the energy packet exchange interface. The non-physical is therefore the ultimate. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 66 I 603. Source of our physical experience because it provides the common rule-based, algorithmic, foundation upon which our physical experience is constructed, computed. An unexperienced reality exists OULIDE our causal system, beyond the limited perception that defines our LMR reality. The unexperienceable reality, from the physical perspective, can only be accessed or understood, as can our beginnings, through a process that transcends our local reality and local objective logic. By definition, any process that steps beyond our local causal logic, beyond our collective local reality, is called mystical. Good golly, Miss Molly. CT seems that whenever and however we dig deep enough, with a logic shovel, into reality we eventually find a mystical core, as seen from a PMR perspective. Hey Jake, L sense a trend, perhaps we're onto something here. Al guy has as difficult a time comprehending his ultimate, as opposed W local, host computer as we have comprehending ours, for much the same reasons. To AI guy, the host computer and the rest of PMR are non-physical and entirely mystical. Consciousness appears non-physical from the space-time view of PMR. Non-physical reality is a reality that is in, and of, consciousness, which is why only the mind can travel and gather experience within non-physical reality. Do not expect a parapsychologist to bring back the equivalent of non-physical rock samples for the rest of us to look at, and PMR is not a distant moon. An advanced computer that develops consciousness also develops a non-physical dimension to its being. You will not be able to grab AJ Guy's consciousness in your hand even if you are the programmer and compute manufacturer that created the necessary conditions FO1 consciousness to take root and begin evolving. Humans create computers, consciousness develops new expressions of consciousness. Such creativity occurs every day in NPMR where the local residents are physical, according to their own rules and point of view, and you are not. Consciousness is energy, the most basic form of energy and perhaps the only form of non-virtual energy. Experienced reality, unexperienced reality, TBC, PMR, U, and the space-time rule set are all constructs of consciousness. Each is created and designed to accomplish its specific function. All are subsets of the one single consciousness we have been calling AUM. Consciousness is all, the rest is merely apparent to a limited view within a highly constrained awareness. A superb virtual reality, by definition, must always feel totally and convincingly physical though its inhabitants whether it is simulating PMR or NPMR. What appears to be non-physical is relative to what appears to be physical. The reality and entity is 604 I my big toe I the mechanics of experience. mentally immersed in appears physical while all others appear non-physical. Each is as real and extant within TBC, EBC, or AUM as any of the or.hers. The appearance of being physical or non-physical is relative to the viewpoint of the Ibsen 1er, and hence, relative to the observer's knowledge, awareness, and consciousness quality. Logic tells us that our experience, from which our local reality is derived, exudes from a seemingly invariant, mystical, from PMR perspective only, core of unexperienceable reality. Remembering how a mystic from a little picture might actually be a scientist within a bigger picture, Chapter 20, Book 1, let us now poke our heads up beyond PMR. The first thing we non-physical scientists become aware of is that PMR physics represents a small subset of a much larger rule set that defines how TBC, subset of AUM's mind or consciousness space, implements the physical and non-physical components of us, our local reality, PMR, and OS. That the superbly objective, PMR only, physics of today is merely a PAR-tile exposition of a digitally implemented rule set that determines the bounds of interaction between individuated unair.s of non-physical consciousness is a thought that amuses me to no end. You may need know a few hard-headed PMR1 Iber scientists get the joke. Don't you just love it? 67. The mechanics of perception and perspective. From the PL/ILR point of view, perception is an interaction of our sensors with some undefined unexperienced reality through an energy packet exchange interface that produces data within our central nervous system that, when interpreted, creates the experience with which we define our local reality. The perception process from our little picture viewpoint is simply a matter of physics, A11D how our biology and machines implement that physics. Either the unexperienced reality source nor the energy packet exchange interface is directly relevant to our experience of PMR. Similarly, neither the computer's power cord nor its processor chip is directly relevant to the experience of algae. Because the space-time rule set resident within TBC defines PMR physics, all science, and controls the output of the energy packet interface, that puts TBC directly in charge of defining and specifying what we perceive. TBC establishes the limits and constraints of our interactions with other players and provides the return energy packets across the I. interface that represents our interaction with what we perceive as our physical environment. If our past experience and the quality of our consciousness determine how we interpret the data from our perception, it would seem that something non-physical is in charge of and controls both ends of the process that creates experience, and transforms aware intent into action that can learn from that experience. Is it clear yet that our experience, including the physical experience that defines our local PMR-based reality, is sandwiched between, dependent on, and created by two wholly non-physical processes carried out within, and created by, consciousness itself? 606 my big toe the mechanics of perception and perspective. Is Kai simple or whack? You and I are clumps of individuated consciousness engaged in a dance of energy packet exchanges through an interface that maintains the rules of the game. The book you are reading in your mind is the book I wrote in my mind. The paper and ink and the hand you are holding it with and the eyeballs you are reading it with are the required effects of the space-time rule set that defines the form and structure of our interaction. If you think the constraints of space-time are annoying because you are constrained to read word by word what a more natural, less constrained, mind could transmit, comprehend, and thoroughly absorb in a 2 quick big gulps, criminy, I had to type the damn thing with just 2 stubby literally physical fingers and a pair of drugstore glasses. That is simply the nature of space-time, simple, direct, slow, detailed, and relatively linear. As the experience within any good elementary school should be. This puts AUM and TBC in the driver's seat when it comes to defining our sense of reality within PMR. How could our cute little individual fleshy bodies and all the other physical things, critters, rocks, bushes, and earthquakes, that seem solid be nothing more than constructs of consciousness? How could our solid PMR reality be described as mind, a dream, a delusion, or as extant only in the mind of God, as it might be put by an imaginative PMR poet or hopelessly trapped PMR scientist. How can our physical and non-physical parts be integrated into one being? How is it that 11 Earth's beings, critters, objects, and energy are connected? How can all this be on a big communications net or part of a grand digital simulation? If you have been paying close attention, you should know the answers to these questions. The AUM and TBC consciousness system think oj all the inputs, and create our 3D space-time experience of individuated separateness, all in our mind, all in our consciousness, J in our thought phone fragment being chipped from the old block of AUM consciousness. Everything started out as simple uniform consciousness potential energy. With the encouragement of the fundamental process of evolution, consciousness expanded into every potentially profitable state, profits were consolidated, losses cut, and the big dude was on an evolutionary roll. Everything is still only digital potential synergy and organized digital content, consciousness, but now, due to the steady decrease in system entropy, many highly synergistic complex configurations have evolved. Everything that seems physical low U is an experience of a consciousness-constrained low experience space-time. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 67 I 607. The solution to the mind-matter problem is embarrassingly simple. In the big picture, there is no matter, everything is mind. There is only the little picmara experience of matter within mind. Physical does not exist. The term non-physical reality only has meaning relative to a non-existent physical reality. Once you leave the delusion of a local physical reality, everything appears physical, or equivalently, non-physical, and the distinction between the two vanishes. All reality has solidity of form and function that obeys the causality enforced by its governing rule set. The physical-ical non-physical and mind-matter dichotomies are an illusion created by a limited local PMR viewpoint. Wave-particle duality, uncertainty principles, and the seemingly instantaneous communications between entangled pairs become simple to explain once you realize that PMR is a virtual reality created by a digital simulation implementing the space-time rule set within TBC. Given a digital PMR simulation, which is stepped forward by time increments that appear infinitesimal low us, and a virtual reality that must obey only the rules driving digital computation, these paradoxes disappear along with the illusion of absolute space. Once the limiting belief that all possibly reality is exclusively defined by measurements one within PMR is abandoned and the true nature of consciousness is grasped, the mysterious paradoxes of physics, philosophy, and metaphysics all melt away like ice cubes in the summer sun. All that is needed to find solutions to the big questions of our time is a simple shift in perspective, a casting off of erroneous scientific, cultural, and religious belief inherited from those who were unable to answer the same questions. Isn't that how it always turns out? New paradigms deliver an expanded reality as we outgrow the old ones. The digital mountain raised up by the approaching information age has simply afforded us a better view at this time. Progress, like quality and ability, is developed through a bootstrapping process. Every new success is built on previous successes. Nascent understandings of the digital nature of the big picture are erupting all around us. Dozens of top scientists are today hot on the heels of discovering that PMR is actually a little digital picture existing within a computed reality. That is a necessary first step that leaves the big picture just around the corner. It appears that this is an auspicious time for humanity to take yet another of its occasional grand leaps toward a greater understanding. My big toe provides the theoretical foundation that supports the phenomenology and hypotheses that are currently being investigated by scientists and philosophers worldwide. Grand leaps, forward or backward, are always the result of a confluence of many. 608 My big toe the mechanics of perception and perspective. Forces and urgings that together produce a unique opportunity. These are exciting times with great success and great failure sitting on opposite sides of the same fantastic opportunity. Human beings, are you ready? Drum roll please. Once you understand what and who you are, and how you relate to the whole, the resulting big picture perspective produces one consistent real ity with no paradoxes. Note that the first non-negotiable requirement of a fully correct big picture theory of everything, that it produces one consistent reality with no paradoxes, has been fully met by my big toe. Also note that the second non-negotiable requirement of a fully correct big toe, that it subsume what is known as a special case of a more general understanding, has also been fully met by my big toe. Furthermore, that the science contained within my big toe does not support the limited view of you addition aj scientific beliefs, which are unable to produce a bigger picture, is a necessary strength, not an unavoidable weakness of this theory of everything. When you are in NPMR, it appears to be every bit as physical as PMR, but because it operates under a different set of rules, one interacts with it differently. The operational differences between PMR and NPMR simply represent the differences between the J rule sets and the unique causality that each rule set imposes. Each particular reality dimension has evolved a rule set to support its own use, function, and purpose. The space-time rule set supports human function and purpose within OS. There is no significant distinction between physical and non-physical realities. Reality is reality. I employ that artificial distinction and terminology, PMR versus NPMR, as a communications aid. To communicate with you effectively, J need to start, conceptually, from where you are, or think you are. The fact is that most of you are certain that you exist within a physical reality, hence that is the initial perspective we must take. The PMR and PMR distinction within my big toe is used to help you conceptually sneak up on a bigger picture. We will continue to use the PMR and PMR terminology, especially in the next section, because it greatly facilitates the grasping of inherently difficult big picture concepts, like thinking of an atom as a billiard ball with BBS zipping around it, patently incorrect, but useful at an elementary level. Local reality is an experience of individuated mind interacting within the limitations of a given causality. If there are multiple minds interacting within a given local reality, there exists a shared common, public, experience we define as objective, as well as a personal experience that we define. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 67 I 609. As subjective. The subjective and objective components of reality are both extremely significant, their purpose and function are simply different. The larger reality is all consciousness, all that is, evolving toward greater profitability, existing to improve itself through entropy reduction. Aware consciousness is created by the organization of a fundamental potential energy that we have, for reasons of conceptual FRM1 illiarity, named absolute unbounded oneness. The nature of this organization is digital. The larger reality is a huge interactive digital consciousness system. It is a consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem that we have named AUM. To summarize, physical and non-physical are relative to a point of view and therefore do not support a fundamental distinction. The mind-matter, normal-paranormal, physics-metaphysics, and science-philosophy dichotomies are likewise simply illusions of perspective created by a limited understanding chat is exclusively focused within its own local reality. The experience of our physical materiality is the result of a particular set of constraint, space-time rule set, placed upon the interaction of individuated consciousness with OK players, which include other sentient beings as well as the environment. Matter is a simulated mental effect that we, as mind, experience because it helps put us in a virtual environment that makes the evolution of our consciousness more efficient and effective. As constrained constructs of consciousness, we have the imperative to lower OUJ entropy, evolve our consciousness, because that is the fundamental nature of the greater consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem of which we are an infinitesimal pen. We personally and as a species reflect the pattern of consciousness evolution because we are the result of that pattern and an integral piece of a larger consciousness system that evolves by iterating recursively upon itself to generate all that ls. We comrade the experience of a simulated AI guy in the same way the space-time rule set controls our experience. We define what he can perceive, what data he can access, and the rules by which he processes the information he collects. We prescribe the boundaries of his experience and reality in order to create the optimal, for our purpose, simulation tool. We do not enable Al-Gai to perceive beyond his local reality, such as most of the computer hardware and software used in his simulation, the people who made it, the facilities they made it in, all of PIVR and NPMR, because it is irrelevant to his mission, invisible and unthinkable to his cognitive awareness, outside of his local reality, and beyond his logical causal IRY. To Al-Gai, these higher-level things would appear, if they were explained to him, to be non-physical mystical nonsense existing within a different dimension. Computer hardware, power cords and electrical outlets. 61 I my big toe I the mechanics of perception and perspective. Programmers and the software they produce, and simulation laboratory facilities simply do not exist from his limited point of view, and if he is anything like his human brothers, there is no way to convince him otherwise, because he simply does not have the conceptual framework to expand his reality enough to perceive and understand the bigger picture from which he has been derived. You might as well explain to a fish how to dance an Irish jig as tell a man that he is non-physical consciousness. On second thought, that is a poor analogy. The fish has a good excuse, it has no legs, while the man, at least theoretically, has a mind. 68. PMR as a virtual reality game. Let's look at reality from an entirely different viewpoint. We may create or customize our own local reality through our personal interpretations, but we certainly do not create all reality. A larger reality exists apart from us that appears to be centered in the non-physical because it exists outside our local physical reality dimension. We are a subset of that larger reality and we interact with it through our individual personal minds. Our bodies and their physical experiences are a product of our minds interacting within the constraints of the space-time rule set with other players, both sentient and non-sentient, and other minds in a mutually interactive dance of aware but limited consciousness exchanging discrete energy packets in a process called interactive experience. A good way to get a rational grip on this concept is to perform a Gedanken experiment of your own. Ponder a future virtual reality game. Before Revo's virtual reality game begins, your body is, put into a perfect sensory deprivation tank where you blissfully float. The advanced and powerful computer running this game is connected directly to your brain. 10 special gloves, helmets, pressure suits, or tilting, shaking, rock and roll platforms are necessary. The computer hosting the game is connected wirelessly to the nerves or brain areas where each and all your sensory data input is received on its way to being processed. This virtual reality biocomputer game machine has been programmed with an advanced understanding of biology, physiology, physics, and of how the senses interact. Such an advanced, super-duper, totally cool, virtual reality game machine can simulate and then stimulate your central nervous system with such accuracy that you have a complete, scientifically exact, and absolutely real 612 I my big toe IPMR as a virtual reality game experience. This virtual reality machine produces an artificial or virtual experience that is indistinguishable from real experience. You cannot tell the difference. Because the natural input from your actual body are blocked while you are hooked up to this machine, if you lingered too long as a participant in the gourmet foods of the world virtual reality game, regularly ate your fill of the world's best virtual filet mignon with the world's freshest virtual steamed vegetables and most delicious virtual fresh fruit, you could physically starve to death without noticing the real you was hungry. You get the picture. This virtual reality game is a marvel of technology that produces absolutely realistic experience. Imagine that this virtual reality game is a multiplayer game. You and a group of your friends, along with many thousands if not millions of others, are playing this game together. The computer tracks the interactions between the players and integrates their experiences. Some multiplayer computer games do a limited version of this type of virtual reality simulation now. You and your friends chose the Jungle Safari game, consequently, the computer supplies the appropriate rainforest environment for your party and populates it with all the critters, object, and energy, with one climate, earthquakes, wind, volcanoes, and so on, that would naturally be there. Your mind and the computer's rule set together create a rule-based, consistent, causal, objective space-time experience where the free will initiative of you and your friends drives, action to its logical conclusions and simulated physical ramifications. The final results are determined by the computer's rule set and the actions or lack thereof that you and your friends take. Your seeming reality, local virtual reality, is created by your interpretation of virtual perceptions. These virtual perceptions and interpretations create a virtual experience that provides opportunity for you to learn from the results of the actions that express your intents. This virtual reality experience game is a good place for you to evolve the quality of your consciousness. It makes a great training machine. All the while there is also a larger reality that contains your actual floating body, your spouse, mortgage payment, and the new car that you left sitting in the parking lot of Sam's virtual reality emporium. TI1 is outside reality is not causally connected to your virtual reality, and from the point of view of your virtual reality, it is non-operational, non-physical, and does not exist. Do you get my point? The technology one am describing is near enough to our reality that you should be able to follow, imagine, the storyline without difficulty. Telling this story 60 years ago would have left the Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 68 I 613. Audience without a clue as to what I could possibly be talking about. It would have appeared to be pure fantasy, absolutely impossible, idiotic wild concepts beyond comprehension. 60 years ago, when Albert Einstein was pondering relativity theory, people would not have known what a digital computer was. The first digital computer, ENIAC, was developed at the University of Pennsylvania for the U.S. Army between 1942 and 1946. 60 years from now, computers will be, assuming Moore's law, 1 trillion, that's 12 orders of magnitude or 1012, times faster and more capable than they are today. Better yet, that improvement factor of 1 trillion is likely to be an outrageous understatement given the high probability that multiple breakthrough technologies will be discovered during that time span. That is more number crunching power than we can conceive of. The only thing we can say for sure about what 1VE will be doing with a trillion times the present computational power is that it is beyond our comprehension to imagine. Can you imagine this? Our children and grandchildren will be living in a world that is today totally unimaginable to us? That is how quickly things are changing and the process continues co-accelerate. On 90 years from now, near the end of the present century, Moore's law predicts our computers will be 1,000,000 trillion, L01s, times faster than today's computers. What do you think your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and AI guy are going to be doing with that much digital capability? On the other hand, even with breakthroughs, processing speeds could go asymptotic long before they reach an improvement factor of L08, who knows? What L-Lo know is that within a single human lifespan, AI guy and the future applications of digital computing will most likely be vastly different from anything that we could possibly imagine, even in our wildest dreams. Today, a person with a technical education might reasonably ask when. A close approximation to this virtual reality game might be expected to hit the market. If this concept seems theoretically doable to lie old dumb down us just 60 years after outrageously slow and clunky digital computers were invented, what kinds of digital magic do you think AUM might be able to pull off with his puddles of individuated consciousness that don't need to be wired, fed, pay mortgages, drive cars, or rub up against each other for personal gratification? AUM actually has a much simpler problem. Granted, AUM sets are larger and more detailed, but thal requires only some additional computer memory and crunch power, no problem for an apparently infinite, brilliant, digital consciousness thal operates in a frequency space. 614 I my big toe IPMR as a virtual reality game. That has a basic time increment that is 80 orders of magnitude smaller than our second. In fact, it is so easy there are many many versions of PM are humming along in parallel, and the big dude never breaks a sweat. BD makes the coolest games, man. Totally cool. 69. Real mystics don't smoke. Ciggies in the bathroom. Had about the scientists and mystics who already knew everything I have. Explained about the big picture? You know, the individuals who are reading these books just to see if I got it right. Do these people represent a glitch in the system? Are they screwing up because they are peeking behind the scenes, looking on the other side of the energy packet exchange interface instead of obeying the rules of space-time like the more normal citizens of PMR? No way. We are not put in space-time like a zookeeper put an animal in a cage. We are not caged at all. We are consciousness, no more, no less. We have at command all the attributes and abilities of a sentient individuated consciousness with free will. We are a part of AUM and contain the characteristics and potent energol of the whole in our part. We are in space-time T.O learn, to grow the quality of our consciousness, to evolve. Once we have evolved our consciousness to the point that the space-time construct is no longer an efficient tool for evolution, we go on to other things. Space-time constitutes a learning lab, an educational environment to grow in, not a jail. LL is more like an elementary school than a detention center. The point is, you are supposed to graduate eventually, not merely hang out with your friends, smoke ciggies in the bathroom, and skip classes. If you pay attention, try hard, do all your homework, and test lots of experimental pudding, you will someday grow up and be one of the big picture kids. Then you will realize a closely held secret that only the big kids know. Listen up. I am going to spill the beans. This is the major secret of life. Are you ready for this? Here goes, drum roll please. You can learn. 616 I my big toe I real mystics don't smoke ciggies in the bathroom. More if you try, pay attention, study, and practice, than you can if you just wander around in the school hallways waiting for gratuitous insight, or by hanging out with the smart kids. That's it? That is the biggest and best secret one have. One blab that secret to people who want to know something deep and meaningful, but most of them don't actually get it. All life's great secrets share this attribute, merely voicing the secret does not divulge the meaning, it only becomes profound, and therefore makes a difference to your type, when you are ready to absorb its significance within the context of a bigger picture. We make choices based on the quality of our consciousness and the opportunities our apparent situation presents to us. We need such an apparent situation because of the optimal learning opportunity it presents. As discussed in Chapter 22 of Book 1, Chapter 14 of this book, and Chapter 2 of Book 3. Thus, we, and others, represent a logical and evolutionary necessity for AUM. We are configured from AUM's consciousness to allow AUM low optimize its evolutionary potential. We may be an experiment, but we are an experiment that is integral to the being and evolution of the aware consciousness that is AUM. Come on Jake, PLLL out that cigarette, give up trying to convince Susie that you are as cool as you / you were, and let's get back to class. 70. The politics of reality. Each individual partially defines his or her own local reality. To the extent that our perceived environment, sensors, and interpretations are similar, our experience will be similar. We have common experience, large ego, and jaded understanding subsequently come cogital one and declare that our shared reality is the one true reality and chat everybody who doesn't understand that fact is dumb, confused, or delusional. Trust position concerning the accepted notion of reality becomes just another cultural, scientific, and religious belief system. Be careful, it is an easy trap to fall into. Our local reality is defined and limited by our senses and our interpretation of the data our senses collect. What lies beyond our local reality is believed to not exist, believed to be mystical, or described as non-physical. Imagine the reality we would collectively construct for ourselves, believe in, if every human on this planet were, and had always been, blind and deaf. Assume plenty of accessible food and beer for everybody. We are not probing survival issues. Imagine what our culture, political boundaries, and civilization would be like under those circumstances. Think of all the things that we now experience and understand as part of our physical reality that would disappear into non-existence or appear low, be mystical or non-physical. How do you think we would collectively interpret our interaction with critters and with each other? How would we deal with sunburn, snow, tornadoes, fire, tigers, birds, fleas, bumblebees and good-feeling babes? While your subconscious mulls over the concept of good-feeling babes, let's explore the degree to which logic and rational analytical process can provide a more correct interpretation of your perceptions. Here we are speaking of fundamental sense. 618 My big toe the politics of reality. Perceptions as well as your perception of the quality of sentient interaction, mood, intent, motivation, attitude, feelings, relationship, emotion, and meaning. Are all interpretations of perceptions equally valid? Can anyone distinguish between logical and non-logical interpretations? If a given interpretation is logical for one perceiver, will it be logical for all perceivers? The point of experience is growing the quality of your consciousness, not getting the right answers. You can learn to make more profitable interpretations with more experience. Wisdom can be developed. However, do not put too much hope in the power of logic to lead consistently to the optimal, best, or correct interpretation. Logic can be applied only when there are enough good data to support it. Most of the interpretations of our perceptions, particularly those that support our most significant decisions, must be made without enough data to come to a definitive logical conclusion. This beyond logical, uncertain state of affairs is by design. Otherwise, choice, free will, and intention would become moot issues if all interaction within our local reality was essentially deductive or tightly logical. All problems and challenges would have a unique analytical solution. Logic would replace judgment, existence and choices would be automatic and machine-like within a closed solution set. Even the extreme left-brainers, who longingly fantasize a more rational world, would eventually get bored. If life were a logical puzzle to be solved, learning would come to an end as soon as someone found a solution and shared it with others. Life is not logical, even if you pretend you are. You cannot use our intellect to get the most out of it. Trying to optimize your life by primarily applying your intellect, what most intellectuals do, is like a blind person with exceptional hearing trying to drive an automobile or fly an airplane. We have the space-time rule set, PMR physical law, to provide basic order and causality as an objective foundation. Do not expect logic to govern personal learning, interactions and relationship in the same way that physics governs cannonballs. These are not logical processes, even though left-brainers, and many relationship-challenged individuals, would like to pretend that they are or should be. Why do all the men have this lost look on their faces, and we are all the women nodding their heads and rolling their eyes? Typically, your sense of being rational is produced by the self-justifying belief traps you are caught in. Your appearance, to yourself and others, of rationality and logical process is, for the most part, an illusion, a feel-good delusion of the ego that makes you appear to be competent and thus delivers a sense of correctness, and personal security to the self. Each of us has a tendency to define the local truth to be whatever feels good to our ego and boosts our self-esteem. We justify our actions, feeling, attitudes, and beliefs and interpret events to support our needs, wants, desires, and expectations. Let's tie this discussion of assumed logic and rationality in with some of the things we learned in previous sections. Do you see where randomness, or pseudo-randomness, uncertainty and the uncertainty principle are a necessary part of the space-time rule set? Is. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 70 I 619. It clear why divination, mind reading, telepathy, remote viewing, precognition, psychokinesis, and other psi effects are detrimental to the potential growth of a low-quality, high-entropy consciousness, while generally irrelevant to the growth of a low-entropy, Ity consciousness, little boys, say 5 to 10 years of age would dearly love to be as strong as full-grown men, but fortunately evolution is not that careless. If you still do not get it, imagine your boss, spouse, mother-in-law, children, or telemarketers having direct access to your mind. Great power in the hands of an irrational ego or manipulating intent is always frightening and usually destructive. For the most part, we are thankful for the natural limitations on other people's power, as are they, no doubt, thankful for the limitation on ours. That huge difference between us and them is an illusion of ego. Rationally, one why and illogic are the norm, not the exception. Belief that the opposite is true, at least for us, is a commonly held delusion. Take a moment to ponder how this discussion might apply to you and the people you know. Almost everyone will agree that ego typically ravages the rational me of others because we are all reasonably secure in the knowledge that we are an exception to that rule. You and me, amigo, we're not like all the others. Right? Are a gaggle of preschoolers rational? Are they logical? Are they highly interactive? What motivates them? Why do you think that you, at the fundamental level of interactive consciousness, interact substantially differently than they do? Think about that for a moment. I want a good, thoughtful answer. Are you sure the perceived difference is not either superficial, you are better at math, a better planner, or generated by an ego justifying itself and its significance, the things you do are more important? Most people simply define themselves to be rational, and that is that. When you find somebody who thinks that they are particularly rational and logical, often you have found instead somebody who is out of touch with their deeper motivations and intents. Simple analytical thinking often masquerades as basic intelligence and issues to support a superior claim to correctness, a self-serving logic and rationality that justifies dominance, wants, needs, and desires. People who live entirely out of their heads and exist primarily in intellectual space often are sadly shallow and severely limited by the belief that they are primarily logical beings and that the employment of rationality and logical analysis is the highest and loftiest goal they can aspire to. The most important things in life are not things that can be adequately dealt with or experienced through analysis and logical process. Such self-directed impoverishment and limitation is held up as an ideal in Western culture. Do not get carried away. I am not implying that all logical process is fraudulent and useless. It can be a wonderfully productive tool. I live and work by it every day. Science is based upon it, it is the foundation of my big TOE. I am merely asserting that we in the West have elevated the value of belief-based rational process to the point that we are fooling ourselves most of the time, and as a consequence, we have blocked our view of a more holistic process that reaches much deeper into the well of truth than mere 620 my big toe the politics of reality. Logical analysis. Our sense of rationality has become twisted, self-referential and based upon circular logic, a marvelous tool extended beyond its useful function. The non-rational, non-logical world that we actually live in is entirely different from the rational, logic-driven world that most of us pretend that we live in, particularly intellectuals and technical or scientific types. It seems typical that the information available to support making a logical interpretation or decision about the meaning or significance of our collected perceptions is inversely proportional to the importance of the correctness of that interpretation or decision. The majority of life's important, significant, path-changing decisions are the ones whose outcomes are the most uncertain because of a lack of information. This state of affairs was not designed to frustrate you, but is a result of the fact that the physical causal world is simply a theatrical set, a playground with rules, provided to you to help you unfold your personal drama by forcing you to make significant subjective choices based upon your intent, not objective choices based upon causal logic. This arrangement allows you to evolve your consciousness, not just practice the relatively sterile art of correctly applying logic. The most important growth opportunities of your life will always be beyond your causal logic, will always be subjective and intuitive gropes dressed up in as much pseudo-logical justification as you can muster in order to make your life appear as orderly and rational as possible. The appearance of an orderly rational process driving our lives forward is a delusion that lowers anxiety and makes us feel better. Beyond that, the appearance of order in your life provides a coherent media or frame of reference for your experience that infallibly reflects the quality of your being. It would seem that our drive to rationalize our choices is a necessary part of what makes us work. By highly valuing the well-behaved, dependable, easily understood objective aspects of your existence while discarding, devaluing, or bumbling through the subjective aspects, you are focusing upon the chaff and throwing away the wheat. This misguided assessment of where we should focus our effort wastes huge amounts of time and energy in logical objective cultures such as ours. The effort that we focus on our career's status and material success greatly outweighs the effort that we invest in rising our personal quality. The result is that most people live their lives within a continuous soap opera that seems to have no final episode until death liberates them from that particular part. The physical virtual reality set, PMR, is not intrinsically important to your purpose except that it provides the structured learning experience you need. The iterative expression of your intent as it assimilates feedback derived from the results of your interactions with others is what allows you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, lower your entropy increment by increment through a long-term personal program of self-improvement. That you can solve logic problems is helpful in mastering your rule-based space-time environment, but it is only the foil a supporting, enhancing, enabling. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 70 I 621. Structure, not the main goal. Understanding the objective causality of your virtual learning lab is important like your house and car is important. Understanding the subjective and intuitive nature of your most significant decisions is important like your children or parents are important. Big decisions, important decisions, are usually complex and span many uncertain issues and are therefore least amenable to a logical solution. Where did you leave your glasses? Use logic as best you can. Who should you marry? How should you go about improving the quality of your consciousness? Forget logic, it's not going to help much. Because we seldom know how things will change or how relationships and interactions with others will progress, even if we could fully specify present states, how could our logical analysis penetrate very deeply? Our assumed rationality and logical process is a thin veneer, while love, truth, fear, want, need, and desire run deep. How do we interpret our perceptions in the midst of this unknowing? Mostly we guess when we make assumptions and rely on beliefs. We go with a hunch, from the heart, or with a gut feeling. We pretend, usually without intellectually knowing that we are pretending, that we are logical or that we know more than we do. We develop theories, we extrapolate past experience into the future. We use our intuition, which is our normal connection to the non-physical part of our being. How we ultimately interpret our perceptions depends on our knowledge, previous experience, understanding, wisdom, and the quality of our consciousness. We try the best we can to be rational, or at least to appear to be rational. I expect that you may have noticed the many feedback loops and functional interdependencies that connect perception, interpretation, logical analysis, experience, wisdom, belief, and the quality of your consciousness. If not, take a moment to ponder the maze of interdependent connections and interrelationships. Don't rush, take as long as you need, I'll wait for you. Interpreting your experience can be tricky if the quality of your consciousness is low. Belief and ego call strongly color your interpretation as well as your perception. Many of man's most horrific experiences, war, including holy wars, genocide, racism, ethnic cleansing and so forth, are motivated by ego in the service of belief. Humanity's worst crimes are typically committed low maintain, preserve, and spread particular beliefs and individual power, or as an expression of ego arrogance. Many ordinary, perfectly nice people become upset if a bigger picture, or someone else's little picture, threatens their comfortable concept of reality. They 8. Rationalize their attitudes and produce many good reasons why their particular delusion represents the only correct view. Such is the power of fear, belief traps, a closed mind, and a small picture combined. LL1 is the politics of reality. 622 I my big toe I the politics of reality. Selectively ignoring the facts of objective and subjective experience to justify enforcing a common belief, scientific, cultural, political, or religious, of what constitutes official reality sanctioned by the proper, scientific, cultural, political, or religious, authorities is required to maintain the delusion that we logical, rational people living in an objective physical world. Fear, control, and conformity make ignorance their friend. The preceding paragraph was rather complex and you may need to read it a few times to get what it implies about other people. Everyone likes democratic politics these days. If you really want to know how real reality really is, all you need to do is take a vote. All those in favor of PMR being all there is to reality, raise your hand. I guess that settles it, folks. The ayes have it, PMR is all there is. I mean, if people as intelligent, open, and with RT as you and your friends are haven't experienced this larger reality, what are the odds that anyone has? Not high, I am afraid, not high, especially if we discard the goofy unreliable types, the ones that are not like us. If this foreign-sounding AUM gobbledygook were actually true, we would all have heard about it by now, everybody would know. Right? Look at all the smart PEOP lean the world, do they believe this nonsense? No way. Where is the hard physical evidence? I am not buying this consciousness mumbo-jumbo until I can put my hands on some good samples of non-physical energy to study in the lab. Scientists cannot allow themselves to fall into this subjective quicksand. That's where science was hundreds of years ago when doctors were bleeding people with leeches to cure them. You cannot go wrong if you stick to objectivity. Right? There is nothing you can do about it anyway. How could I ever know the truth? Geez, weird people here everywhere. You name it and there is some bunch of wacko PEO somewhere that believe it. There seems to be no limit to people's capacity for goofiness. This non-physical baloney is all unsubstantiated opinion. It is objectively not provable. Right? You need to be careful of what you are willing to believe. Make a note, thinking. Thoughts that are not normal can be dangerous. I should be more careful about what I expose myself to. I think I should toss this disconcerting toe jam book in the fireplace. And go watch TV. What could be more harmless than TV? Right. That's politics, folks. The majority rules. Run with the crowd, 1t1's much safer that way and there is no personal responsibility to worry about. Kick back and let it go. If a mistake is made, it is no big deal because everybody else will have made it. Whoa. If something is especially important, someone will tell you about it. Right? And when they do, you will listen and understand. Right? 71. Weird physics requires weird physicists. Had about the sense of touch? Isn't that the sense that gives us our most trustworthy feel for reality? The eyes and ears, our dominant sensors, can be tricked rather easily. Illusionists make a living by tricking us into believing something that is not true. Mass banging into mass, now that feels real. If you can get your hands on it, you know it is not an illusion, right? There is a classical law of physics that says two masses Ca1 MOT occupy the same space at the same time. That simple physical law alone can account for our individual sense of separateness within space-time. Everything, rocks, fish, people, hockey pucks, and the planets, must all be and remain separate entities within a shared space. None can encroach on the other's personal space. TBC undoubtedly has that rule expressed somewhere in the space-time rule set that defines and limits our perception. Yet, when things become big, fast, or small, the game changes. Our law-abiding bodies that vigorously lay claim to their specific volume and mass wouldn't dream of sharing that same space with anything else. Yet a neutrino, neutron, or a high-energy photon sees our bodies as we see our universe, mostly empty space with a few chunks of matter scattered about here and there. Now the concept of no two masses existing at the same point at the same time begins to take on a different meaning. At a smaller, quantum, scale where the classical view breaks down completely and a particle seems coexist as a smeared out probability distribution, that particular physical law seems to have developed a statistical loophole. Wherever the mechanisms and processes of our perception are coarse enough to disturb what we are attempting to perceive, direct observation. 624 My big toe weird physics requires weird physicists. Becomes impossible. If this situation occurs because we are probing the boundary between experienceable and unexperienceable reality, we should expect the result to be strange because essentially we are probing the boundary between our local reality and the algorithms and mechanisms that TBC uses to implement its rule set from outside our causal system. The boundary between what we can perceive, experience, and the unexperienceable reality, which is the source of that percept.ion but at the same ti.me forever beyond our perception, is the boundary between our local reality and a mystical reality, from TJ1e view of PMR. This is the boundary between physical objects and consciousness, between what appears, from me view of PMR, to obey our law of causality and what appears to flaunt that law. It is also the boundary between our bodies and our mind, soul, spirit, and intuition. This boundary separates the normal from the paranormal and, if a bridge between the two is developed, defines and enforces the psi-uncertainty principle discussed in chapters 13 and 14 of this book. Modern physics in general and quantum mechanics in particular will always be mired in mystery and produce results that seem inconsistent, unexplainable, and counterintuitive as long as it clings to its PMR-only lit TLE picture belief system. Quantum physics will remain confusingly abstruse as long as it stubbornly requires the NPMR reality camel to be forced through the eye of the PMR reality needle, or the NPL_1 elephant to be pulled out of a PMR acorn. Until the self-imposed belief blindfold is removed, the outer boundary of little picture science will remain confused, out of focus, and apparently mystical. Inside that boundary, scientists will continue to unravel the space-time rule set one fact and relationship at a time. Discovery constitutes a journey that is much longer and more personal than most people think. Take your time, and focus on where you want to go. Understanding the rule set that governs your local reality so that you can manipulate male real existence 1.0 suit your needs is all well and good, but understanding the big picture is vastly more significant. 72. Section 4 Postlude. Hail, hardy reader! Thine open mind and force of will are truly extraordinary. If you have made it to this point, unless you have skipped around a lot, you have proved yourself to be no shrinking metaphysical violet. By now those with little to no experience beyond PMR have had almost everything they ever believed in thoroughly trashed or turned upside down and inside out. That could cause an uncomfortable, lost, sad, or empty feeling. Or maybe a drifting free with no roots feeling. Has some nasty person torn up your comfortable old Ruiz? How rude. Fortunately for me, the culprit is you. I simply supplied the hoe, trowel, and rototiller, or was that a bulldozer, and gave some encouragement. Don't worry, such feelings are often the doorway to a better place than you inhabited before. Award yourself 4 more of those highly coveted beautiful golden stars, paste them in your book next to your name and you will feel better. On the other hand, those with considerable experience outside the confines of PMR will have found a conceptual structure and context that makes sense out of all those unusual experiences that they knew were significant, but simply could not e-plane or integrate into their worldview. For these folks, my big toe holds the promise to transform the incomprehensible into the well-understood, the mystical into the mundane, the fear of being strange into the assurance of being normal, and far outseek ERS search E11G blindly by trial and or into well-reasoned individuals with a good explanation of what they are doing and why they are doing it. From the opposite point of view, let me remind you that this book is flammable, and you can always forget the entire thing. Hey, that's not so. 626 My big toe section 4 postlude. Bad, you get a great fire starter for your fireplace, and can easily dismiss my big 70 pounds as my big dulmian, the ravings of a wacko physicist who has obviously lost his way. Either way, you ought to read the next section. Section 5 is the result of everything we have accomplished in the previous sections. It's where you begin to see how everything previously mentioned begins to pull together into a coherent, that's my opinion, model of reality. Section 5 reveals the mechanics of how the larger reality functions and describes many of its processes. LE will tell you what's out there, why your unusual experiences are as they are, and how and why they are rationally bounded. Thus far, only the conceptual foundation has been laid. Now we will build the model that operationally describes the larger reality upon it. A11 EAD. The trail gets steep in a few places, because the structure and processes of reality can get complex, but most of the conceptual heavy lifting is behind us. To get the most out of Section 5, you will need to continue to be an intrepid explorer. Open-minded skepticism, perseverance, and dogged personal stamina will be required in Section 5 at least as much, if not more, than they were in the previous sections. Now let's go straight away to Section 5 and discover what reality looks like from the inside. Book 3. Inner Workings. Section 5. Inner Space, the Final Frontier. The Mechanics of Non-Physical Reality, a Model. Section 6. The end is always the beginning. Today is the first day of the rest of your existence. Synopsis of Book 1 and Book 2. Book I, Awake 11 I11G, Section LL provides a partial biography of the author that is pertinent to the subsequent creation of this trilogy. This brief look at the author's unique experience and credentials sheds some light upon the origins of this extraordinary work. The unusual associations, circumstances, training, and research that eventually led to the creation of the My Big Picture theory of Eve 1 Youthing, My Big Toe, trilogy are described to provide a more accurate perspective of the whole. Book L, Awakening 11G, Section 2 lays out, logically justifies, and defines the basic conceptual building blocks needed to construct My Big Toe's conceptual foundation. It discusses the cultural beliefs that trap our thinking into a narrow and limited conceptualization of reality, defines the basics of big picture epistemology and ontology, as well as examines the nature and practice of meditation. Most importantly, Section 2 defines and develops the two fundamental assumptions upon which this trilogy is based, a high-entropy primordial consciousness energy form called AUO, absolute unbounded oneness, and the fundamental process of evolution. AUO eventually evolves to become a much lower NUOP consciousness energy form called AUM, absolute unbounded manifold, though neither is absolute or unbounded. Using only these two assumptions, Section 2 logically infers the nature of time, space, and consciousness as well as describes the basic properties, purpose, and mechanics of our real ITY. Additionally, Section 2 develops the concepts of the big computer, TBC, and the even bigger computer, EBC, as operational model of aware digital consciousness. Our system, OS, is defined to be PMR, physical matter reality, our physical universe, plus the subset of NPMRR, a specific part of non-physical matter reality, NPMR, that is interactive with PMR. Many of the Concept 5 initiated in Section 2 are more fully explained in later sections. 630 I My Big Toe I Inner Workings. Book 2, Discovery, Section 3 develops the interface and interaction between we the people and our digital consciousness reality. LT derives and explains the characteristics, origins, dynamics, and function of ego, love, free will, and our larger purpose. This section introduces us to the consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem of which we are a part and explains how we can optimize our interaction within that system to actualize our full potential as an individuated consciousness. Additionally, Section 3 builds a bridge between your present assumptions about the physical and spiritual reality you think you live in, a reality limited by your cultural and personal beliefs, and my big picture theory of everything, my big toe. TI1E nature of a larger reality that exists beyond your physical perception is described in detail. Spirituality and love are technically defined as functions of NOP content within consciousness. Paranormal activity is given a theoretical basis as a normal part of a larger science. Finally, Section 3 develops the psi uncertainty principle as it explains and interrelates psi phenomena, free will, love, consciousness evolution, physics, reality, human purpose, digital computation, and entropy. Book 2, Discovery, Section 4 describes an operational and functional model of consciousness that further develops the results of Section 3 and supports the conclusions of Section 5. The origins and nature of digital consciousness are described along with how artificial intelligence, AL, as embodied in algae, leads to artificial consciousness, which leads to actual consciousness and to us. The design criteria, features, and limitations of our personal consciousness are E-planed and related to the larger digital reality. 1L1E part we play within the whole is derived as the physical universe is shown to be a local reality within a larger multidimensional system of digital synergy. The concepts of physical and non-physical are shown to be relative to the observer and to CAJTI no intrinsic significance of their own. Section 4 derives our physical universe, our science, and our perception of a physical reality. The mind-mat.er dichotomy is solved as both our physical reality and the larger reality are directly derived from a large but finite system of digital energy that evolves an organized content called consciousness. Section 5. Inner space, the final frontier. The mechanics of non-physical reality, a model. 73. Introduction to Section 5. In Sections 2, 3, and 4, I have developed the basic concepts needed to gain a fundamental understanding of the larger reality. In this section those concepts serve as the necessary background required to produce a WP-level understanding of PMR and PMR interface dynamics. You will have make most of the connections between the earlier sections and this SE session on your own. If I were to point out all the places where concepts of previous sections are being applied, it would add so many references to Section 5 you would have difficulty staying focused. In Section 5 we will regress to a more PMR-centric view that should be more familiar and less abstract, develop a description of OS reality mechanics, and afterward explore some of its more interesting ramifications. This section will begin by reviewing from a more analytic perspective some of what we have previously learned. This conceptual review will set the stage for a challenging exposition of the fundamental processes of the larger reality. Section 5 will be a little more buttoned down and logically formal, a little more technical and precise, but don't let that put you off. After the heavy brain work is done formulating the fundamentals of NPMR Mechan ICS, we will have some fun exploring some of the cooler ramifications. The following 12 chapters, which deliver the content of Section 5, are a subset of my observations relevant to describing the mechanics of the larger reality in which we all exist. They are carefully constructed from my experience in physical matter reality, PMR, and non-physical matter reality, NPMR. This is a broad brush across the top of this subject, a first pass so that you can tell if you want to dig deeper on your own. Feigny interesting and important concepts are purposely neglected because they 634 my big toe inner workings fall beyond the scope of this effort to present a comprehensive model of how the larger reality works. With a subject as broad as this one, the mechanics of reality, one have no choice but to remain focused so that you are not overwhelmed with endless digressions nor a work that is too endurous to ponder. Please keep in mind that the point of developing a consistent big-picture model of reality is not convince or persuade you of the correctness of my interpretation of my experience, and thereby offer you something better or more accurate to believe concerning the nature of reality. After many years of careful exploration, I have merely organized my observations into a coherent and consistent pattern. The resulting structure is the big toe reality model presented in this section. My intent is that the overall model of reality described by the My Big Toe trilogy should be a model that you can apply. It should be practical as well as theoretical. Its primary usefulness lies in its ability to help you meet and solve some of your most daunting professional and personal challenges. Second, it provides a logical unified theoretical understanding of the reality of which you are a pen. If you are a scientist or philosopher, it is the secondary usefulness that will seem most important. It is not. You will, most likely, depart the My Big Toe experience with something that was not there before, something that reflects your personal experience, understanding, and quality. Take from it whatever you can. Leave behind whatever does not square with your sense of what is right. Have no fear, you will not end up where you do not belong. The first 4 relatively short chapters of this book Wij provide a quick review and wrap-up of the concepts developed in the first 2 books of this trilogy, as well as provide the proper perspective that you will need to optimize your understanding of the reality model presented in chapters 5 through 10. This review is primarily intended for those that have not yet read Book L or Book 2. If you have recently read the first 2 books, you may wish to skim the next 3 chapters, spending time only on those concepts that are of particular interest to you. Chapters 5 through 10 are more conceptually challenging. If you get stuck, simply continue to skip paragraphs until it gets easier, or more interesting, again. Book 3 not only presents the mechanics of reality, but also explores and describes some of its consequences. In the process of doing so, it touches on fun subjects including time travel, teleportation, and telepathy, the simultaneity of past, present, and future, how the past continues to live, changing the past, warp drives, faster than light travel or communications, the Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 73 I-635. Concept of an even bigger computer, EBC, the nature of NPMR and its beings, probable realities, precognition and future expectations, changing the probability of occurrence of future events, multiple projections of you, leaving T.EPMR body behind, creating multiple bodies, understanding real ITY as a consciousness evolution fractal, and many other interesting subjects. 74. Science, truth, knowledge, reality, and you. My Big Toe describes a model, a relational logical structure, that defines the forms, functions, and processes that constitute your larger reality. The approach is scientific. Use the word science in its original and most general sense, Ti1e observation, identification, description, experimental investigation, and theoretical explanation of phenomena. The observations have been accumulated and the investigations undertaken by the author during the past 30 years. It is experience, not faith, which is required to transform the information found here into knowledge, and to evaluate its significance to you. You must find your own meaning in it. If what you find here does not resonate with your inner knowledge, or if it only resonates with anger or other negative feelings, let it go. Toss the book out. And forget about it. It is not our time to connect. Learning cannot and should not be forced. Each individual must grow in his own way, on his own path, under his own power and initiative. The world is big enough for everyone if respect is given to personal differences. Inasmuch as being careful, vigilant, and practicing good science can make it possible, this effort is based entirely on my direct first-hand experience. It is not based on my beliefs or on what I may have surmised from others. The influence of philosophical bias, preconceived notions, or beliefs has been, to the best of my ability, eliminated or at least minimized. The data upon which this model is based represent my best objective evaluation of my subjective experience. If you think the previous sentence contains an oxymoron, that an objective evaluation of subjective experience is impossible, you probably 638 My Big Toe science, truth, knowledge, reality, and you have too narrow a definition of the word objective and may be muddling through the most important parts of your life, ignoring objective feedback that is the result of subjective interpretation of apparently objective perceptions. Results can be objectively measured even if the motivations, understanding, and intent, the underlying dynamics, that created those results are entirely subjective. Unique, stable, repeatable, recognizable subjective states often drive specific objective results. This is the normal mode of operation for most individuals. Consider some of the correct, objective conclusions or knowledge, truth, you have come or gained, from your subjectively driven and interpreted interactions with friends, family members, lovers, spouses, children, bosses, or parents, and from the subjective evaluation of the direction, substance, and quality of your light. Consider that useful logical conclusions may flow from inductive as well as deductive reasoning. If you are in a logical dilemma about the possibility of deriving one, objective knowledge, from subjective experience, reread chapter 13, book 2 before going on. Further explanation of how subjective experience can produce objective results is presented in the next chapter. This trilogy, as with all sincere science, has universal truth as its goal, a goal that is, unfortunately, always difficult, if not impossible, co-guarantee. The correctness of this model, as with all scientific models, the shell model of the atom, for example, must be judged by its ability to explain the existing data within a self-consistent and coherent system. If you are not sure how that might be accomplished, evaluating the correctness of this model, it might be a good idea to reread chapter 14, book 2. The nature of the existing data that describes the facts of real JD is unique enough. 1.0 requires some further discussion. It is a common mistake to confuse the larger reality itself with the objects that appear to lie within it. We shall see that this error produces a limiting view that extends only as far as our senses. It also denies the reality and significance of what is most important us. The superset of facts, UOVs, 01 data describing our larger reality must include who and what we are, our subject. I being, our mind, our consciousness, what we perceive through our physical senses, our objective measurements, and the result of interpreting, grading, and synthesizing this data into the unique intellectual, emotional, physical, and spiritual being we call us. Unlike traditional works in either philosophy or science, I make no effort to convince the reader of the goodness of fit of this model. The existing data, that is not the point. I know this is difficult. Understand. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 74 I 639. Because it is contrary to how things are normally done, you will need to think out of the box here. Although 1a am formally presenting a scientific theo 1y of everything with this trilogy, convincing you that my concepts are correct or credible, or that the model is accurate or valuable, is not at all what these books are about. Understanding the content, knowing its UOV, and the limitations and boundaries of its UR.H at a deep and personal level, must be personally earned, not book learned. It must come through your first-hand experience, not through reading, and being convinced, about results and conclusions based on someone else's experience. What is the point? In addition to offering you a coherent understanding of reality and time, explaining the purpose and significance of your existence, and describing how your world works, this model, in conjunction with your effort, may help you interpret both your objective and subjective reality data, X1Ns. Perhaps it will nudge your create some interesting theories of your own, or, by providing some missing pieces of understanding or information, it may help you find explanations to a personal puzzle within your experience. Additionally, it might be a catalyst your learning by expanding the set of possibilities of which you are aware. It may lead, nudge, or goad you think new thoughts, to evaluate important perspectives, concepts, and ideas that you otherwise wouldn't have considered. My big toe in general or this mechanics of reality section in particular one is not likely to create significant knowledge at a deep or fundamental level where none existed before. Contemplating this book, or any book, is unlikely to change who you are or the quality of your being, and yet at the same time, and most importantly, there is an outside chance it could be the catalyst for you to do exactly that. The personal nature of at least a portion of the data, the facts of real ity, makes the standard argumentative, me convincing you, approach to imparting knowledge productive. This approach would guarantee a failed effort. It would succeed only in starting a non-solvable argument over what constitutes the set of valid existing data. A useless and endless argument for sure. Why? Because what qualifies as the existing data is both objective and subjective, and the subjective portion is unique and personal to each individual's experience and knowledge. Recall chapters 14, 32, and 33 of Book 2. Your consciousness is personal to you, it represents your being, we will call it, its attributes and evolutionary processes being objects. In contrast, consider 1 your body or other physical objects that can be probed, measured, and tabulated by the intellect and tools of others, we will call these objects shared intellectual objects. 640 My big toe I science, truth, knowledge, reality, and you. A set of the data relevant to the larger reality must take into account your consciousness as well as your body. Intellectual objects are physical objects, shared public objects, objects that must obey the objective causal space-time rule set, of PMR. Being objects are non-physical and primarily represented by units of individuated consciousness in various states of awareness and quality. A system capable of supporting consciousness spontaneously generates enough SCU organizing potential so that the fundamental process of evolution can, in the pursuit of profitability, generate sufficient synergy, through a process of recursive reorganization called learning, to form an individuated consciousness that is independent of the mechanisms that support it. Consider a digital system's potential to profitably organize itself as constituting a non-physical form of energy such that the system itself becomes an energetic media that the fundamental process can organize and reorganize into successively lower entropy configurations. Being objects are the individual result of the consciousness creation process. Chapters 7 and 23 of Book 2 review these concepts. Reality must be experienced by consciousness. Unlike the intellectual objects, material facts, and ideas, of traditional Western science that can be shared, being objects or unique states of being are primarily experienced through subjective personal awareness. To understand the knowledge, data, and facts of being, the being objects, you must be them, you must reflect, express, or integrate them in your being. So, what is the point of my big toe intellectually discussing being objects? Because knowing about it, though not to be confused with being it, can be valuable in and of itself. Consider the difference between wisdom and knowledge. Knowledge is generally good to have and it is required in order to apply wisdom, but wisdom is much more than merely better, or more complete, knowledge. Have you ever heard of a little wisdom being a dangerous thing? In addition to knowledge, wisdom requires big picture understanding and caring at a deep level, both are attributes of experience and being rather than attributes of information. With the right information you might occasionally act wisely, but that is not at all the same as being wise. Experience, not verbal communication, is the doorway through which personal subjective knowing must pass. One who is successful at acquiring, assimilating, and manipulating intellectual objects is said to be knowledgeable and is capable of doing great things, has good quality ideas. In contrast, one who has successfully evolved low entropy being objects is said to be wise and capable of being a great person, has good spiritual. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 74 I 641. Quality. Each of us should develop both of Chi's mutually reinforcing capacities and seek an optimal balance between them. Knowledge without wisdom is common, wisdom without knowledge is impossible. Knowledge is about facts, wisdom understands how those facts relate and interact. Within the big picture, intellectual objects are separable and can be arranged like beads on a thread. Being objects are individualized subsets of one whole integrated thing, more like the thread itself. Unfortunately, learning to manipulate intellectual or material objects is seen as real, rational, and scientific. The scientific method is used to separate fact from fiction among intellectual objects, while learning to manipulate being objects is seen as non-real, delusional, irrational, and unscientific. Just as classical mechanics makes hopelessly wrong inferences in the realms of the very small and very fast, the scientific method has literally validity outside its realm of intellectual objects. The scientific method we learn to venerate for its proven ability to deliver the truth is an excellent methodology for exploring Newton's mechanistic universe as well as Einstein's relative universe. However, a digital, quantized, statistical reality, somewhat like the one described by quantum mechanics, based upon the constraints of our knowing, needs a broader scientific methodology that allows for the necessity of uncertainty. Such a generalized scientific method will allow a larger, more porous truth to be derived from uncertain statistical data manipulated by inductive as well as deductive reasoning. Living with uncertainty is fundamental to your progress and growth. It is the way of the future, scientifically and personally, and you might as well get used to it. A mechanistic one-ility over which we eventually learn, through science, to exert control represents a limited local reality. Uncertainty is not a problem for science as long as the uncertain results are represented in our physical reality by something, a physical component 01 manifestation, that is clearly measurable, consistent, and uniquely related to its source. To apply the requirements of the current science of intellectual and material objects to the science of being is to deny the existence of the latter. Turning the scientific method into a universal dogma, science as religion, enforces an inappropriate process and measure of value upon the science of being. By the standards of traditional science, the science of being will, by definition, always seem delusional, non-provable, and unassailable, the realm of charlatans, kooks, and other silly or devious people. People in general, Western science and philosophy in particular, are ill-equipped and ill-prepared. Crack the nut of mind, being, paranormal. 642 My big toe I science, truth, knowledge, reality, and you. Phenomena, love, or of spirituality. Nor are they likely to understand how these things interconnect with each other, the physical world, and us, collectively and individually. Not until individuals, particularly scientists, learn to think outside the box, the philosophical corner they have dogmatically painted themselves into, will the science of consciousness become available for our use. For these reasons, I will leave the analysis of the model's goodness of fit to existing data and previously acquired knowledge up to those who have enough honest, not generated from fear, dogma, or belief, experiential data points to make the exercise meaningful. The motor's value for those without first-hand experience of the larger reality lies in its ability to provide a comprehensive theoretical model of existence, and in providing a tool that can be used to logically extend one's experience beyond present knowledge. The exploration of inner space is greatly facilitated by the encouragement and assurances of those who have gone before, and by having a good map and description of the laboratory. The value of my big toe is entirely dependent on the essential one-ectness of its representation. You should gather up your objective, public, experience and integrate it with your objectively evaluated subjective, private, experience to assess this toe's value for yourself. You could evaluate only the public part, but that would be like inventing an automobile and only using it to crack walnuts by driving back and forth over them one at a time. Surely, you can use a car as a nutcracker, but why would you want to do that? Wouldn't you rather use your car to go somewhere interesting, explore the big picture perhaps? Cracking those walnuts is simply not that important. Lift up your head and look around. There is an entire reality out there, let the nuts go for a while. For each individual sentient being, life's most important and meaningful experiences are typically subjective. Significance, relative to the being objects, or relative to the quality of an individual's being, is derived primarily from subjective experience. Consequently, it is important to keep the following two things in mind, both apply to you, as well as to me. 1. The ignorant are never aware of their ignorance, and 2. it is highly likely there are individuals who possess more experience, understanding, wisdom, and truth than you do. How can you discover one which individuals know more, and are more, than what you know and what you are, represent a higher quality of being, contain less imropi, or are more spiritually evolved? Likewise, how can you discover which ones know less, and are less, than what you know and what you are? Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 74 I 643. Given that you do not believe yourself to be omniscient, a typically ego or fear-driven know-it-all, you can only attempt to sort out the resultant confusion, separating the wise from the foolish, by gaining direct, carefully sorted, tested, MD-validated first-hand experience. Experience is the key because of the personal nature of the subject. You must personally experience the larger reality, there is no other way to interact or to absorb it. Nevertheless, if you are not careful how you evaluate and interpret your subjective experience, you could still end up in the self-delusional fool category. If instead, you separate the wise from the foolish by applying your beliefs, you logically risk being merely a self-consistent fool, or one fool among many, an invisible fool, if your beliefs are shared by others. Separating the wise from the foolish is no easy task, but it is one at which you can succeed if you try. Recall that in Chapter 14, Book 2 we offered a detailed solution to this epistemological dilemma. In the science of being, unlike the science of objects, consensus does not define the accepted truth, much less the actual truth. Experience is personal and can never be shared exactly. An event or happening can be shared, simultaneously viewed, by many individuals, but TL1E experience of it is unique to each individual. Consequently, there are many ways an individual can view, and interact with, the same truth. What you do with the truth you discover is the point. How will you use it to enhance the quality of your being? Functionality, what can be done with it, and results, how it actually helps you grow or evolve your consciousness quality, are the measures of the value of your knowledge, not how many people agree with you. Big truth does not rearrange itself to fit the whims or demands of the fashionable majority. My experience, knowledge, and understanding are important to you only if they help you find knowledge, and experience truth in your own way. Your and my understanding of the right way, and of how things work, may or may not be helpful to others. If we think that our experience and the knowledge derived therefrom might be helpful, we should share it, but never impose it, require it, or think it is the critical information that others need. Nor should we make it our goal to ensure that others recognize its universality, that is evangelism, not science. The science of being is an individual science that cannot be advanced through a group effort. Its significance lies in its results, in the effect it has on the quality of the individual and on that individual's ability and willingness to profitably evolve his or her personal consciousness. As you read this section, focus on the common understanding, not the differences, between this model and other concepts of reality. Reach for the 644 I my big toe I science, truth, knowledge, reality, and you. Biggest picture your personal data can logical J support, but be careful J to avoid imitating the proverbial blind men who jump to conclusions about the characteristics of an elephant from the one part of the whole that they experience. Keep in mind that our, yours and mine, experience is probably incomplete. Conclusions should remain flexible, tentative, be given varying degrees of credibility based upon our experience, and remain always open to the possibility of gaining more data, understanding, in the future. Either believing or disbelieving what you read here would be a futile act, a compulsion that cannot induce personal growth. My aim is to expand the possibilities that inhabit your mind, to provide you with a mode that helps you place your experience into a larger context, and that encourages you, by explaining the scope, structure, and content of a larger reality, explore and find truth. I hope that you 16J find freedom and empowerment in the idea that you create, as well as limit, your own reality, and find comfort in the vastness of the possibilities and potential that you have to satisfy the fundamental purpose of your being. Let me be dear that my big toe in general, or the mechanics of real ity presented in this section in particular, do not philosophically center about Western science, Eastern religion, spiritualism, New Age philosophy, theosophy, the occult, or any other body of thought or ism. It is simply my experience put in the context of form, function, and process. Though my big toe may logically connect, and occasionally overlap, with many philosophical, scientific, and theological traditions, it represents and has been derived from a unique synthesis of my personal and professional experience. Big truth is, and has always been, the same as it is now, so similarities should be expected. Any associations you might draw connecting the concepts presented in this trilogy to some other body of thought or to another set of concepts are a synthesis of your own brewing, not the specific intention of the author. Make connections, that is good. Intellectual synthesis is necessary, helpful and important, but your connections are much more significant than any that are might point out to you. Open-minded skepticism is the correct frame of mind with which to proceed through this section, anything else may lead you astray. Do not be predisposed to confirm or deny what you read, or you will likely miss some important points and have a less than optimal learning opportunity. 75. Preliminaries. Though we have previously used the terms PMR and PMR in a general way in previous sections, now we need to become more precise. PMR, physical matter reality, the reality that your body lives in, and its properties, and laws, physics. PIVFR includes the material universe, galaxies, solar systems, planets, and everything known and unknown that materially exists within them. PLVLR can be effectively and purposefully manipulated, is operationally viable, and is inhabited by beings that are sentient in it. NPMR, non-physical matter reality, everything other than PMR. The non-material, from the view of PMR, superset of PMR that contains its own unique properties, materials, and laws. Like PMR, NPMR can also be effectively and purposefully manipulated, is operationally viable, and is inhabited by beings that are sentient in it. NPMR contains unique dimensions, material, and time that consistently and necessarily follows its own rules, physics. 1T exists independently of PMR and may contain numerous unique local realities as subsets. These definitions of physical and non-physical were chosen to serve the largest group of people with a minimum of confusion. Both PMR and NPMR are real physical places from the point of view of the consciousness beings that inhabit them. They each contain objects and sentient beings that appear to have substance, form, structure, and energy that are measurable and perceivable and follow the rules, causality, and science, physics, peculiar to their respective realms. The apparent difference between non-physical and physical is relative to the observer. From within a given local reality, a specific ion of AUM or TBC, everything within that reality appears physical while everything outside of that reality appears non-physical. 646 My big toe I preliminaries. Defining NPMR as non-physical is a parochial PMR-centric view that implies our physical PWLL science is fundamentally incapable of expanding its vision to include NPMR as a part of our physical reality. Simply moving beyond the limited idea that PMR defines all possible reality will open up new worlds of potential existence to exploration and study. Breakthroughs must always begin with the unthinkable. Most people are comfortable with the fuzzy notion that what we can directly measure, with our five senses and their extensions by our marvelous machines of science, in PMR is by definition physical and everything else is non-physical. This is sometimes called the operational definition of physical reality. This places two familiar groups of things into the non-physical camp, those that are inferred but not yet directly measurable, neutrinos for example, and those that are conceptual, such as wave packets, dark matter, strings as in physics theory, as well as ego, love, ethics, and justice. Inferred entities can only be indirectly measured by actually measuring something else that is assumed to be causally related. Conceptual things, such as justice O wave packets, are inferred. Inertia Jji, conceptual entities are defined into existence, as were neutrinos or quarks, by our need for them to support and maintain the consistency of our new rent worldview. Ti1EI our operational functionality and their ability to help us maintain logical consistency is accepted as proof of their potential physical reality. We take them seriously because they help us define, understand, and control our local reality. They are operationally significant. 171 at they are entirely operationally non-physical, cannot be directly measured, only relegates their existence to the theoretical, not to the absurd. 171 EY are in the wings waiting for scientific experience. T0 give them full membership into the world of the physica Jji measurable, or at least into the world of things with physical-ically measurable effects. Thus it is with mind, consciousness, and intuition. All operationally significant, all with indirectly measurable effects. Non-physical does not mean non-useful, non-real, 01 non-existent. Non-physical things are often defined by, are real and meaningful because of, their effective use, their application, their interact.ion with measurable things, and their ability to satisfy, fit, or be consistent with, the current overarching model from which their reality, existence, and meaningfulness is derived. They are directly inferred from basic assumptions about the nature of reality. The beings, objects, and energy in NPMR are directly inferred in the same way. Anyone can easily learn low-C unique and specific energy forms with the mind's eye, manipulate the energy of creation, and communicate telepathically with beings in NPMR or PMR. However, whether or NOL. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 75 I 647. These activities can be considered real and meaningful depends upon their effective use, their application, their interaction with measurable things, and their ability to satisfy, fit, or be consistent with, an overarching model. Overarching models of being are in short supply. Current efforts are typically incomplete or narrowly dogmatic. Ontology, the branch of metaphysics that deals with the nature of being, is not taken seriously by many philosophers or scientists because it is considered to be beyond objective discourse. They are half right. A comprehensive model of being like the one presented in the My Big To trilogy is beyond the causal logic of the little picture, but rather than decree that no logical objective solution can possibly exist, science and philosophy would be better served by open-mindedly searching for a more general view that would broaden its understanding. Perhaps, with an open-minded approach, scientists and philosophers could find a bigger pile that contains a logical solution that answers to a higher level, more general superset, of objective causality. Unfortunately, it is easier and more immediately rewarding to decree the impossibility of difficult-to-understand solutions, or posit belief-based pseudo-solutions, than to live with the nagging uncertainty that is required to find one-eel solutions through better science. We have been struggling to understand the big picture in Western Cu-1e for at least 2,700 years with only spotty success because our materialistically based belief system blocks genuine progress. Big picture models cannot be taken seriously in our westernized technoculture because of a pervasive little picture objectivity iberalstilus.ion. The world, and particularly the Western world, desperately needs a big toe to provide balance and stability. A living the is one that embraces change and the possibility of new and contradictory knowledge, as opposed to being an impossible low change, know-it-all dead dogma. Big picture models of being, reality, or existence must continual, be in the process of evolving big truth. In the same sense, most physical models, modern physics theories, are also living. Dead models, if correct, must be small in scope. A model that is broad in application and far-ranging in its consequences, large scope, must remain open to the idea of redefining itself periodically or risk degenerating into a belief-based old dogma that is incapable of learning new tricks. Ti1 Air is always more to learn. How can we claim completion when AUM is still learning and growing? Believing that your uncertain ignorance is small compared to your certain knowledge is the signature assumption of fools. In the simplest sense, and at the most basic level of understanding, the non-physical being objects in NPMR are important because they are sig. 1 http://www.my-big-toe.com 648 My Big Toe I Preliminaries. Significant and valuable to individuals. TI1EY consistently, powerfully, clearly, and measurably can, and do, contribute to your consciousness quality and the evolvement of your being. These non-physical being objects and processes influence, interact with, your being whether you are aware of it or not. The advantage of being aware of the interface and interaction you have with one NPMR is that this awareness can dramatically raise the efficiency of the experience knowledge growth transfer function. The bottom line is that NP.MR, just like neutrinos, is inferred from repeatable consistent results that are indirectly measurable in PMR by independent researchers. My Big Toe develops the notion of NPMR as part of an overarching consistent scientific theory of reality that includes PMR and its physics as a subset. Though this section is purposely developed from a PMR SENU-IC viewpoint to enhance comprehension at a more familiar level, hang on to your larger perspective and integrate what you find here with whatever constitutes your biggest picture. As we pointed out toward the end of Book 2, PMR and NPMR are dimensions or subsets of one reality as seen from differing points of view. The terms physical and non-physical have no intrinsic meaning beyond describing a local belief-based delusional perception of other realities relative to one's own. There is no primary physical reality just as there is no primary inertial frame in relativity theory. There is but one reality that can be viewed from many different perspectives. Same old story, relativity of perception, repeated at a one-higher level of generality. From Newton co Einstein, physicists believed that space and time were absolute. Einstein's vision was the first to transcend the universally accepted paradigm of an absolute, or fundamental, inertial frame. Consequently, he was able to see the relativity of, or the relationship between, multiple inertial frames will look like an all-encompassing space-time. The concept of space-time was born of a bigger picture understanding that could appreciate the interconnected relationships of multiple equivalent inertial phenomena instead of seeing reality as one monolithic absolute inertial frame. Physicists following the trail that Einstein blazed, beyond the conceptual restrictions of absolute space and time, committed the same error at the next level of generality by developing an implicit assumption that space-time was the new absolute. When we reach the outer limit of our vision, we think we see the absolute. What we imagine as the absolute, the final source, the ultimate fundamental, is only an artifact of our limited understanding. As Einstein vividly demonstrated, one can never see the new relativity until one's vision has grown beyond the old absolute. Neither Einstein nor others could conceptualize anything beyond space-time. That limitation of vision prevented them from c. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 75 I 649. I.ng The next higher level of relativity where one can appreciate the interconnected relationships of multiple equidm spacetimes instead of one monolithic absolute spacetime, multiple PMRs. The next step beyond that, the next higher level of relativity, requires a larger vision where one can appreciate the interconnected relationships of multiple equivalent realities within AL.TM, multiple PMRs and NPMRs, from our perspective, within a consciousness system like NPVern instead of one monolithic absolute set of virtual spacetimes. Ending one's vision to the next higher level of relativity, one can appreciate the interconnected relationships of the multiple levels and scales of a consciousness evolution process fractal that defines the evolving consciousness system of which we are a part instead of one monolithic set of hierarchical virtual realities based upon an absolute AUM. Undoubtedly, describing 5 hierarchical levels of relativity theory span rung from Nun's absolute space and time to the finite AUM system of evolving digital consciousness fractals does constitute a rather big conceptual bite for one paragraph. leaping four major reality paradigms in a single bound where each successive level of cosmological understanding must discover its own theory of relativity to enable the next higher level of organization. Low come into view is the intellectual equivalent of eating a large box of cream-filled donuts in one sitting. I hear some of you asking, do we ever get to the bottom, to the absolute, fundamental core within? WHE11 Do we reach the end of the series where we can feel satisfied that we know it all so we can kick back and relax? The short answer is, we, you and me as we play together like fun-loving bacteria in the .PMR petri dish, don't. It appears that we only get to chase that white rabbit, not catch it. Absolutes are indignant and comfortable because their sweeping certainty produces the illusion of an immensely broad and deep knowing, whereas relativity, dependent upon a specific perspective or framework, reminds us of the limitations of our knowledge and experience. It is difficult for many to see themselves as a little guy in a local reality. Absolutes give us a way to skate over the nitty-gritty details of a more complex existence and at the same time feel good, as well as smug, that we have a clear view all the way to infinity. Whenever one's conceptualization of reality, or of anything real, rests upon the absolute, the infinite, or the perfect, one should question the underlying assumptions very closely and expect to find a belief at the core. So, our mission, if we choose to accept it, is low iteratively smash each old absolute with a less constrained vision of a new relativity, a new set of relationships that define a bigger picture that better explains the whole of our direct personal experience. 650 My big toe I preliminaries. Are we caught in an endless iterative loop of ever-increasing bigger pictures? Null endless sounds like another one of those bogus infinity scams. You are not in an endless loop, you are just stuck with your limitations. Our consciousness and our virtual PMR are Burrow-defined INW existence by the constraint placed upon us. Limitations are a natural, unavoidable part of the fundamental existence and experience we call real ity. FF1 thinks being small like a bacterium sucks. It is probably because one has delusions of grandeur and is in denial about one's designed-in inability to be omniscient. Evolution generally runs a very efficient organization and being omniscient simply isn't required for you to fully achieve your present purpose. Don't sulk, instead appreciate the beauty of the idea that PMR and NPMR are simply different perspectives of a concept, one equally elegant unified view of reality as an evolving fractal system of digital consciousness that models beings, objects, and energy in order to pull itself up by its bootstraps INW a more profitable state of organization. The definition of beings, objects, and energy are the same in PMR and NPMR. In PMR, physical objects and energy form the set of all non-sentient things. Let's revisit the definition of sentient. The dictionary defines sentient as having sense, perception, conscious, experiencing sensation or feeling. I will again generalize this official PMR definition by saying that sentient entities are self-aware and aware of their environment. Additionally, sentient entities make deliberate choices that have significant consequences to themselves and perhaps to others. Recall that the origins and evolution of self-awareness are discussed in detail in Chapter 25, Book 1. The upper echelons of sentient things are often called beings, though technically everything sentient is a being. In NPMR, objects and energy are defined in exactly the same way. Objects and energy within NPMR represent all the things in NPMR that are not sentient in NPMR. Thus, the phrase, beings, objects, and energy includes everything when applied to either PMR or NPMR. The beings are the choice makers, the objects include other things, and the energy state relative to a set of objects is NEI. They're a being nor an object but has the ability to effect changes in both. Most of the significant, within the big picture, changes that occur between time increments within a given reality are driven by the interactive free will choices of the beings who inhabit that reality. Objects, such as rocks, mountains, clouds, thermal geysers or rivers, and interactive forms of energy, storms, volcanic eruptions, or earthquakes, for example, are very predictable when one has all the data. Beings, objects, and energy do, however, sometimes have random components associated with their choices. Some degree of randomness, usually relatively small q, may influence what happens next. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 75 I 651. Are practical, from a PMR viewpoint, definition of physical and non-physical reflect the common separation, particularly in the West, between mental and physical, mind and body, even though it is obvious to almost everyone that these two opposites are hopelessly entangled and integrated. PMR and NPMR are likewise entangled. The directly unmeasurable, within PMR, mind, consciousness, thought, and soul clearly fall into the non-physical, from a PMR viewpoint, camp regardless of whether or not there is a presumed physical basis. In summary, our operational definition of PMR causes some of the common things taken seriously, believed in and relied on, in physics, such as neutrinos, quarks, and string theory, to belong in the non-physical camp, only ineffable, not directly measurable, yet, we accept them because they help us remain logically consistent and represent the current best fit within, are sometimes required by, our model of physical reality. We can build useful and valuable material, conceptual, theoretical, and spiritual results based on the knowledge and understanding of inferred non-physical objects. Successful operational experimentation with non-physical phenomena that are not acceptable to you additional science, such as energy and information transfers within New Jersey JVIR or PMR that appear to the PMR observer to be acausal, often employs the methodologies that physicists use to work with inferred objects such as neutrinos, as well as the processes that scientists use to develop more purely conceptual objects like wave packets or swings. Science is science. Many of the same logical approaches to discovery work as well in PMR as they do in PMR. The major difference is that NPMR objects are not accepted by traditional scientists because they do not fit the little picture PMR reality model. For TL1E most part, this is because the type of data gathered from NPMR and the process for obtaining and validating them is, by its nature and design, mostly incompatible with PMR's additional murally focused scientific methodology, which is based upon a mystical belief in the universality of PMR causality. See chapters 13 and 14 of Book 2, and Chapter 2 of THL's book for supporting detail. Conflicting with the 19th and 20th century's most precious intellectual jewel, the scientific method, is not necessarily the kiss of death to an open mind. The scientific method is a terrific tool within the realm to which it applies. Our most successful scientific models and processes have turned out to have a limited validity, including classical mechanics, large slow objects, special relativity, fast objects, but no gravity, the flat earth, Schoen distances, or a stable physical universe, short times. Likewise, the scientific 652 I my big toe I preliminaries method has a limited validity. Our refusal to appreciate those limitations has trapped our awareness in PMR. The time is ripe, once again, to raise our thinking up to the next level of generality, thus greatly expanding our vision of what is possible. An expanded view of a scientific method that contains the traditional scientific method as a subset would also better encompass and support some presently accepted fields including medicine, psychology, sociology, and ethics, as well as the non-traditional, but equally serious, fields of cosmology, epistemology, and ontology. For example, when was the last time the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, performed an objective scientific public health experiment with a highly contagious deadly infectious disease? Obviously, the CDC cannot apply a traditional scientific methodology to the study of fatal infectious diseases. Instead, it must rely on indirect statistical inference, the same methodology that is often used to produce an objective evaluation of subjective experience. A generalized scientific method must be rigorous and testable, as well as produce consistent and meaningful results, the requirement for testable rigor and meaningfulness in no way eliminates the value and usefulness of subjective input. Formally defining a practical generalized scientific method is not within the scope or intent of this trilogy, but an informal description of what needs to be included is discussed in the previous chapter and in Chapter 13, Book 2. Your attitude is important. Avoid getting twisted around the preciseness, accuracy, or the appropriateness of how the definitions and observations within this Chapter 1 and the next apply to your particular view of, and beliefs about, the world. Keep in mind that we are trying to effect a communication of big ideas. Some fuzziness among the details is acceptable, precision and clarity comes only with personal experience in the larger reality. Jettisoning belief and trying to solidly grasp what lies beyond your experiential reach is what pulls you up by your bootstraps, but overreaching coupled with high expectations typically leads to more frustration than progress. Again, do not feel required to believe or disbelieve or to pass final judgment on what you read. On the other hand, you are required to be scientifically, not driven by belief or fear, critical and skeptical of what you find here, or your big toe will not grow. 76. Some observations. These 13 observations reflect my experience exploring NPMR and provide a short summary of the data necessary to support the conceptual development of the mechanics of reality. They are written here as unsupported blunt summary statements. Sections 2, 3, and 4 of my big toe thoroughly develop the logical foundation upon which these 13 observations rest. LF Your personal experience does not clearly encompass and support these statements, consider them to be stated assumptions that may or may not be critical. What follows in the next 9 chapters. Keep in mind that belief or disbelief in the correctness of these observations is at best irrelevant, while a skeptical open mind is absolutely necessary. LF, on the other hand, your personal experience validates these notions. They will appear to be simple facts that stand on their own, requiring neither belief nor conjecture for support. Regardless of the level of experience you bring to this discussion, my advice is to trudge on through this chapter without being too issy. The supporting details are contained in the Phil SL2 books of this trilogy and WIJL not be repeated here. This is simply a terse summary and review of what has been established elsewhere within my big toe. 1 PMR is not the only, and not necessarily the primary, nor the most important reality. Each reality exists within its own calculation space or dimension. Realities are not necessarily independent. There can be correlations and dependencies between realities along with rules governing their interactions. 2 As shown in Figure 5:1, there are multiple, loosely related, weakly interacting reality systems within NPL\1LR, each NPMR0 where n equals 1, 2, 3, represents a specific reality system. Each of the NPMR11 seems to be 654 I my big toe I some observations. NPMRN plus 2. Figure 5.1, Reality Systems, the Big Picture. Organized as separate ongoing experiments in consciousness. Each experiment has its own objectives, protocols, conditions, timeline, and purpose. 3 One of these reality systems within NPMR, say 1 PMRN, where the index O takes the specific value n, contains RPL\1IR as a subset. NPMRN is a spiritual, quality of consciousness, system experimenting with the evolutionary potential of consciousness. NPMRN contains many other reality subsets besides PMR. Some of these other subsets constitute physical universes similar, space-time matter-based, to OMPMR. We are non-physical to the beings of these realities, while others are very different from our PMR, not based on space-time matter. Within each of these reality subsets, there are types and classes of beings living within the rules of their own physics, psychology, and sociology. Our system, OS, of reality contains PMR and a portion of LPMRN. Figure 5:1 shows only one small portion of the larger consciousness ecosystem. 4 In NPMRN, the goal for each sentient being is to learn, grow, and evolve through interaction, making choices with others. The intent driving our choices can range from good to evil. We make free will choices in the process of interacting with other sent.im beings, and the quality of TJ1SA choices alters the entropy of our consciousness through a self-modifying. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 76 I 655. Feedback System. Personal growth is required to affect our entropy reducing evolution to the larger consciousness cycle. To optimize entropy loss, one must understand how consciousness evolves under varying conditions. Does all consciousness eventually end up love-like, the optimal result, or exactly the opposite, or does a consciousness system eventually become chaotic or perhaps find some stable equilibrium state in between these extremes? Is it possible to isolate and stabilize optimal conditions for growing or evolving high-quality consciousness, thus optimizing the efficiency of the consciousness cycle? 5. All consciousness in NPMRN is netted. It is as though each entity in NPMRN has a unique URL, Uniform Resource Locator 0R or web address, in a gigantic, but finite, reality wide web, RWV. Thus, as a subset, all beings in OU1 particular PMR are also netted T0 together, on a local area network, LAN, so to speak, as well as connections between LANs, with the rest of OS and all other NPMRN residents. Connections to the NPMR11 and beyond are likewise available, but not particularly important to this discussion. 6. An individual in PMR can be aware of NPMR through his or her mind, the non-physical part of one's being. The mind is the doorway through which you must pass to experience NPMR. NPMR is, if anything, more real than PMR, semantics in the service of an impish smile, because it contains a more fundamental, less constrained, reality of which PMR is only one of many subsets. 7. An individual in PMR, once fully aware in NPMRN, can access and filter the RWW net described above with his or her intent. An individual can access any web page entity on this RWW net by using his or her intent, which requires unique knowledge and identification of the URL being sought. One navigates with one's intent. A person's intent is also his or her filter. Without this filter one would have difficulty dealing with all the information at once. Explorers must learn THE.IR way around by exploring the RWW, for the same general reasons that force you to personally explore the WWW. Reading about it and being an interactive part of it are two entirely different experiences. Experience, carefully filtered by a scientific method, repeatable evidential data collection, that sorts external signal from internal noise, leads to the knowledge that forms the basis for a larger set of productive and meaningful possible intents. Those who wish to access information, objects, or entities on the RWW consciousness network need to educate themselves within and about NPMRN. Carefully validated first-hand experience must be acquired through a step-by-step exploratory process. 656 My big toe I some observations. 8. Individual communications between semi-and emitters are telepathic. Additionally, within a given PMR, communication using sensory data, such as sight, sound, touch, smell, and taste, typically functions in parallel with telepathy to some degree. 9. People in PMR who are unaware, or most unaware, within NPMR, can use and experience this net if they are connected strongly enough, large enough signal to noise, and with enough dear intent, interest, to produce a cross-talk or bleed through into their consciousness, typically perceived as intuition or precognitive dreams. Signals come from NPMR with varying amplitudes while an individual produces most of his own interfering noise. 10. Telepathic communications and other communications through the NPMRN net are not affected by the apparent distance or volume between the sender and the receiver, nor limited by light speed. Communication content flows across dimensional barriers without difficulty. 11 beings in all PMRs within PMRN have portions or extensions of themselves that also, simultaneously, exist in NPJ\1FRN. The body in PMR is essentially sustained through IL connection to NPMRN. By manipulating energy, the ability to reorganize bits, in NPMRN, one can affect the body in PMR. Thus follow many effects from mental or psychic healing to voodoo. The ENE1GY body in NPMRN can be viewed from various frequencies, like looking at something with X-ray, infrared, or ultraviolet light, to reveal different aspects of itself. I apologize to Al-J the scientists and engineers for using the frequency metaphor, but it is the best analogy I can come up with. The energy body is easily manipulated by intention. 12 intent seems to have the qualities of magnitude, intensity, frequency, is lunable, and clarity, signal-to-noise ratio. 13 The energy body in PJ\IIRN does not die when the physical body dies, it can manifest another body in PMR, or some other suitable reality, if it needs 1 wants 1. 77. A model of reality and time. Incrementing time in simulations. To understand reality one must understand time. Wanting the next 6 chapters, we will use the notations delta t and delta t extensively. Because this notation is borrowed from the field of mathematics, it may seem strange to some, but do not be put off by that. TI1 is chapter provides an explanation of incrementing time in simulations to the mathematically challenged and introduces a unique perspective on the nature of time to the big picture reality challenged. The words delta and delta represent the upper and lowercase Greek letter of the same name. They are spelled out to avoid using abstract symbols that might inadvertently trigger Mat J1 phobia or other related mental techno blocks. This is easy, you'll see. Traditional mathematical Tatyan places the Greek letter delta next to a variable, some quantity that changes, to represent an increment, small change, in that variable. I use it here because many people are familiar with this notation. If you are not, don't worry, tile concept is simple and explained in detail below. Delta t and delta t are simply names for 2 different increments, small chunks, of time. Ln an iterative dynamic simulation, SUD1 as the calculation of the position of a fired artillery round, or a thrown ball, as a function of time, 1 start with the equations of motion, equations giving position as a function of time, and the initial conditions at time t equals 0. The first time till rough tile computational process loop, 1 lets t equals, delta t, and tl1 and calculates position, next time through t equals 2, delta t, next time through l equals 3, delta t, next time through t equals 4, delta t, and so on. You calculate a new position of the object, artillery round or ball, for each time t, which is 1 delta t. 658 My big toe I incrementing time in simulations. Larger than the previous value oft. Consequently, time, in your calculation of position, progresses forward by increments, small discontinuous jumps, of delta t. Your simulation can approximate continuous time, and thus continuous motion, by making the size of delta t very small. The cumulative sum over the delta t is called simulation time because it drives the dynamic simulation, as opposed to real time, which is what is measured by the clock on the computer room wall. If the equations were complex enough and delta t were small enough and the computer slow enough, it could take several hours of real time to progress the artillery round's trajectory through only a 2 seconds of simulation time, perhaps only a few hundred feet of a much longer trajectory, within the computer simulation. On the other hand, relatively simple equations in a very fast computer using a larger delta t might simulate a 1-minute-long trajectory, such as the trajectory of a large artillery round, in only a few tenths of a second of real time. The simulation can be paused any amount of real time between consecutive time increments and subsequently started up again without disturbing the results of the simulation. These concepts involving notions of dynamic simulation and time will be important later on. It is good to understand them now while the context is simple. Consider a large simulation that contains smaller simulations within it. For example, let's imagine a simulated war containing several simultaneous interactive battles. Such a system simulation may contain a subset of code, subroutine, that simulates a specific battle, which has within it another iterative subset of code, lower-level subroutine, that simulates a specific armor battalion's activity within that battle, which has within it a yet another iterative subset of code, even lower-level subroutine, that simulates an artillery shell fired by that armor battalion. We now have four nested, one inside the all levels of interdependent subroutines, one overall war, two specific battles, three specific battalions, four individual artillery ejectories, iterating their way sequentially to produce the simulated war. The collection of algorithms that describe the interdependencies between levels, specify the assumptions, initial conditions, tactics, rules of engagement, and describe the performance of each subsystem and component, are said to model or simulate the war. A properly integrated collection of such models, along with the structure of the code that orders and propagates interactive logical evenels, passes data, collects results, and increments time, defines the overall war game or simulation. This is how computers are used to simulate a set of interactive activities or a dynamic process. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 77 I 659. All the interdependent loops are iterated sequentially. Loops that have no interdependency may be incremented in parallel, simultaneously. Each level and each process within each level progresses its own dynamic active ity by one delta t at a time. As activities are completed, decisions made, trajectories flown, damage assessed, troops and equipment moved, and ammunition depleted, information is passed back and forth among the FEM levels. The results and implications of this information are used to make choices, continue or modify processes, and keep score. Thus, as the simulation time progresses delta t by delta t, the simulated war grinds on. The practical size of delta t depends on the required accuracy and the speed of the fastest elements in our model. A typical delta t might be 0.00001 seconds if the precise locations, to within a centimeter, of things such as artillery rounds and missiles were important. In this simulation, delta t defines the fundamental quantum of simulation time. If the fast.s thing in our war simulation, an ancient war perhaps, or a modern one where all the gadgets don't work, was a man running through the bushes. With a sp1 a delta t of 0.1 second would probably be small enough. Would simulating an ancient, spear-throwing, or slow-moving war, requiring a time base of no more than delta t equals 0.1 second, with our modern war simulator, that ticks off time in 0.00001 second increments, be a problem? No, there is no problem as long as we are simulating something that can be adequately modeled with time increments that are equal to or larger than 0.00001 seconds. It would make no sense to simulate the position of a running man every 0.00001 seconds. It might allow for a more detailed and complex model of the man, including blinks, burps, hair motion, progressive cell damage, and whiches. However, a man's movement within that small of a time increment, 0.00001 sec, is completely inconsequential to the war. What we would most likely do is use our previous course or low fidelity man movement model and increment it by a single 0.1 second increment every 10,000 ticks of our simulation time clock. Our war game's fundamental quantum of simulation time is still equal to 0.00001 seconds or low section. We are now incrementing our man model in 0.1 second increments as a subroutine within a larger model, outer loop, that iterates eve 11 0.00001 seconds. This will turn out to be a crucial concept later. This more efficiently incremented, Low-fidelity man model, it remains detailed enough to define troop movement of 5. A function of terrain, is purposely designed to be only as accurate, and incremented only as often, as il needs to be to serve the purpose thal is intended by the overall simulation. Likewise, the loops and subroutines that represent various players in 660 I my big toe I incrementing time in simulations. The simulation are provided the dynamic granularity, increment size, that their function requires. The one with the smallest required increment serves as the metronome, the fundamental quantum of time within our simulation, for all the others. Let's put this all together into one big war simulation. We will have man model subroutines that are incremented by 1/10 of a second every 10 increments of our fundamental simulation time. We will also have tank model subroutines that are incremented by 1/100th of a second every 10 ticks of the fundamental clock. We might have aircraft model subroutines that are incremented by 1/1000th of a second every 102 ticks of the fundamental clock, and missile subroutines that are incremented every third tick of the fundamental clock, and perhaps a nuclear damage propagation subroutine that will be incremented, evaluated, every tick of the fundamental clock. In this simulation, the master loop or simulation driver is the one requiring the smallest time increment. The guy in charge, outermost loop, is the one with the smallest time increment. The local time inside the man model loop jumps ahead 1/10 second at a time. The low-fidelity simulated men who live in that local reality measure a quantum of their time as 1/10 second. From their perspective, real time accumulates in increments of 1/10 second. 1/10 second is their local time quanta. If they could become sentient and learn to program, they could decide to simulate the growth of their hair and toenails because these functions change slowly compared to their time quantum. Let's summarize the most useful ideas that have been generated by this discussion of dynamic simulations. Some of the time loops, subroutines, or dimensions of our big picture, entire war, simulation are iterated at faster rates than others. Apparent real time is relative to each loop's perspective or local reality. Within a given local reality, we can only perceive events which produce effects that are significant over one local time quanta or more, thus rendering the activities of faster loops, smaller time quanta, invisible and incomprehensible. Within the hierarchy of causality, simulations within simulations or dimensions within dimensions, the Ma5-ter, or outermost loop that drives everything else, is defined as the one with the highest fundamental frequency, highest sampling rate or rate of iteration, which is the same as saying it has the smallest quantum of time. Bells should be going off in your head relating this discussion of computer simulation lol discussion of AUM's fundamental frequency and time quantum, and the differing sized quantum of time in NPMR and PLVIR. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 77 I 661. Chapter 31, Book 1. Each higher level of simulation, with its smaller time quanta, represents a larger perspective, a base of authority and control, and collects, processes and synthesizes the activities and results created by its lower level, inner, subordinate simulations. Dynamic timing loops within loops within loops, all interconnected and building one upon the occur at various levels of scale. Do you notice the fractal-like characteristics of time loops within your dynamic reality? Do you get a glimmer of how everything is interrelated and interconnected within a generalized dynamic consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem? You will see later that what I define as delta T represents the outer, controlling, loop of our immediate reality within OS. Delta T is used to calculate probable realities and is referred to as simulation time. It is related to time in NPMR. On the other hand, delta T, a larger time increment, is defined as the increment that accumulates our PMR time, our apparent real time. From a larger perspective, delta T drives a lower level simulation, with its larger T.me increment, incremented only once every so many ticks of the overall simulation time clock within the big computer. Did I infer that you, me, and our entire universe, are simulated beings and objects? Yes, you will see that it is illuminating, consistent, and useful to model our reality that way. Throughout M.Y. Big Toe, I have dangled this idea of a simulated reality in front of you. As strange as it may seem, it will make more sense later on. Recall that in Chapter 31, Book 1, I explained that time is quantized, meaning that time progresses by discrete increments rather than continuously, and that our time is an artificial construct created by AUM to define the space-time part of itself. In this section, you will see how quantized time loops allow us to create our reality, maintain a living history, and make choices that enable us to learn and to grow the quality of our consciousness, evolve our spiritual quality towards satisfying the goals of our existence. A digital reality offers up many interesting attributes. You will soon see that time is not a fundamental property of the thread that is woven to produce the fabric of reality, but instead is merely a measurement construct, a tool for implementing organization and defining patterns, more related to the action of the machine that does the weaving than to the thread itself. Each cycle of the loom represents another time increment as thread after thread is added to produce the seemingly continuous fabric of our PMR 3D space-time experience. The action of the machine, the process of weaving, should not be confused with the three-dimensional experience of the space-time fabric it creates. Nor should the fabric be seen to weave itself through some 662 My Big Toe incrementing time in simulations. Spontaneous mystical or magical process wherein time is created in the present moment without the need of factory or loom or the energy that makes them run, much less the design and purpose of the process. That space-time is spontaneously self-created from nothing, a self-woven, 4D fabric containing all past, present, and future events, is basically what most scientists believe these days because they cannot perceive the higher dimensions where the loom, mill, and the energy that runs them resides. In fact, our present science is based on the fundamental implicit assumption that the loom and mill cannot possibly exist, or be relevant, because they lie beyond our direct objective 3D perception of a 4D space-time. Thus, today's scientists have painted themselves into a corner dependent upon reality mysteriously creating itself, a mystical belief-based concept they are greatly dissatisfied with and do not like to talk about, a fundamental failure of scientific understanding long swept under the rug of objective respectability. On the other hand, the theists are content, as they have been for 10,000 years, offer up their one pat answer for all situations and exercises, God does it. Meanwhile, the fabric of space-time continues to apparently weave itself out of nothing as we stumble in circles in pursuit of a big picture that we can somehow miraculously extract from our little picture. And that is where we are today, ladies and gentlemen, and where we have been for the last 40 years since general relativity and quantum mechanics dropped the first shoe, told us in no uncertain terms that our physical reality was delusional. Einstein tried to lead us out of that wilderness with unified field theory but could not find his way through the impenetrable cult-mall belief fog that obscured every avenue of escape. Belief blindness is as absolute as any blindness. That a higher dimensional structure may not leave physical footprints is not that difficult to understand. Einstein was correctly looking for non-physical footprints in his unified field theory where mass was nothing more than higher intensity field strength. His error was looking for one continuous fields within the space-time construct. He did not grasp the digital nature of reality, that space and time are quantized, and that space-time itself was only a local phenomenon, a virtual little picture reality dependent upon a more fundamental digital energy field called consciousness. He did not understand the primacy of consciousness as the fundamental substance, energy, or organization underlying existence. Instead of seeing space-time as primordial physics, a set of relationships and definitions, a rule set, a construct of consciousness, he thought that. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 77 I 663. Space-time itself was a fundamental field. Consciousness is fundamental. Space-time is derived from a conscious intent to consu an individuated subsoul of consciousness to a specific experience space which we call PLVIR. Even if Einstein had figured that out in the 1950s, his peers would have written him off as having lost it. He would have most likely ended his career in ridicule. Today we are much more familiar with the potential of the digital sciences. Perhaps now, in the 21st century, scientists will have the requisite vision to see and understand the paradigm shifts that are required to support a unified theory of reality. Perhaps non-scientists will recognize the big picture first and eventually bring the scientists along. Tracking the non-physical footprints of a more fundamental reality through the consciousness wilderness is what my big toe is all about, and you do not need to be a physicist or mathematician to get it, because the details and explanations are not little picture logic puzzles that exist only within PMR. In the big picture, a deep understanding of reality is not the exclusive preserve of the scientist and mathematician. That state of affairs, where scientists are the high priests of reality, is a little picture phenomenon only. When it comes to understanding the big picture, the are no academic prerequisites. You do not need to wait for the science guys and mathematicians to lead this parade. March on to the beat of your own experience and inner knowing, and they will eventually follow your lead. It is as though the objects I and the simulation, local AJ guys within each subroutine, have become sentient but can't perceive outside their time loop level, and consequently, are oblivious to, or vehemently deny, the big picture. They live in their limited universe, paying homage to the loop gods who occasionally provide fresh input data and whom they offer up the results of their efforts. 78. A model of reality and time. The big computer, TBC. We have previously discussed the likely origins of an immense digital computational capacity based upon binary reality cells. Chat are the fundamental constituent of aware consciousness or mind. LN Section 2, Chapters 26, 27, and 28 of Book 1, you learned how and why a UO would naturally evolve binary, distorted versus non-distorted, reality cells in support of organizing and exploring, in the evolutionary sense, increasing complexity and developing awareness. You also learned how AUM would further refine at 5 computational and memory part to develop intention, move from dim awareness to bright awareness, and to implement and track its Keatonlian experiment 5 in consciousness. Awareness cannot grow, progress, learn, or evolve past a very rudimentary level without the organizing influence of time. The words learn and grow imply the passage, or incrementing of time. There must exist a before state and an after state if awareness, or any system for that matter, has the potential to learn or grow. The notion of the possibility of change is dependent upon the existence of at least a rudimentary time. As you will soon see, our discrete, quantized, time-based reality has evolved, has been designed, to provide us with an opportunity to learn, and co-provide AUM with optimized results from its Keatonlian experiments concerning the optimization of evolutionary process. The complex configuration of digital energy, organization, and self-organizing process we call consciousness forms the foundation of reality in the form of an interactive consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem simulation where what is actual and what is simulated are one in the same. 666 My big toe the big computer. You can conceptualize TBC as a tiny piece of the computational and memory part of AUM that is used, among other things, to actualize and maintain the reality of OS and its offspring. For the purpose of explaining consciousness, quantized time, past, present, and future, time travel, free will, rule sets, spacetime, precognition, telepathic communication, remote viewing, ego, love and much more in this model of reality, one evoke only those attributes of this celestial computer that our PMR computers have. In other words, this supercomputer in NPMRN that I have assumed into existence primarily differs from the functional computer on our desktops by size, memory, computational speed, reliability, and reasonably good software, that's all. This aside is for all the computer geeks in the reading audience who are waving their hands in the air and have troubled expressions on their faces. Others can skip to the end or take a short break until the computer wizards catch up. It may make more sense to the computer literate if they imagine that TBC is composed of fully netted, massively parallel arrays of clustered processors with integrated, shared, and standalone super-fast memory running within a highly efficient self-evolving AUM operating system that is beyond all imagination. In other words, if you can imagine that the AUM digital consciousness thing is completely beyond your imagination, you have taken the first step toward understanding the depth of what you don't know. In an operational sense, one might say that AUM is the operating system as well as the computer and the application software. This AUM thing is an almost infinite, from our perspective, living, evolving, conscious, sentient computer and operating system that develops its own software. At a minimum, it inhabits as well as defines and creates all the digital mind space, reality, that we have the potential to even vaguely comprehend. Other than that, it is an inconsequential piss ant. When I say that TBC is like the computer on your desktop, I am referring to the fundamental functional building blocks of binary cells, memory, instruction sets, processors, data flow mechanics, and operating system control, not the specific design of these things or the system architecture. Think of a computer in the most generic terms possible and take care not to limit your imagination by what you presently know about computers. TBC should not be thought of as the big mainframe in the sky, or as the OS department server within N-Division, but as a metaphor describing the fundamental nature of the process and functionality, computation, memory, and rules, required to implement our reality. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 78 I-667. TBC is a real thing, we relate to it more by its process and functional ity, discussed in this section, than by its construction and design, discuss it in sections 2 and 4, the same way most of us interact with our desktop computers. We don't relate to chips and basic chip-level instruction sets, but instead see our computers in terms of their functionality and the processes they implement. We are primarily interested in the processes we need co-optimize our interaction with them. The most surprising thing is that TBC, the implementer of all reality within NPL/ILRN, represents nothing mystical, no magic, just a huge, but finite, fast, mundane number cruncher running excellent, but not necessarily perfect, software. The mundaneness of TBC is, by itself, remarkable and interesting. Digital processing is digital processing however cleverly or efficiently it is implemented. The software and operating system might reasonably be construed to represent the intent of AUM, or one may understand it as the result of evolutionary pressure working upon a growing, experimenting, evolving AUM consciousness system being thing exploring all its possible states. TBC, dedicated to NPMRN, represents only one small part of AUM's computational part. Other reality systems have their own computational and memory resources. All are interconnected because they are of one consciousness. We use the terms AUM, EBC, and TBC to express differing levels of digital functionality. However, at the root, they are not separate parts. Imagine a single evolving digital system serving multiple functions simultaneously. Trying to differentiate between the larger consciousness system and yourself can be misleading, the boundaries are only functional. AUM, TBC, PMR, and you are all manifestations of a single consciousness. Each differs by function and purpose and is circumscribed by its specific constraints, yet all a one of one continuous consciousness, like the lumps in a sheet. Though the greater consciousness ecosystem is vast and ranges far beyond our view, there is much that lies within the reach of our direct experience and understanding. Humans have barely taken the first baby step toward knowing what is in our ability to know. As we continue to play our part in the larger consciousness cycle of entropy reduction, it is our right as well as our duty, to explore everything between where we are today and the far edge of our potential, to become aware and active participants in the big picture and full partners in the evolution of ourselves and AUM. 79. A model of reality and time. Probable reality surfaces the simulated probable future. Real-time, our system, state vectors, and history. 1. Probable reality. Let us begin this discussion of time and the mechanics of OS, our collective big picture 1. Ocal reality, in the PMR present and slowly work toward a more generalized concept of past and future. Join me here in the present moment and let us see what is happening in NPMR and to support our sense of reality present. The big computer, TBC, has captured in its database the state of being of OS at this moment. This includes all the objects and energy in the universe as well as all the significant choices that all the relevant sentient beings within OS have at this moment. Later in this chapter we will more specifically, and in more detail, define the set of information that specifies the state of being or state vector of our system, OS. TBC can now compute everything that could possibly happen next. We will explore this thought more thoroughly later. Additionally, it has accumulated a history file of past behaviors relative to similar choices and can thus compute the likelihood of occurrence, probabilities, of each of the possible things that could happen next. Many of the totent choices are dependent on a likely interaction with the choices that all relevant and significant others, including themselves, made the moment, or many moments, before. All possible interactions are defined and evaluated with one aspect to all possible. 670 My big to probable futures, real-time, our system, state vectors, and history. Choices and arrangements of objects and energy, as well as against a complete set of history-based likelihoods, expectation values. During the time between successive incremental of PMR's quantum of time, delta t, TBC has computed OS's probable future, what OS will probably be like during the next m equals L, 2,3, m, where m is an integer, iterations of delta t. Thus within TBC, the dynamic OS has been simulated and its future state, the one that will most likely appear during the next delta t, m equals L, has been predicted based on the results of the present state of OS after the last delta t. This OS simulation is run again, m equals 2, with 11 the results from the previous predictive simulation, m equals 1, used as input, and the probable outcomes and expectation values for the following delta t are predicted as output. Each successive output, predict the 11g the state of OS out into the future one more delta t, becomes the input for the next predictive calculation. This process is continued m times until TBC has progressed the model of OS out as far in time as it finds useful. The probable OS state vector generated after each iteration, for each value of m, during the dynamic simulation of what is most likely to happen in OS during the next delta L is saved in TBC. Remember that we are doing OM iterations between actual increments of delta t. As displayed in text box 5 to 1 below, the iterative process would operate in the following manner. First, a new delta t increment is initiated resulting in the initiation of a new OS state vector. Then, all free will choices and material and energetic changes that define the activity that creates this new OS are made. The choices and changes, once made, define a new and unique stale vector, or more simply, state, of OS that is associated with 1 delta t is incremented. 2 free will choices, material changes, and energy changes are made, defining a new OS state vector associated with the Cu110 delta t. 3 The new OS state vir.or is compared to the previous one and to the predicted one. 4 All actualized changes between the new and previous OS states are recorded. Predictive algorithms and databases are updated and improved. 5 TBC calculates M sequential probable future states of the new OS by running a delta t subloop. Text box 5.1, the OS/delta t loop. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 79 I67L. This particular delta t. TBC now compares the new OS state vector to the previous one and records the actualized changes. It also compares the newly actualized state to the predicted state and makes the necessary adjustments required to improve the accuracy of future predictions. Next, TBC calculates M potential future states of the new OS state. These M calculations, made sequentially one value of M at a time, project, simulate what is most likely to happen during the next M increments of delta t. The first, M equals 1, potential future state, probable reality, of OS is computed in TBC based on the latest actually happened, input data generated by the choices made during the CW-rent state of OS. This predictive simulation of the state of OS, which progresses by iterating M from L to M, creates a set of sequential probable realities describing the probable future of OS. The subroutine or iterative loop we are using to generate future probable realities of OS must, because it is a Dynon 1IC simulation tracking changes, operate CM its own time base, and that time base must utilize a much smaller time increment than delta t. This smaller time increment, which we will call delta t, is associated with a quantum of time in npmrn utilizing a time increment, delta t, that is very much smaller than the PMR quantum of time, delta t, allows us to model the dynamics of OS, which is a subset of npmrn, in enough detail so that we can predict the most likely state of OS for each value of M. Thus, delta t is the fundamental quantum of OS simu.lation time. The OS state vector simulation runs through its internal calcu.lations using the smaller npl\1jrn time quanta, delta t, until it eventually converges to a predicted future state of OS for every value of M. It should be clear that the time increment delta t is composed of or contains some large integer number of npmrr, time quanta delta t, and that the computation of the probable future of OS through M successive generations occurs between successive increments, delta t, of our PMR real time. Now that a set of M successive generations of probable future realities has been determined, TBC next records the entire OS state vector representing all significant possibilities and probabilities existing within OS. This step is discussed in further detail in topic 9 of this chapter. The final step of the OS delta t loop iterates the process by returning the loop back t0 the fast step. Delta t is incremented again, and the entire process is repeated for the new delta t. Let's back our perspective out one more level for a peek at an even big GER picture. Though it lies somewhat beyond our immediate perception, contemplate the concept that delta t is incremented only after so many ticks of a smaller, more fundamental time increment. We know that delta t is a small 672 my big to I probable futures, real time, our system, state vectors, and history. Time increment, npmrn time base, used to simulate what is most likely to happen in OS during future delta t time increments. LT is used to simulate probable future states of OS and T increment a larger delta t, the OS delta t loop. For them 10 consider that delta t is incremented only after so many ticks of a smaller time increment that is used to simulate probable future states of npmrn, the npmrn delta t dot loop. Because npmr is an outer loop to npmrn, where OS lives, it makes sense that npmr runs on a smaller time quantum than npmrn. Thus, just as the OS delta t loop must have the smaller delta t as its fundamental quantum of simulation time, the npmrn delta t loop must likewise have a smaller time increment than delta t as its fundamental quantum of simulation time. Keep in mind that npmr is a superset of npmrn, also that npmrn is a superset of OS and that OS is a superset of our PMR. OS is comprised of our PMR plus a portion of npmrn. The fundamental increment of a bigger picture simulation time represents an outside loop that provides a larger perspective than npj\1frn. The increment of time of such an outside or higher level loop must be smaller than the fundamental unit of time in npmrn. Expanding this idea, it is clear that the fundamental increment of npmr simulation time may likewise be smaller than the fundamental unit of time in npfvr itself. Is all this clear, or is your head spinning a little? If you are a tad confused, it might be helpful to go back to chapter 5 of this book and refresh your memory on the subject of incrementing time within simulations. Additionally, a glance at figure 5L, at the beginning of chapter 4 in this book, and a peek ahead at the discussion of the even bigger computer, EBC, at the end of chapter 11 might help clarify this bigger picture. Otherwise, if you feel that you mostly get it, absolutely do get it, or don't want to get it any better than you've gotten it, simply go on. In this situation, continuing on, though you find yourself in a light fog, is much better than becoming terminally frustrated. Hang in there, the text gets less technical later. The predictions produced by calculating the probable state of our system M0ELTAT into the probable future become less accurate the further out in time they go. How EV1- because our computer, TBC, and its software are so good, it can progress PMR time out for many years. M can be arbitrarily large, in less than a nanosecond. The result is a PMR space-time event surface in TBC calculation space. TBC is only a subset of a greater digital mind space. For we 3D creatures constrained to visualize our mental concepts within an experiential 3D structure, it is easier coaching a planar, two-dimensional, event surface. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 79 I-673. Extending out in the dimension of simulated TI1N with probability values, of particular events, on the vertical, up, axis, perhaps so one nothing similar to the surface show N in figure 5-2. The horizontal plane, upon which the peaks rest, contain values of time, TIOML equals 0 at the origin county some simulated future CIN1EM, delta T, the far edge of the event SUEAS being at the TIN1 ECOR responding to M, delta T. Events near the present N101 and typically have the highest probability values, sharp tall peaks. The further out one VE go in time the flatter the surface gets, peaks tend to broaden and lose height exhibiting very small, rather diffuse, probability values or likelihoods. Nevertheless, there one may exist a FAVL formed and sizable, 0.8 expectation value, peaks rather far out in TIN 1E. You one night want to take another peek at figure 5-2. In Sun 1N1 ARI, TBC generates a complete set of probable realities covering everything, choices, things, and energy, most likely to happen bet one veen each delta T and the next. 1. TBC then saves and stores these results describing every unique probable state of OS corresponding to each simulated delta T or each value of M. This complete set of probable realities going out M, delta T, in our PTVLR real TI1NE are regenerated after each actual incre 1 and off delta T. For the techies einen UVHO are fretting over the apparent inefficiency of such a process, Ren 1E1 Enber that there is no practical constraint on the consumption of computational resources. Probability. T. Figure 5.2, Future Probable Reality Surface. IHTTP://www.my-big-toe.com 674 I My Big Toe I Probable Futures, Real-Time, Our System, State Vectors, and History. And, as you will find out later, computing and saving all potential states generates a database of possibility that support a plethora of exception-ally useful analysis that needs no additional computation. I have used the term reality state vector, reality state, or simply state for short, to mean the total description or specification of the state of existing choices, things, and energy that defines OS at the end of a delta T. Late 1 IWIU define more precisely what a reality state vector is, topic 9 below, and describe the process that generates them, chapters 8 through 10 of this book, but first there are a few more basic concepts to be introduced. 1. Introducing real-time, what our clocks measure in PMR. What appears to be real-time is dependent on the relative reality level or loop location of your local perspective within the big picture. PMR real-time appears to be continuous but actually progresses incrementally by iterating the small time increment delta t. During delta t, beings, objects, and energy move and change, free will is exercised, and significant choices are made in PMR. Most changes were as predicted by the m=1 calculation of expectation values, but some were not. Adjustments are made. Again, TBC runs the delta t-based OS simulation. Again it recomputes all the probable realities, OS state vector expectation values through m generations, creating, updating, and storing the event surface as subsequent calculations progress. TBC's computing requirements are not as horrendous as one might first think. Clever software finds updating the complete set, m=L to m=M, of probable realities low be much easier, merely dealing with changes and errors and their downstream impacts, than recomputing everything from scratch every time. It should be dear that what we sense and measure as time, our real time, moves forward in PMR by successive increments of delta t, while probable realities, future expectations, are computed within TBC. Low project the probable future states of OS through m successive simulated increments of delta t. Recall from Section 2, Chapter 31, Book L, that the quantum of time in NPMRN is much smaller than the quantum of time, delta t, in OS and PMR. Thus, during a single delta t of PMR real time, NPMRN has many time increments, quanta, ticking away in which calculations can be made, probabilities computed, and probable reality surfaces generated. Also, recall that in Chapter 5 of this book we described how the flow of time in a subset or subroutine of the simulation was dependent on its outer controlling loop and that the simulation could be paused, stopped. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 79 I 675. And then restarted, relative to the clock in the computer room, without causing any effects within the simulation. AUM's fundamental clock is the dock on the computer room wall and we are a subset of NPMRN within a subset of NPMR. In other words, NPMR Conuol's PMR's outer controlling loop, while one PMR controls NPMR-S outer loop. The process just described, the generation of OS, resulting from incrementing our real-time quantum delta t and the calculation of our probable futures, raised to the next level of generality, allows for free will choices among sentient residents of NPMRI. In a similar process to that which generates OS, the free will choices of NPMRN residents interact with the beings, objects, and energy of NJ-Vern to CRE8 and actualize successive NPMRN states of being, which in turn enables the generation of NPMR's present and probable future states. As far as I can tell, the digital state flipping AUM consciousness bright awareness thing directly Conuol's NPLVLR's outer loop. 2. How the probable reality surface changes. As previously discussed, PMR real-time moves on as delta t is successively iterated. Not only can the expectation values of a future probability state be computed, but the rate of change of these projected probabilities everywhere on that surface can also be computed as a function of delta t. Because these calculations have been made for a large number of delta t, the history of how the probable reality surface has actually changed with respect to real time is now known. This information, sensitivity of OM probability functions to perturbations, can be used to help calculate better, more accurate probable realities. In fact, this is exactly what has been going on all along. The probable reality surface represents the most likely future possibilities. As the present consumes the surface at the origin, t=0, the surface is extended further into the future at the outer perimeter of the disk t=m, delta t. It might be profitable, though simplistic, to imagine the probable reality surface as a circular plane with t=0 at the center and with t spreading out, increasing value, radially in all directions. At once, see Figure 5-2. As real-time marches on, the plane disappears, moves, one delta t at a time, into the pinhole at the origin while a new ring, delta t wide is added to its outer edge to maintain a constant radius of m, delta t. The disk is thus made up of m concentric flat rings, with each ring being 1 delta t wide. The pinhole, more correctly, the mathematical point at t equals 0, int O, which the future probable reality surface is being sucked, represents the 676 I my big toe I probable futures, real time, our system, state vectors, and history. Present moment. After the present moment, all state vectors are saved. In or her words, the present st8 is defined and subsequently saved to a history file, which contains every previous present state. We will see later how these past, previously actualized, states, captured by saving their present state vectors, remain vital and capable of branching T.O new potential virtual reality system within TBC's calculation space whenever additional significant input is introduced. 3. Predicting the future. There will be some peaks on the surface that will have relatively large, stable, and growing values. Some of these may occasionally occur far out in time, the future. These peaks and the events they represent or relate to would be good bets if you were a prognosticator. The narrower and taller the peak, the more precise the prediction and the more likely the event represented is to occur. Thus, we have future events that can be predicted with good reliability coexisting compatibly with individual free will. From the PMR point of view, intentionally or unintentionally tapping IMO this database of the most probable possible future events seems to, but does not actually, support the concept of predestination. Free will is required to convert probable events into actual events within the present moment. All information on probable futures is fully accessible from a larger perspective, if your intrinsic noise level is low enough, at rww.npmrn.os.pmr/probable reality database/specific event/specific intent. 4. Group futures. Future probable reality surfaces for a particular group, activity, or happening can be computed. Specific summations can be taken over all the choices made by sentient beings and all the changes of objects and energy that have, or are projected to have, an impact or influence on a particular group, family, tribe, organization, corporation, nation, culture, planet, fault line slip, endangered species, rainforest, football team, or human race. The specific group's probable reality surface shows only those probable future events that are significant or related to that group. An individual interested in a specific group's probable future can easily filter all interactions for only those that pertain to that particular one group through a process that is analogous to submitting a database query function where your intent designs and executes the query. A view of the collected events that are defined and limited by the properties of your query intent, along. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 79 I 677. With their associated probability values, are available to you through the RWWNet. 5. The probable future can change. The rate of change, fluctuations on the surface, of the probability functions for expected events for individuals is much faster than the fluctuations for a large group of individual. Thus, a nation's future is easier to predict than an individual's, is a more slowly varying and stably surface. The probabilities on the probable reality surface representing our entire planet change even more slowly, allowing for more accurate prognostication. Think of the probable future of a group or organization as the vector summation of all the probable future components of the individuals that affect that group weighted by their likely significance, impact, on the group. In general, the larger the system, the more inertia it has, the less it can be affected by an individual's free will choices or by small random components within objects and energy, and the more stable and reliably predictable its probable reality surface becomes. On the RWWNet, information about these more clear, larger and more stable signal, future events exhibits a higher signal to no fee ratio to everyone, and therefore the information, likelihood of some particular event, is more accessible to more people. Know anybody who claims knowledge of future Earth changes by the hundreds. 6. Constraining the number of required calculations. The computational burden is not as horrendous as it might seem. Most of the possible choices produce degenerate, the same, results and can be quickly dispensed with. Individuals only have influence or impact on a small subset, that may or may not be significant, of the complete set of interactions and choices. Objects, energy, and people with free will are generally more predictable than you might guess, particularly if you have all the historical data. Only a relative few individuals at any one time, even in any 1 year or decade, have the potential to influence or produce major effects as a result of their choices. What they do significantly impacts the choices of many others. Additionally, large subsets of beings, energy, and objects may be functionally independent of each other. For example, Earth-relevant calculations could proceed as an independent set until interaction with specific extraterrestrials, ETS, from elsewhere in our universe occurs. Same for the Pounties. 678 my big toe I probable futures, real time, our system, state vectors, and history. Furthermore, there are certain rule set constraints, such as our PMR laws of physics, things never fall up, which further limit the possibilities. Despite the mitigating factors of degeneracy, independent sets, and one constraint 5, computing everything that can happen in the universe and all associated interdependent expectation values, probabilities, is a big job, but it is finite. Fortunately, TBC has no problem performing this task using only a small fraction of its 5 overall capacity. 7. Defining our system, OS, to include ALIth players. An interesting side issue is that of manipulated choice. The manipulation, leading, predisposing, or nudging of PMR awareness by those aware in NPMRN is another mechanism through which certain probable outcomes are made more likely than others. In other words, another set of interactions that must be taken into account, as part of the OS calculation space input data, are the actions and free will choices made by those extant in NPMRN, but not in PMR, that directly influence or impact the beings in PMR. This interaction affects the state of OS, and is therefore, by definition, a part of OS. Some of those large, stable, and growing probability peaks exist because they are being encouraged or manipulated by NPMRN residents who may have much larger perspectives, much better information, a much dearer sense of the future, a better, bigger picture, and a more accessibly knowledge base than PMR residents. Consequently, some peaks, likely events, simply happen of and by themselves, others are guided. Most are a mixture of both. TBC calculations relevant to our local one-entity system, OS, must include all beings, objects, and energy in the NPMR1 superset that have an influence upon, or interaction with, our PMR probable reality surface, not only those beings, objects, and energy that exist within OLII PMR subset. TBC and its software, which can be clever, and does not have to execute a simple brute force approach, are by design thorough and precise in calculating and tracking the facts, possibilities, and probabilities of our system, OS. OS creates or actualizes its larger reality through the choices of all its interactive beings, embodied or not, and the randomness of all its interactive objects and energy, physical or non-physical. Changes must abide by the PMR space-time rule set, the NPMRN rule set, the rules of interaction between PMR and NPMRN, and the psi uncertainty principle. Our history, the history of PMR, from a larger perspective, is a subset of the overall history of OS, as European history is a subset of world history. Book 3, Section 5, Chapter 79 I-679. 8 Reality System State Vectors and Our History. During a given real-time increment delta t, beings, objects, and energy may move, or change in some way, and choices are made to actualize the new present which is contained within the state vector representing that delta t. All potential choices not made remain unequalized potential states, possible realities, and have associated expectation values. Ti1e complete state vector of OS containing all actualized and unactualized choices is saved in TBC. The ST8 vector that defines or represents OS at a given increment of time, delta t, is the total collection of information and data that completely specifies everything that actually did happen and possibly could happen, every significant possibility within that delta t, along with their associated probable reality surfaces. You will hear more about this later. Thus, the progression of PMR from one delta tt, the next delta t produces or uases a history which is the sum total of all the changes and choices that are actually made or actualized that affect or interact with PMR. This trace becomes an OS history thread representing everything that did happen, or in other words, a sequence of all the states of OS that were actualized during each delta t. The system is not closed. Ti1e system is open. Beings, objects, and energy can come and go in and out of effective interaction during any delta t. TBC keeps track of, and up with, everything that is significant interacts with, OS. This process and its results define our particular world, our particular history, our particular universe, one particular virtual reality. We who are interacting are all in this together, so to speak. Our choices define, in our view, a collective thread of continuous happening and unfolding generated by beings interacting with each other and with objects and energy. The OS state vector containing the possibilities and probable reality surfaces not actualized, as well as those that were actualized, is saved at the end of each d.eltat. For this reason, you can, from an awareness in NPMR J, Viziled past, view it, extract information from it, it is on the RWW, and even make changes to IL that initiate new calculated arrays of unactualized past probable realities. We will discuss this in more detail later. 9. History, still vital after all these years. You can interact with the actualized as well as the potential non-actualized past. When you interact with any pan of IL in such a way as to modify it, introduce a new being, new things, new energy, or a new configuration. 680 My big toe I probable futures, real time, our system, state vectors, and history. Of old chi_NGS, or change a significant choice or action, a new set of probably futures is computed that incorporates the changes as new initial conditions. A new set of probable reality calculations can now be progressed, creating a new branch, within the non-actualized past database. The nature of this process is like making a copy of a file or simulation program so that you can play what if with it without disturbing the original. Any point along the OS timeline, actualized or not, is a potential branch point, but branches do not spontaneously sprout from every point. They occur only when a significant change in the reality state vector is produced by defining a new and unique set of potentialities. If the change creating new initial conditions is trivial as evidenced by no significant change in the photo or probable reality surfaces for all reasonable possibilities, not only the most likely ones, then that branch degenerates back to the initial point of departure. Adding a new electron to the system or changing an irrelevant choice, therefore, does not start a new parallel reality in the what-if calculation space of TBC. More of our choices than you would probably guess are irrelevant in the interactive Big Picture 1 In summary, I have described what happens when a change is made to any part or detail of the complete set of everything that could possibly happen, which is computed at the end of each real-time, PMR time, delta t based on the history of all the beings, objects, and energy and on all possible configurations or choices. Because of the small j size of delta t, our PMR history appears to be a continuous thread traced by the collective result of the interactions and choices taken, experienced, or actualized. What has not been actualized up to this point has simply been saved. However, both non-actualized past and probable future states remain operationally viable, allowing the state vector database to be queried and what-if simulations to be executed by intent.